Chapter 1301. Self-incriminating Innocence. Deist Lubabj. Zhonghang stared into Jiajia's eyes for a while, but he didn't see any signs of guilt. However, Zhonghang didn't let his guard down. He didn't forget that this girl who looked like she wasn't even 20 years old and still in her rebellious phase was probably more than 1,000 years old. Succubi originated from Greek mythology and had been widely spread since the Middle Ages. There were traces of them in the Sumerian civilization as well. In order to ensure their attractiveness to men, no matter how old they were, they always looked young and beautiful. Furthermore, after such a long period of time, their lies had already reached an unknown level. If measured by the skills in the game, they were at least LVL4, and they were specifically designed to deal with men. Therefore, even with Zhonghang's observational skills, he could not tell whether the succubus was lying or not. However, he could tell that the black business car downstairs and the foreigners coming out of it were all hostile. Zhonghang said to Jiajia, "I'll give you two choices. Either you get killed by me right now, or you come downstairs with me and cooperate with me to prove your innocence. Under these circumstances, as long as you're not a fool, you'll choose the second option, right?" Miss Succubus asked, "But how do you want me to prove my innocence? Do you want me to search my body to see if I'm wearing any hidden communication equipment?" She didn't seem to be resisting this kind of behavior. As she spoke, she spread her legs slightly apart. Zhonghang ignored what she said. According to the original plan, he checked her body to confirm that other than a phone, there was indeed no communication equipment. However, Zhonghang wasn't sure if the succubus had any other special means of communication. He looked out the window and saw that 3 foreigners had already entered the hotel lobby. There was also 1 foreigner left in the car. So, he said to Jiajia, who was lying on the bed, "Get up." This time, Miss Succubus did not play any tricks. She stood up obediently from the bed and put on her jacket again. She tidied up her hair and asked curiously, "Are you in some kind of trouble?" "Why do you say that? Have you forgotten? I went to your place the last time I sent you the appraised prop. Instead of staying at home, you ran out to open a hotel. No matter how you look at it, there must be something wrong," Jiajia said. "Are you worried that your enemies will come knocking on your door?" Zhonghang didn't answer her question. He only said, "They should be coming up soon. Let's go out first." The two of them left the room and went to the corridor outside. Miss Succubus glanced at the elevator that was going up and turned to walk toward the safe passage. However, she did not expect to be stopped by Zhonghang as soon as she took a step forward. Updates by VIP Novel. Com. Then, Zhonghang took out a wire and inserted it into the gap of the opposite door. In less than 5 seconds, he opened the door of the guest room opposite. Zhonghang took a look and saw that the quilt and slippers were neatly arranged inside. It was obvious that no one was living there, so he dragged Jiajia in and closed the door. At this time, the elevator arrived at the same floor. 2 foreigners came down from the elevator. They were not fast, and it took them quite a while to reach the elevator. They stopped in front of the room Zhonghang had opened earlier. Through the peephole, Zhonghang saw the 2 foreigners talking. One of them was holding a phone, and the other was carrying a briefcase. They looked like white-collar workers on a business trip. The man carrying the briefcase raised his head to look in the direction of the surveillance camera. Then, his female companion nodded at him and made an okay gesture. Then, the male foreigner with the briefcase pulled open the briefcase and took out 2 pairs of gloves. He and his companion carefully put them on. At that moment, Zhonghang felt a gentle breeze beside his ear. The succubus had unknowingly approached him. She leaned on his shoulder and asked in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "What do they want? It's the middle of the summer, why are they wearing gloves? To avoid leaving fingerprints behind, they're a bunch of ruthless people. It looks like they're ready to commit murder." Zhonghang paused before turning to Jiajia. "It's your turn. What am I supposed to do?" "Nothing. Just act like you're going out. Since you said you don't know them, they won't make things difficult for you if you go out." Jiajia quickly figured out what Zhonghang was up to. You want to see their first reaction when they see me to determine whether they're my accomplices or not. Jonghang didn't deny it. Heh, you're really careful. Miss Succubus raised her eyebrows. Fine, then I'll do as you say to prove my innocence. After she said that, she opened the door and walked out. It had to be said that Miss Succubus' acting skills were really outstanding. Before she left, she deliberately messed up her clothes and hair. Her face had a faint blush. One look and one could tell that she had just worked hard. The two foreigners were also startled when they heard the sound of the doorknob turning in the guest room behind them. They hurriedly turned around, but the following scene was not quite what Jia had imagined. The two didn't let out a sigh of relief when they saw her. On the contrary, the male foreigner's pupils constricted, and he reached his right hand into his briefcase again. Jia felt a sense of foreboding. When she recalled Jonghang's earlier deduction, she didn't expect the group to be so fierce that they wouldn't even spare a passerby like her. At this moment, she couldn't care less about hiding her strength anymore. As a succubus, she wasn't good at fighting, but as an ancient species that had existed for thousands of years, she wasn't completely helpless. Jia stared into the male foreigner's eyes, her eyes glowed with a devilish red light. However, the male foreigner reacted quickly. He closed his eyes and passed the gun in his hand to his female companion. At the same time, he reached into his briefcase again. This time, he took out a pair of sunglasses. He only opened his eyes again after putting on the sunglasses. On the other side, the female companion had already raised the pistol in her hand and aimed at Jiajia's temple. Looking at her aiming posture, it was obvious that she was not a newbie. She was actually more skilled than the male foreigner. Miss Succubus was caught off guard by the two people's actions. Her charm only worked on men and could not stop the female foreigner from pulling the trigger. Moreover, even if she wanted to control the male foreigner to attack her companion, she could not do so. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a knife flew out from the room behind her and hit the gun. The muzzle of the gun was slightly deflected, and the bullet grazed Jiajia's body and hit the wall. Chapter 1302. Go your separate ways. When the two foreigners saw Jonghang rushing out from Jiajia's back, their faces were filled with shock. They hesitated for a moment, then saw the male foreigner rush towards Jonghang. His fists were powerful, and it was obvious that he had been training all this time, and his fist technique was very efficient. With traces of military training, it was not a problem for him to deal with 2 or 3 ordinary people. Unfortunately, his opponent this time was Jonghang. The female foreigner was still aiming her gun at Jia, but she did not expect her companion to suddenly fall to the ground. This shocked her greatly. No one knew her companion's background better than her. Miles had served in the military for 4 years, and his results were excellent. After he retired, he went to the organization training very hard, and he spent most of his time in the gym. In the end, he was defeated in 1 move. To the female foreigner, this was simply unbelievable. However, she quickly thought of something. Her expression changed, and she decisively turned the gun toward Jonghang. However, before she could pull the trigger again, the pistol disappeared from her hand. The female foreigner did not try to be brave. She had already realized that the difference in combat power between the two sides was too great. After losing her weapon, she did not want to chase after him. She immediately retreated, but Jonghang was clearly 1 step slower than her. After activating, his speed instantly surpassed hers. Jonghang used the butt of his gun to hit the back of the female foreigner's head, stunning her. In less than 2 seconds, the male and female foreigners were already lying on the ground. Jonghang said to Miss Succubus, who was still in a daze, "Drag her into the room." Oh. Jia finally reacted. 1 for each of them, Jonghang dragged the 2 foreigners into the room. As an old monster who had lived for more than 1,000 years, Miss Succubus was not a fool. She was just having a hard time accepting it. When she returned to the room, her emotions had also calmed down, but the expression on her face was still a little surprised. "These people are here for me?" "Yes." Jonghang nodded. "They killed you as soon as they saw you, and they obviously didn't take me into consideration." This means that their target is you and not me. Have you made any enemies recently? I'm just a succubus. Who can I make enemies with? Giorgio shrugged. Every customer of mine praises me endlessly. I've satisfied their deepest desires. After I'm done, they all want to give me 5-star reviews. Of course, their wives might not think so. I've heard that some people have lost interest in their wives after receiving my services, and they even divorced after a short while. But can you blame me? They're the ones who have become too old to hold on to their husbands' hearts. All mortals age. No one can remain beautiful forever. This is the meaning of marriage. It provides some kind of certainty in the fickle affairs of the world, Jong-hung said after a pause. These people are not here to catch an adulterer. They have received strict training and are likely to come from some organization. By the way, do you really have no impression of them at all? For example, updates by VIP novel. Com. For example, when did you accidentally drain the boss of some organization? In the past 200 years, I've rarely done something like this. Miss Succubus rolled her eyes. Unless they're avenging their great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. Up to you. Jong-hung picked up his travel bag again. I'm just giving you a reminder. This is your business, not mine. I suggest that from now on, we go our separate ways. Separate ways? But they still have their people down there. Giorgio was startled. I know, but they're here for you. Don't you have any gentlemanly manners at all? To think that we're old acquaintances. I saw you make your move just now. With your skills, it shouldn't be too difficult to take down the remaining 2 people. It's not difficult, but like I said, they might have some organization behind them. I've had enough trouble, and I don't want to get into any more. As for gentlemanly manners, I've already saved you once, so there's no need to thank me. Jong-hung picked up his bag again. You're a succubus that has lived for more than 1,000 years. Even without me, dealing with 2 ordinary people shouldn't be a problem, right? It's not polite to keep emphasizing a lady's age. I'm a succubus, not a warrior. When have you ever seen us fight in a fairy tale? All of our skill points are focused on seduction, and it only works on men. Didn't you see that I couldn't do anything other than stand there and get shot by that woman just now? Also, Giorgio hesitated for a moment. Still, she continued, that man is no ordinary person. I don't know if it's a coincidence or if they're really prepared. Did you see the sunglasses on his face? Is there anything wrong with those sunglasses? I checked them just now. They're just ordinary sunglasses. There's nothing wrong with the sunglasses. The problem is me. Giorgio sighed. Succubi need to look into the target's eyes when they activate the seduction skill. Moreover, there can't be any obstructions between them. This is a secret that very few people know. He just used a pair of sunglasses to break through your hidden seduction skill. I'm worried that they came prepared. A rare look of worry appeared on Giorgio's face. How about this? I'll pay you to be my bodyguard. As long as you help me get rid of them, I'll pay you. 500 points. Are all succubi as rich as you? Jong-hung stopped in his tracks. Not all of them, but most of them aren't. Unfortunately, due to my lack of points, these points aren't of much use to me. Jong-hung continued to walk out the door. However, at that moment, his gaze swept across the 2 foreigners on the floor and paused. Who? What's wrong with them? Why are they sleeping so badly? Giorgio followed Jong-hung's gaze and saw the saliva dripping from their mouths. In such a short period of time, a large piece of carpet had already been soaked. I've seen this before. Jong-hung remembered the sales manager sitting next to him on the train home for winter break. He was also like this after he fell asleep. He reached out to push the female foreigner, looked into her eyes, and said to Giorgio, "Bring a basin of water." At that moment, Miss Succubus was still hoping for Jong-hung to protect her. She couldn't wait for a certain someone to stay longer. Hearing that, she obediently went to the bathroom to fetch the water. Jonghang didn't show any mercy and directly poured the basin of water on the female foreigner's face. However, the female foreigner didn't react at all. What's the situation? Jia also noticed the abnormality. It's the effect of the B-grade item, Dream of Death, Jonghang said in a deep voice. Chapter 1303. What suggestions do you have? Death Dream. I also heard about what happened at the auction. It was a prop of the god of sleep, Sophocles. Later, Loki's agent cheated it out of the hands of the 3 major guilds, and then it fell into the hands of Seth. He seemed to have produced many replicas at one point, causing panic among the people. As a succubus that had lived for more than 1,000 years, Jia was not completely useless in fights. At least she was well informed, otherwise, the succubi wouldn't have gathered together to discuss whether or not they should withdraw from the beach pants game point first. Jonghang didn't say anything after hearing her words. He just lowered his head and thought about something. Did they offend someone? Miss Succubus asked. Otherwise, why would they be cursed by Hyperion? I don't think so, Jonghang said. This is more like a safety net for them, to ensure that when their operation fails and falls into the hands of others, they won't be interrogated or exposed. It seems like this group of people really doesn't want anyone to know about their background. So stubborn. Miss Succubus was startled. Don't scare me. What kind of powerful person is targeting me? This doesn't make sense. I'm just a small fry, and my existence won't affect anyone. As she said this, she seemed to have thought of something, and her voice stopped once more. This time, it was Jonghang's turn to ask, what is it? You've noticed the abnormal state of the game point, right? Recently, something bad has happened. You players should have heard about it. I heard that Thor killed a new god, and then a Valkyrie died at Copenhagen International Airport, Jonghang said. This is the information that you players can get. The real situation is much more serious. Jia's expression turned serious. These 2 gods are not the only ones who have died. This week, more than 10 gods have been killed, and most of them are gods like me, who are not very strong and do not compete with the rest of the world. Among them, there are both new and old gods. This is why everyone is worried about their safety. What about the organizing committee? Didn't they do anything? The organizing committee has been working, but most of their efforts have been focused on suppressing the situation and eliminating the effects. Just trying to avoid the ordinary society noticing the abnormalities has already caused them a lot of trouble. After all, many times, the situation at the scene is really hard to explain scientifically. Thor was actually quite good at that time. He just let a dark cloud cover a small neighborhood, and then he let the lightning in the dark cloud strike randomly. The 2 ordinary organizing committee members who died were also made to look like they died from an accident. However, what happened in Handan after that was even more exaggerated. More than 100 people witnessed Alios driving his carriage in the sky. After that, the organizing committee spent a lot of effort to make them think that they were hallucinating because of the heat stroke. Updates by VIP Novel. Jia's expression was very bad. But to be honest, until 5 minutes ago, I didn't think that my luck would be so bad that I would become the next target. Do you want my advice? Jonghang asked. What do you suggest? Throw away your phone. My phone. Miss Succubus was stunned, but she quickly thought of another name. Do you think the people who targeted me have something to do with the missing phone god? Yes, if I'm not mistaken, they probably found this place by locating your phone. This explains why they walked so slowly upstairs, because the location of the phone is not that accurate. They know that you are in this building, and they are far away from your sisters. This is a great opportunity for them to make a move, but they can only approach you bit by bit. The reason they chose the room we were originally in was because that room was the only room nearby where there was light coming through the crack in the door. Jia was reminded of something and said, when we saw them, the woman was holding a phone in her hand, Miss Succubus said. She quickly took out her new apple from her pocket and threw it out the window. After that, she said worriedly, but those people already know we're here. It's been a long time since anyone came up, so they should have already left. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed their two companions to be killed by the dream of death, Jong-hung said as he walked into the room opposite the door. He stood at the window and looked down. As expected, the black business car that had been parked below had already left. I thought that they would try to save their companions. I didn't expect them to treat their own people so coldly. No one continued to deal with her. Not only was Miss Succubus not happy, the worry on her face became even more serious. This was because this group of people was even more ferocious than she had imagined. Moreover, they were well disciplined and would immediately retreat if they missed. They didn't even care about her companions. If she was targeted by this group of people, she would probably never be able to sleep peacefully again. Jia couldn't care less about other things at this time. She gritted her teeth and said, "You said that you lack a large sum of points, so how much is a large sum? As long as you promise to protect my safety, I can think of a way to help you gather the points you want." Jong-hung shook his head. "I said that the amount of points I want is too large. I don't think you and your sisters will be able to come up with it. Furthermore, I already have a way to solve it." Just as Miss Succubus was feeling disappointed, someone added, "But I can agree to be your bodyguard. I just need to change the reward." "What kind of reward do you want?" "I'll decide where to go next. I need you to stay by my side and provide me with the information I need." Jong-hung changed his mind. Although he didn't care about Miss Succubus's points, the latter's other ability was exactly what he needed. "You want me to provide you with information?" Giorgio's expression turned strange. A succubus was indeed a weakling, especially when it came to dealing with people of the same sex. However, no matter what, she was still a supernatural creature, and she had lived for more than 1,000 years. She definitely knew more about the gods than the players. Furthermore, if they weren't bragging before, they had their own sources of information, and they were very well informed. At least, they knew more than an ordinary receptionist like the beach pants. More importantly, it was precisely because the succubus was a noob that Jong-hung dared to bring her around. "That's all you want?" Miss Succubus didn't seem to believe her ears. "I don't want much. Following me isn't something to be worried about. Like I said, I'm in a lot of trouble too." However, compared to the threat that was right in front of her, Miss Succubus clearly did not take Jong-hung's warning to heart. She bit her finger and drew a lip-like pattern on her palm. Then, she reached out her hand. "Deal. We'll use the succubus oath as evidence." Chapter 1304. ISIS. After Jong-hung and Miss Succubus signed the oath, they first contacted the beach pants man at the game point and spent 20 points to ask him to help them deal with the aftermath. Although the man and woman hadn't died yet, based on the instant death characteristic of the dream of death, they should have no chance of surviving. In fact, their time of death was even shorter than Jong-hung had expected. The process from drooling to losing their breath took less than 20 minutes. This also confirmed Jong-hung's previous speculation. In order to prevent their identities from being discovered, the group of foreigners committed suicide after failing the mission. By the time the beach pants uncle drove the refrigerated car to the hotel, the two foreigners had already become corpses. Jong-hung used a rope to pull the corpses down from the stairs. After the man in the beach shorts was done, he waited for a while before going downstairs with Miss Succubus to check out. After that, the two of them sat in Jong-hung's polo. Miss Succubus finally found an opportunity to ask seriously, "You said you wanted me to provide you with information." "What kind of information?" "A friend of mine has a very rare disease. I want to know if there's a god or a prop that can cure her," Jong-hung said. He didn't immediately ask about the owner of the city under ice. Instead, he decided to use Fan Mainan's matter to test his new friend's abilities. "You're looking for someone to treat your illness?" Miss Succubus asked. "Oh, I remember now. Not long ago, you posted on the players' forums, right? You also put up an astronomical reward for points, which caused many players to pay attention to this kind of news. Unfortunately, your luck isn't very good." "Why not?" "Along with the development of human technology, the number of people who went to look for gods instead of going to hospitals after falling ill has decreased. As a result, the strength of the gods with divine titles has been weakening. Moreover, about 3 months ago, most of them disappeared. Disappeared? Yes. I heard that a big shot was injured in an accident. They were summoned to help with the treatment. In order to protect that big shot's safety, the treatment location is kept secret. I'm sorry, even I can't find out. However, as far as I know, some of them didn't go. Who? Isis, Miss Succubus said softly. One of the 9 pillars of Egypt, the eldest daughter of the god of earth, Gab, and the goddess of the sky, Nwot, the goddess of life, magic, marriage, and fertility, Isis. Jong-hung quickly found the corresponding information from the mythology books he had read. Updates by VIP novel. Com. That's right, it's her. Do you know where she is? It's not easy to find her current residence, but who asked you to find me to be your companion? I happen to know the address of her new home, Miss Succubus said. But are you sure you want to beg her? Why, is there a problem? Isis is not an easy target. Although many people call her a great mother and a loyal wife, her name originally meant the throne. This woman's desire for power is engraved in her bones. Besides the titles you mentioned above, she also has a title that is more intelligent than tens of thousands of gods. Yes, I've heard of the story of her and the father of the gods, God Ra. Isis was Seth's sister. In the story related to Seth, she was a pitiful goddess whose husband had been killed by Seth. She tried every means to collect her husband's body and went through all kinds of hardships to resurrect her husband. After that, she painstakingly raised her son and avoided Seth's pursuit. Finally, when her son Horus grew up, she successfully took revenge on Seth and helped her son regain the throne. However, in another story, Isis had always coveted the divine power of the father of the gods, Ra. Although Ra had once helped to resurrect her husband, after Isis returned to the divine kingdom from the mortal world, she immediately began to collect the saliva of Ra and mixed it with soil to create a poisonous snake. She placed it on the path that Ra had to pass on her daily patrol. Ra was attacked by the poisonous snake and was poisoned. She could only turn to Isis for help. Isis used this to force Ra to reveal her real name. After absorbing Ra's powerful divine power, she became the most powerful and important god in the Egyptian temple. At her peak, her temple spread throughout Egypt. The pharaohs all saw her as their mother. There was a view that the image of the Virgin Mary in the Bible was also influenced by Isis. In general, Isis was a powerful, cunning, patient, loyal, and cold goddess. Whether she was loyal or cold depended on whether you were her friend or enemy. If possible, Jong-hung did not want to provoke Isis. Compared to Isis, he actually preferred the Greek goddess of healing, Iatha, or the archangel, Raphael, who was in charge of wisdom, courage, healing, and hope. These two people should be easier to deal with than Isis. However, according to Miss Succubus, he did not have much of a choice at the moment because Isis was the only one free. However, to be cautious, Jong-hung asked, "Where are the props? You've been offering a bounty for so long, have you received any suitable props?" Miss Succubus asked, "I do know of one." No, 2 items might have the ability to do so. If you're willing to wait a little longer, you might be able to receive them from the players. My friend might not be able to wait that long. I don't want to drag this on any longer. Let's go find Isis. Jong-hung had already made his decision. After returning to China, he had contacted Fan Mainan. The latter had changed her name and hospital after being found by Beta. Her current condition was stable, however, the doctor wasn't sure how much time she had left. On the other hand, Jong-hung didn't know when his identity would be completely exposed. By then, even if he found Isis, it would be impossible for him to ask for her help. "Do you know where she lives?" "Take me to her," Jong-hung said. "No problem." "What a coincidence. One of her properties is around here." "You can drive there," Miss Succubus said. "I went there to visit her about a month ago. Although not many people know her name in this land, she's doing quite well. She's much better than us hard-working people. However, at most, I'll just help you introduce her. I don't have the face to ask her to help you." If you want to save your friend, you'll have to think of a way yourself. 3.5 hours later, Jongheng drove the car to a nearby mountain. There was a large area of forest there, and the air quality was very good. It was known as the Natural Oxygen Bar, and it was one of the popular places for citizens to visit during the weekend. Jongheng drove along the newly built mountain road until he reached the mountainside. There was a small road to the left, and after another 5 minutes on the small road, he would reach his destination. Chapter 1305. Buildings in the Mountains. Looking from the outside, the buildings in the mountains didn't have any signs or signs. They looked rather mysterious, and it was difficult to know what was inside. However, Jongheng noticed that there were quite a few luxury cars parked in the parking lot outside the door. They were mainly Mercedes-Benz, Audi, and Porsche. Jongheng parked his Polo next to a white speckled Macan and got down from it. Miss Succubus followed closely behind and stretched her back. "Don't you ever rest? Why did you have to come all the way here so late at night?" "I couldn't sleep because of that. An irregular schedule is the natural enemy of beautiful women." "But don't you always work at night?" Jongheng closed the car door. "It's not as troublesome as you think. For normal customers, after we collect the money, we'll just send them a custom-made sex dream." Miss Succubus yawned. "Of course, they won't know. As for us, we can do whatever we want. I'm used to using this time to catch up on my sleep. Isn't this a fake service? You won't be complained about. One of the benefits of being in this line of work is that you're not subject to regulation." As they spoke, the two of them arrived at the building's entrance. Even though it was 5 o'clock in the morning, the lights in the hall were still on. After pressing the doorbell, an Egyptian woman wearing a tube-shaped dress that stretched from her chest to her ankles walked over. She was wearing a bracelet and jewelry. Jongheng gave Miss Succubus a look and asked if she was Isis. In the end, Miss Succubus shook her head. "Dear guests, may I know why you are here?" the Egyptian woman asked. Her Chinese didn't sound very good, but it was still understandable. "We are here to see Master Ronia, the owner of this place," Miss Succubus said. "Do you have an appointment?" "No." "Then I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to meet Master Ronia in the near future. Our position has always been very tight. Basically, it was snatched away as soon as we were released. Let me help you check." The Egyptian woman picked up the tablet in her hand without waiting for the two of them to answer. As she spoke, she began to move her fingers. "Yes, until September, no matter if it's a large class or small class, they will all be booked up. You can only snatch the spot for October. You can leave your name and contact details to me first. When it's time to make an appointment, I will tell you one day in advance." She paused for a moment, as if she was sizing up Jongheng and Jiajia's clothes to estimate their net worth. "Are you going to attend the class, or are you going to be one of your elders? If you're really in a hurry, you can try our VIP private class. If you buy this class, you'll be able to see Master Ronia within a week. Furthermore, it's a one-on-one class with Master Ronia. Of course, in terms of price, it's not cheap either. One class costs 100,000 yuan. "Thank you, but we're not here for class." Miss Succubus finally got her chance. "Please inform Master Lania that her new friend, Trista, is here to see her." "What about this one?" The Egyptian woman looked at Jongheng. "Oh, he's my bodyguard and temporary partner," Miss Succubus said with a grin. After the Egyptian woman returned upstairs, Jongheng asked Miss Succubus, "Trista, is that your real name? What's up with Master Ronia?" "Trista isn't my real name, and there's no such thing as a fake name for succubi. After all, we change our names every 100 to 200 years. Trista is a name I used 200 years ago, so it doesn't mean much. As for Master Ronia, isn't it forbidden to preach on this land? A lot of people suffered a lot when they first came here. The authorities will investigate, family members will report it, and there's also the ghost-like neighborhood committee auntie who watches them 24/7. Therefore, in order to make things easier, many gods had to give themselves another name." Lady Succubus explained, "As you can see, Isis has opened a health club here. She seems to have 3 other clubs like this, distributed in other provinces, and has almost become a chain. This woman is really business-minded. She knows what all the rich people want now. Find a place with a good environment, mix yoga, Pilates, and psychotherapy together, add Egyptian elements, and mysteriously package yourself into a master. Soon, someone will come and give you money. In addition, she is the goddess of life after all, and she does have some real talent. This makes her club even more popular. It is said that someone specially chartered a plane from a very far place to come to class. You also heard the offer from the woman just now. A one-on-one VIP class costs 100,000 yuan per class. Take note, it is one class. In other words, if you stay with her for 45 minutes, you will have to spend 100,000 yuan. The speed of earning money is comparable to robbery. Jiao suddenly shut her mouth because the Egyptian woman from before had returned. This time, the expression on her face had become even more respectful. She didn't say anything more about Master Ronia and said directly, "So it's Master Isis' friend." Master Isis has just woken up and is still in the shower. She asked me to bring the 2 of you to the reception room first. The Egyptian woman then led Zhonghang and Miss Succubus to a room on the 4th floor. When the 3 of them came up from below, they passed by some dormitories. When they saw some students who were attending classes there, Zhonghang casually asked, and he realized that even the cheapest large class, a class cost 500 yuan, and there were at least 3 classes in a day. In other words, it cost 1,500 yuan, which was 45,000 yuan a month, not counting the cost of accommodation and meals. From what Zhonghang could see, the common students' lounge was no different from a stable. Most of the beds were only covered with hay and a pillow, but everyone slept soundly. From their sleeping expressions, it looked like they were sleeping on a big velvet bed. When Miss Succubus saw this, the corners of her eyes twitched. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but when she remembered that they were in their territory, she swallowed her words. The 2 of them were led into the reception room by the Egyptian woman. Thankfully, there weren't only wooden stools and hay here anymore. Unlike the students' living quarters below, the reception room was decorated very luxuriously. The floor was covered with Persian carpets, next to the wall was a first-class sofa for shivers. Other than that, there was also a small bar counter. On top of it were famous wines, snacks, and fruits. "Please help yourself." The Egyptian woman bowed and left. Zhonghang glanced at the bronze statue on his left. It was a woman wearing a throne crown. She was holding a baby in her arms and feeding it. Chapter 1306. The Bronze Statue and the Mural. Isis, in her arms, is her son Horus. Miss Succubus took some blueberries and tomatoes from the bar counter and sat down on the Shiva's sofa. This image is quite famous. It can be seen in many museums and ancient books. Zhonghang nodded and his gaze shifted to the wall behind the bronze statue. There was a mural, and the woman on it was probably Isis. However, she had changed her appearance here. She was half kneeling on the ground with her arms wide open, and behind her were a pair of colorful feathered wings. Behind her stood an owl, a vulture, and a bird that looked like a quail. Zhonghang stared at the mural for a while, and he felt the owl suddenly blink. However, when he looked over again, he saw that the owl had returned to its original posture. It was as if nothing had happened. Zhonghang turned to look at Miss Succubus and realized that she was busy dealing with the plate of blueberries and small tomatoes. Obviously, she had not noticed what had just happened, so Zhonghang did not ask her. The 2 of them waited in the lounge for about 20 minutes. The Egyptian woman who had brought them here earlier returned and said to Miss Succubus on the sofa, "Sir Isis has finished bathing. Please go to her bedroom." "Sure." The succubus placed the remaining half of the plate of tomatoes aside and clapped her hands. She stood up from the sofa and walked out of the room. Zhonghang followed behind her silently. However, the Egyptian woman reached out to stop him. "Oh, I'm sorry. So Isis only asked for Miss Trista to come over. Please wait here for a moment." "But I'm the one who really wants to see her," Zhonghang said. Although the Egyptian woman looked apologetic, she was quite insistent on this matter. She still did not retract her arm. It's okay. This is a special time, after all. It's understandable to be cautious. I'll go see her first and introduce you to her. After that, I'll let her discuss the details with you in detail, the succubus assured as she patted her chest. Woman. Jonghang didn't move after hearing that. The Egyptian woman seemed to heave a sigh of relief. She even bowed to Jonghang before leaving with the succubus. After that, the door closed in front of Jonghang. The moment the door closed, Jonghang heard an undetectable creak behind him. He turned around and looked around the room before finally stopping at the bronze statue. Updates by VIP Novel. A normal person might not be able to see anything, but with Jonghang's observational skills, he realized that the neck of the statue was about 3 to 4 degrees away from the east. If he wasn't mistaken, the squeak came from here. Jonghang walked up to the statue. Just as he was checking to see if there was any mechanism on the statue, the owl in the mural behind him blinked again. The woman in the middle of the mural started to move as well. One of her slender legs poked out from the mural and stepped on the Persian carpet, followed by her calves, abdomen, chest, arms, and wings. She walked out of the mural like that. No, that might not be accurate, because there were still some things left on the mural. For example, the clothes on her body. She walked behind Jonghang quietly, like a Persian cat. Jonghang, who had his attention on the bronze statue, did not seem to notice what was happening behind him. However, just as the winged woman moved to get closer to Jonghang, a knife suddenly appeared in front of her throat. Moving forward is not a wise choice, Jonghang said calmly. The number 1 player really lives up to his reputation, the winged woman said with interest rather than anger when someone pointed a knife at her throat. Jonghang turned around after she said that, but he immediately turned his head away after taking a glance at her. Don't worry, my husband is not here. Of course, the master of the underworld should stay in the underworld, the winged woman said. I've seen the story of you and your husband, and I thought you two had a good relationship. We do have a good relationship. You should know that not all women are willing to spend effort to pick up their husband's body piece by piece, let alone find a way to resurrect him. But the problem is that we've been together for too long. If you get married and stay with your partner for more than 1,000 years, you will also feel tired, said the woman with wings. The wings on her back turned into a bathrobe that draped over her body. However, the bathrobe was too loose. Basically, as long as she made any movement, the scene inside could be seen clearly. However, since the other party did not care, Jonghang turned his gaze back. ISIS? Really, in the face of God, at least add a honorific or something. Isis clapped her hands, and the owl in the painting turned to fly away. After a while, it flew back with a hairdryer in its mouth. It landed on Isis' shoulder. If you're here, then who is the person Trista is going to meet? Jonghang asked. Not only am I the goddess of life, but I'm also the goddess of magic. Even though I'm not as strong as I used to be, I can still trick a little succubus with an illusion. Isis turned on the hairdryer and blew on her wet hair. I heard you say to my maid that you want my help. That's right, I have a friend who has a rare. Jonghang was interrupted by Isis. I don't care about your friend. Since you're here to beg me for help, you should at least show some form of begging. What form? Jonghang raised an eyebrow. Then start by addressing me as Lord Isis. Isis's eyes darted around. Jonghang did not mind the small change in address. Hearing this, he followed the other party's request respectfully. Lord Isis, I have a friend who has contracted a rare disease that cannot be cured with modern technology. You are the goddess of life in Egyptian mythology, and you possess powerful magic. Not only did you cure the father of all gods, but you also brought your dismembered husband back from the dead. Therefore, I implore you to help my friend and save her from the threat of death. Isis was non-committal. I do have the power to cure disease, but why should I help your friend? Chapter 1307. A Ball of Fire. What can I do in exchange for your help? Jonghang asked. Nothing you can do will help, Isis said. Unfortunately, you don't have what I need. I don't know what that little succubus told you. If it were in Egypt 2,000 years ago, Helping you would have been a piece of cake for me. But now, I have to pay a lot for a treatment like this. In addition, it will affect my health club's income. Do you know how much my daily income is now? If it's money, I can help you make up for it, Jong-hung said. In any case, the financing for the health tea had already begun. Its nature was similar to the health club of ISIS. However, under Han Lu's control, the ability to attract money was something that even the health club of ISIS could not catch up to. Compared to before, it was nothing more than transferring a portion of the money used to exchange for points directly to ISIS. But ISIS shook his head. Money is indeed a good thing. In today's society, no matter what you do, you can't do without money. Otherwise, I wouldn't have opened a health club. However, I've already said that this isn't just a matter of money. Treating your friend will consume my divine power. You should have heard about the current situation. The relationship between the new and old gods is unprecedentedly tense. War is on the verge of breaking out. At a time like this, everyone is thinking of ways to improve their own strength. Why would anyone be willing to allocate divine power to save an unrelated mortal? Let alone me. If you look for other gods who have the ability to save your friend, they won't help either. There's an old saying in China, no matter how good money is, you still have to be alive to spend it, right? Just tell me what you want from me. The price reduction is just a waste of our time. Jong-hung did not show any signs of panic or disappointment. If it's really as you said, you won't do anything to stop me, then you don't have to come to see me, let alone have your maid send Trista away. Hasn't anyone told you that people who are too smart will lose a lot of joy in life? Isis said. She walked around Jong-hung, and her fingers slid across his chest. TSK, so you're the white knight that was killed with this body? Even though your muscles are well trained, it doesn't feel as explosive as you think. Do you know what the other gods call you? What do they call you? They call you the God Slayer. This is the highest evaluation a mortal can get. To kill a god with a human body and to be one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, this is a miracle of the new era. In addition, there are rumors that Loki's disappearance has something to do with you. You really are a restless man. Loki's disappearance has nothing to do with me, Jong-hung denied without hesitation. He had been in enough trouble recently, so there was no reason for him to attract the attention of the Nordic gods. Relax, I'm not here to hold you accountable. I just want to see for myself if you're the person I'm looking for. After all, even I would be troubled if I entrusted you to someone else, Isis said. Who do you want me to help you kill? Jong-hung frowned. You're so smart, so you should have guessed his name already, right? Isis retracted her hand and the joking look on her face. Seth. Jong-hung spat out a name. You want me to help you kill the god of chaos, Seth? I can't help it. As a younger brother, I can't help it. Back then, he killed my husband for the sake of the throne. He cut him into pieces and scattered them all over the place. Then, he sent people to hunt us down. He wanted to get rid of us, but it really hurt my heart. Updates by VIP Novel. Com. But didn't you help your son to kill him after that? That's the problem, Isis said. Do you think I really like to hide in the mountains and open health clubs? I even have to be careful when recruiting believers. I'm afraid that my tracks will be exposed and that guy will find me. Besides, it's just me. My son Horus, he took back the throne from Seth and became a mortal enemy of Seth. Based on my understanding of Seth, he would never give up the idea of revenge. So, every day he wandered outside, my son and I would be in danger for another day. Not to mention that he's been very active recently. He's also changed from his usual style of doing things as he pleases and has learned how to plan and set up. He's been behind the recent conflicts between the new gods and the old gods. He lit a huge fire, and now there's only one question left: where does he intend to burn this huge fire? Isis said. I don't want to wait passively for the answer to be announced. When the fire really reaches my son and me, it will be too late. Rather than sit here and wait for death, I might as well take the initiative to attack. You help me kill Seth and remove my greatest threat. Naturally, I will no longer be stingy with my divine power. I will help heal your friend. How about it? This is a fair deal, right? Before Jong-hun could answer, Isis added, "Don't worry, Seth is not as strong as he used to be. In terms of strength, he is at most a second or third-rate fighter. He is nothing compared to the White Horse Knight that you killed. Since you can kill the White Horse Knight, you should be able to kill him as well. I will not let you go to your death. Otherwise, if your mission fails, the person behind you will also be exposed." However, Jong-hun did not agree immediately. Instead, he said, "I heard that Seta has already surrendered to the organizing committee. Since he is already under the control of the organizing committee, why do you need to waste your time? The information you received is outdated. About 2 hours ago, Thor rushed into the place where Seta was imprisoned and rescued him." Thor rescued Seth. Jong-hun was surprised as well. From what he remembered, the two didn't seem to have any kind of relationship. The organizing committee couldn't figure it out either, but according to the surveillance footage and the report from the 2 new gods on duty that night, Thor did save Seth. This incident has thoroughly angered the new gods, and they've given the old gods an ultimatum. If the old gods are unable to hand over Thor and Seth within 3 days, then war will be waiting for both sides. I'm just a mortal. If the new gods can't find Thor and Seth, what makes you think I can? Jong-hun asked. Because you have my help. Don't forget that I'm Seth's sister and the goddess of magic in Egyptian mythology. Isis smiled slyly. Chapter 1308. The Magic Circle. Even if I manage to find Seth with your help, according to the information you just provided, doesn't Thor still have him? Jong-hun asked. That's why I'm looking for you, Isis said. I believe that if it were you, you would be able to find a solution, right? Jong-hun didn't answer immediately. Isis blinked. I know what you're thinking. Taking me down is easier than dealing with Seth and Thor at the same time, right? Unfortunately, I asked my mate to send that little succubus away, not because I didn't want her to hear our conversation. I'm not that close to her, Jong-hun said lightly. Then are you familiar with Lalai's master? Isis said as she placed the hair dryer in her hand on the bar counter and picked up a bunch of grapes. As she said this, the meeting room fell into a strange silence. A moment later, Jong-hun looked at Isis' dark blue eyes that were as deep as the ocean and asked in a deep voice, "What do you know?" I only know what I should know, Isis said. You read my stories, so you must have heard what the world said about me. In some of the stories, they described me as a greedy woman who would do anything to obtain power. But you must know that before that, my husband was killed by my brother. I took my son to escape into the wilderness and almost lost my life. It was at that time that I realized the importance of power. What do you want to say? I want to say, Isis used 2 fingers to pinch the grape and put it into her mouth. I'm not as greedy as you think. I'm no different from other women. All I want is a sense of security. You helped me kill Seth, so I don't care what you do. In return, I'll cure your friend. When this is over, I'll forget everything that has to do with you. You don't have to worry about me asking you for anything else. It sounds like you didn't leave me much of a choice, Jong-hun said. I'm not threatening you. Whether it's the little succubus or your background, it's just a way for me to protect myself. No matter how glorious my past is, I'm only the boss of a health club with very little godly power left. If you don't agree with my suggestion, you can just leave this place. I'll release Trista, and I'll keep your secret as well. After all, I'm looking for someone to help me remove the threat, not to create another enemy. Isis shrugged. Updates by VIP Novel. Jong-hun thought about it for about half a minute before saying, "Heal my friend first, and then I'll help you kill Seth." Upon hearing that, a troubled look appeared on Isis' face. It's not that I don't think you can do it, but the situation on my side is obviously more urgent. Right now, both the old and new gods are looking for Seth and Thor. I do have a way to locate Seth, but I'm worried that if I'm too late, he'll fall into the hands of others. That's what I need to consider, Jong-hun said. As long as you cure my friend, no matter where Seth is, I'll help you solve this problem. This time, it was Isis' turn to think. Her fingers tapped on the table of the bar, and after a moment, she compromised. I need to make a contract with you first to ensure that you can complete my request after I complete yours. Also, where is your friend now? She's not in this city, but a round trip by plane will take 4 to 5 hours, Jong-hung said. The plane is too slow. Use my magic teleportation circle, Isis said. 20 minutes later, Isis changed into her usual clothes and carried a small suitcase to the first floor of the health club. Jong-hung had already been brought here by Isis's Egyptian maid. Other than that, there was also Miss Succubus. The latter didn't seem very satisfied with Jong-hung's decision to temporarily place her in the health club. Since you and Isis have left, what's the point of me staying here alone? Don't forget that you have the succubus oath on you. If I die, you won't be happy either. Isis smiled when she heard that. Don't worry, my health club has a magic array set up. If enemies come, it will activate automatically. In addition, I've also dug a secret passage. If it really doesn't work, my maid will take you out through the secret passage. Hearing this, Miss Succubus reluctantly agreed to Jong-hung's arrangement. However, before Isis left, she warned her, "You're my honored guest here. In principle, other than a few rooms that I've locked with magic, you can go anywhere you want. No one will stop you from doing whatever you want. But let me be clear. I still need to use the image of a master that I've worked so hard to create to make money, so it's best if you don't make a move on the customers here." The succubus looked innocent. "I won't try to seduce those golden roosters of yours on purpose, but if they beg me to suck them up, I can't help it. Perhaps I should turn you into a frog before I leave," Isis said lightly. "Fine, I'll stay in your bedroom, watch TV, and eat some snacks," the succubus said obediently. Then she turned to Jong-hung, "You better come back soon, or else I'll be the one being punished by the oath." "What the hell? Why did I swear to stay by your side?" "Don't worry, I'll be back soon. There's something else I need to ask you." After Jong-hung finished speaking, Isis pushed open the stone door in front of them and led Jong-hung inside. Underground, a complicated-looking magic circle was drawn with blood-colored paint. Isis' maid stood beside the magic circle. She had already prepared the materials needed to activate the magic circle according to Isis' arrangements. Isis gestured for Jong-hung to stand with her at the center of the magic circle, where the stargate was carved. After the two of them stood still, she nodded at her maid. "Let's begin." The latter poured down the grease in her hand. When the grease fell to the ground, a miraculous scene appeared. It immediately mixed with the blood-like paint and slowly flowed along the marks on the ground. It was as if there was some kind of power pulling them. Isis took off the anchor on her neck and stuck it at her feet. At the same time, she quickly chanted a series of spells. The spell was very long, and Isis chanted it for almost 5 minutes. After she finished chanting the fuel and grease, they all burned up and turned into a raging fire in an extremely short time, swallowing the two people in the magic circle without hesitation. Chapter 1309. The Healing Ritual. Jong-hung instinctively jumped out of the magic circle the moment he was burned by the flame. However, at the same time, Isis' voice sounded in his ears. "Don't." After a pause, Isis added, "This is a magic flame. It won't harm our bodies. As long as we relax, the teleportation circle will naturally lead us to our destination." Jong-hung reached out to touch the flame in front of him. Sure enough, there were no signs of burns on his skin. In fact, his palm went straight through the flame. Therefore, Jong-hung followed Isis' instructions and relaxed his mind. The next moment, a familiar feeling of dizziness rushed into his head, and Jong-hung closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a parking lot with Isis. Isis looked at the hospital building on the left and shook her head. "It's been a long time since I last used it. I can't believe I missed it by more than 500 meters. On the other side, Jong-hung said, "You designed the teleportation before the game started." "You discovered it?" "That's right. I was also involved in the development of your game." Not just me, almost all the gods were involved in the development and were responsible for a certain part of it. This is also the reason why this game is so fascinating and incredible. The part about time is the responsibility of Kronos behind you. The Isis seemed to have thought of something, however, he suddenly shut his mouth. However, he was already a step too late. Jong-hung raised his eyebrows and asked, "You know Kronos?" The famous god of time, the highest god worshipped by the Orpheus cult, Kronos. Although we are not from the same god system, of course, I have heard of his name. Furthermore, we met once about 600 years ago, but I am not that familiar with him. Jong-hung did not ask any further questions. He took the suitcase from Isis and the two of them walked toward the hospital building. Fan Mainan had a rare disease that few people in the world had, so there were not many doctors who had the ability to help her control the progression of her disease. In addition, she also needed the appropriate treatment equipment, so her choices were limited. After leaving the previous hospital, she transferred here and changed her name and identity. Fan Mainan knew that if someone really knew about her condition, it would be normal for them to come looking for her. But thankfully, Loki had already been killed by Jong-hung, and technically, she wasn't a player. She was just an unregistered resident. Loki had thought of a way to bring her into the game, so the player information that had been leaked this time didn't include her. In fact, after the incident with Jermaine Gad, she felt like she had been forgotten by the world. No one had any designs on her, and other than Jong-hung, no one else had contacted her. Fan Mainan's main concern was to wait for death every day. Updates by VIP Novel. Com. Even though it had only been a month since they last met, her body had become even thinner. She was practically skin and bones. When Jong-hung saw her, she was sleeping on the bed, her body curled up into a ball, like a stray dog on the roadside. The back of her hand was covered with needle marks. Beside her pillow was a copy of Mickey Album's Tuesdays. This book was the author's recollection of his teacher's last philosophy lesson every Tuesday for the 14 weeks before his death. "Is she the friend you wanted me to help you save?" Isis asked. She and Jong-hung were standing outside Fan Mainan's ward, looking through the glass at Fan Mainan. "Yes," Jong-hung said. "Do you want to go in and say hello to her first?" "No need. You can just cure her yourself." "Why?" "If she knew that you were willing to take the risk to kill Seth to save her, she would be very grateful to you." "What is your relationship, a lover?" Isis asked curiously. "No, like I said, it's just a normal friend," Jong-hung said calmly. "You're willing to go this far just to be friends? Then I want to know if you still need friends." Isis seemed to be trying to read Jong-hung's eyes, but in the end, she had no choice but to give up. "Aren't you in a hurry? Why haven't you done anything yet? The sooner you're done, the sooner I can help you kill Seth. Yes, I can treat her illness. Although it will take some time, I need to prepare for the healing ceremony first. It will take about 20 minutes. Since you don't intend to go in, you can just stand guard outside the door. Don't worry, I won't wake her up. I should be able to finish the ceremony before dawn. She doesn't even know what happened, but her body is very weak now. Even if I cure her illness, she still needs to do her own rehabilitation training if she wants to return to a normal person's physical fitness. I'm not sure how long it will take. I've said everything I need to say. If there are no problems, let's make a contract." After saying that, Isis opened her suitcase and took out a piece of craft paper and a quill. She used the tip of the quill to pierce her skin and suck out some blood. Then, she wrote a few lines on the paper, then, she passed the paper and quill to Jong-hung. "After you see that there are no problems, you just need to sign your name on the bottom right corner. By the way, this contract of mine is more effective than the thing that little succubus signed with you. If I save your friend, but you fail to kill Seth as promised, your body will rapidly age and die within a month." Jong-hung didn't say anything. He took the contract and took a look at it. He imitated Isis and used a quill pen to absorb some of his blood. After signing the contract, he handed the leather paper and quill pen back to Isis. "Very good," Isis said with satisfaction after putting away the paper and pen. "It seems that we have reached an agreement. I'll help you save the patient now. Remember, you must guard the door for me during the ceremony. Even the nurses on duty are not allowed in. No problem. After receiving the answer, Isis cast a sleeping spell on Fan Mainan to ensure that he wouldn't wake up. Then, she walked in with her luggage. Through the glass window, Jong-hung saw Isis open the luggage. From inside, she took out a lotus scepter and her ankh. She placed the ankh necklace around Fan Mainan's neck, and then she took out an unknown creature's heart. It was about twice the size of a human heart. Isis placed the heart under Fan Mainan's bed. There was also a bag of grain and a tree branch under the bed. Jong-hung did not continue reading. He found a chair and sat down. Isis spent 2 hours inside. During that time, there was a strange green light that attracted the nurse behind the desk. Jong-hung had no choice but to let the nurse, who had been on duty for half the night, go to sleep to relax. 2 hours later, the door to the ward opened again, and the tired Isis walked out. The process is a little more complicated than I expected, but her body is fine now. Chapter 13:10. Compass and Syringe. You can go in now and give her a full body check to see if all the indicators have returned to normal. In addition, I also cured her rhinitis that she had since she was young. You can treat it as a complimentary service, Isis said as he threw the heart used for the ritual into the trash bin next to him. The heart was no longer as full as it used to be. It was now shriveled and rotten, as if it had lost all life. Jong-hung thanked her and entered the ward. He came to Fan Mainan's bedside. The latter was still in a deep sleep, but her breathing had become much more stable. Her pale face had regained some of its color. A few strands of hair fell from her forehead and stuck to the bridge of her small nose. They rose and fell with every breath she took. Jong-hung took out a stethoscope and listened to her heartbeat. He also took her blood pressure. Finally, he used the syringe from the nurse's station to draw a small tube of blood from Fan Mainan's arm. He planned to find a professional organization to do the test after separating from Isis. After doing all this, he stood up from the bed. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out to help Fan Mainan tidy up the strands of hair on her forehead. However, in the end, he pulled his hand back. The next moment, a voice came from behind him. Someone said that you've lost all your feelings, the goddess of life and magic said leisurely as she leaned against the door. Jong-hung was non-committal. This is a good thing for you. My chances of killing Seth have increased again. But I don't think so. Isis pointed at Fan Mainan on the bed. You keep saying that she's just a friend of yours, and it's rare to see her, but you're not even willing to touch her. Anyone would think that your heart is a little too cold, but... Isis paused. I know you're acting so cold because you don't want to implicate her. You know what's waiting for you in the future. You're thinking too much. Jong-hung remained unmoved and changed the topic. You fulfilled the part of the oath that belongs to you. Now, it's my turn to fulfill this part of mine. The sooner Seth dies, the sooner you can rest in peace. That's right, especially considering how much divine power I've just consumed. Speaking of serious matters, Isis's expression turned serious again. She took out a compass from her suitcase and handed it to Jong-hung. This is the magic compass I created. The core is the magic array at the bottom and a drop of my brother's blood in the center of the sapphire. After activating the magic array, this drop of blood will lead you to him. The direction the needle points to is his current hiding place. When the needle vibrates violently, you have to be extra careful because this means that you're already within a kilometer of him. After saying that, Isis showed Jong-hung how to use the compass. By turning the bottom of the compass, the magic circle can be activated or closed. Each activation can last for an hour. You can activate the magic circle 7 times in total. Also, you must remember that when you are within a kilometer of Seth, when you activate the magic circle, Seth will also sense your presence. Updates by Com. What do you mean? Jong-hung frowned. After all, this is his blood. I can't completely block out the connection between him and Seth, and it's precisely because of this connection that the compass works. So when I find Seth, he will also find me. That's right. And Thor will also know that I'm nearby. That can't be ruled out. Isis blinked. We still don't know what the relationship between Thor and Seth is, but according to the surveillance footage, even if they hook up now, they won't suddenly become close friends. Thor seems to be using Seth to do something for him. Unfortunately, a poisonous snake is always a poisonous snake. You should never expect it to be of any help. Jong-hung took the compass. What else do you know that I don't? Tell me. Both the old and new gods are currently searching for Thor and Seth. The new god is led by the god of science, Seth. His position in the new god camp is similar to Odin in Norse mythology or the god of Ra in Egyptian mythology. Strictly speaking, be it the god of the internet, the god of machinery, the god of mobile phones, or even the god of games, they are all just the children of Seth. He is also the oldest existence among the new gods. My advice to you is to avoid him as much as possible. I know you killed the White Knight, but if you face Seth head-on, you have no chance of winning. As for the old gods, Odin is temporarily the leader. However, whether in the past or the present, his power cannot be compared to Thor's. Therefore, he has sought the help of Zeus, the king of the gods. However, you don't have to worry too much. Regardless of whether it is Odin or Zeus, their identities are still there. They will not participate in the initial search. Only after the location of Seth and Thor is confirmed will the new gods and the old gods camp contact them. As long as you move fast enough, you will not meet them. And the magic compass I gave you is your advantage. Jong-hang asked, what about the organizing committee? The organizing committee is controlled by the god of gaming, Game. He is also the most powerful god in the world. Even though the god of science, Science, is more powerful than the god of science, there is a natural conflict between science and worship. His absorption and conversion of faith cannot be compared to the god of gaming. After all, the number of people who are addicted to science is far less than the number of people who are addicted to gaming. The organizing committee is a very special organization. The new god and the old god are among them. They operate according to the rules set by Game and everyone else. They are the foundation of the current order in the god realm. If Game gives the order, both the new god and the old god will give him face. But the strange thing is, even though the organizing committee has been working hard to solve the problem according to the rules since the incident, Game has remained silent. He has not made a sound, nor has he stepped forward to mediate the conflict between the new god and the old god. This is also one of the important reasons why the situation has developed to this point. I don't know if the organizing committee will send people or who they will send, Isis said, spreading his hands. Actually, quite a few of the old and new gods are hoping that Game will intervene. After all, not everyone likes war. However, if war really does break out, I'm afraid that no one will be able to stay out of it. After all, apart from lunatics like Seth, almost everyone has friends and family. Things like hatred will only grow deeper and deeper. Isis sighed. That's all I know. If there's any new news in the future, I'll inform you immediately. By the way, are you really not going to say goodbye to your ordinary friend? There's no need for that. I'll help you get rid of Seth. Jong-hung walked out of the room without looking at Fan Mainan. Chapter 13:11. Farewell. When Jong-hung left the hospital, it was 6 in the morning. The sun had just risen. After some thought, he found a public phone and called Han Lu. The latter had already woken up. It was the expansion period of the health tea, and Han Lu was like a machine when she entered her working state. The day was divided into different time periods, and each time period was fully arranged. She only needed 4 hours of sleep to regain her energy, and the time she had saved could be used to do many things. When Jong-hung called, Han Lu was exercising. After receiving the call, she continued to do yoga as she said, "That's perfect. I also want to talk to you about the company's development, but I can't get through to your phone. Our brand name is officially called Green Tea. Our main store is in Taiguli, and we have already opened 20 branches. They're in Shanghai, and we're in the process of building a store in Guangzhou. We don't have to worry about the capital anymore. Everyone is optimistic about this project. The main constraint to the expansion is the staff reserve. Although we're doing training, it takes a lot of time to train a new person, especially the store manager. So, I decided to directly poach people from Happy Tea and Pleasant Tea. We'll charge them 30% more than the market price. After all, we have plenty of money to burn. Hanlu paused for a moment, but there was no reply. Forget it, you don't care about such things. I'm helping you buy the points. It's almost 40,000, and the price is lower than we expected. In another 3 months, no, 2 months, I'll be able to help you get the amount you want. In fact, if you're not in a hurry, with these 200,000 points in hand, we can even try to manipulate the market and raise the exchange rate. Thank you, Sister Han, Zhongheng said. But there's a new change in my situation. The previous problem has been solved, so I don't need the 200,000 points anymore. On the other end of the line, Hanlu was stunned. Solved? So fast. Didn't you spend any money? Yes. Then what about Qing Cha? Hanlu hesitated for a moment before asking, what are your plans? Sister Han, if you and the other investors want to continue, you can continue. But from now on, I have nothing to do with Qing Cha. You don't have to buy points through Fulu anymore, Zhongheng said, just give me all the points you've earned so far. Don't contact me again in the future. So this choice is some kind of test? Hanlu asked. If I choose Qing Cha, will I lose you? No, my current situation is a little complicated. This method is the best choice for both of us, Zhongheng said. If anyone asks about you in the future, just say that the points are the cost of buying the leaf used to make tea from me. Although Hanlu was not a player, she was, after all, a top investor who had seen all kinds of ups and downs in the business world. From Zhongheng's last sentence, she could hear a lot of things. Have you been in some kind of trouble recently? Are you worried that you'll implicate me? But who knows about our relationship? Could it be that you're worried about the so-called Fulan organization? Updates by Com. Zhongheng's silence was equivalent to indirectly admitting Hanlu's guess. You told me before that you've dealt with them a few times and found that their credit is very good. That's right, their reputation is indeed very good, especially when it comes to protecting their customers' privacy. As far as I know, there's nothing better than them, Zhongheng said, but no matter who it is, no matter what organization, there's a limit to how much pressure they can withstand. If the pressure from the outside world exceeds their limits, they won't have any other choice but to hand over my information. However, I'm not worried about Fulu the most, Zhongheng said. In this world, there are other existences that cannot be evaluated through common sense. To be honest, I'm no exception to whatever they do. And your opponent this time is them. Hanlu pressed. In the past, Zhongheng had always given her the feeling that he was calm and reliable. Even when he faced so many terrifying monsters on that country island last time, his performance was as calm as ever. However, this time, Hanlu could clearly sense that Zhongheng did not seem to be confident about what would happen in the future, so she asked, at least let me do something for you. Can closing Qingcha's store reduce the pressure on you? No, don't do that. This will instead make people think that we have a relationship and cause unnecessary trouble, Zhongheng said. Just follow your plan and open Qingcha as usual. Hanlu didn't insist. She wasn't one of those female leads in romance dramas who insisted on staying behind to die with the male lead even though she could escape. In the end, perhaps the male lead didn't have to die, he died to take care of her. Moreover, Hanlu knew that even if this was a drama, she wasn't the female lead in it. So in the end, she only said softly to the phone, then you take care of yourself. I will keep your shares in Qingcha for you. If you don't contact me again, I will transfer the shares to your parents 3 years later. Thank you. Zhongheng did not decline. That's all for now. I have other things to do. Goodbye. Goodbye. After Hanlu said that, she heard a beep from the other end of the phone. After a short silence, the soft music from the yoga recital started playing again. Hanlu stood rooted to the ground for about a minute. Just as the cleaning lady was worried about her, Hanlu stretched out her hands and closed her legs. Then, she leaned forward, she continued the yoga that she had not finished before. It was as if nothing had happened. When she looked up again, she was back to her usual strong-willed self. "Aunt Zheng, breakfast is in 10 minutes. After that, I'll take a shower and ask the driver to come in half an hour. And my assistant, ask her to come with me. Bring the location proposal for the new shop. I want to see it on the way." "Okay, Miss Han." Auntie Zheng sighed in relief. On the other side, Zhongheng hung up the phone and left the phone booth. He went to the car rental company to rent an AMG A45. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he spent 15 minutes making a list of things that he might need later. Then, he went to buy the items on it, put them in the trunk, and went to the nearby gas station to fill up the gas tank. After doing all this, he took out the compass that Isis had given him. He activated the magic circle at the bottom. The needle first rotated 2 times counterclockwise before stopping in the southwest direction. Zhongheng gripped the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator. Chapter 13:12. Plan. AMG A45 was speeding down the highway. The magic compass's 1-hour effective time had long passed, but Zhongheng didn't activate it for the second time immediately. Instead, he continued to drive in the direction the needle had pointed at. At the same time, he made a mark on the map. He recorded the position where he was when the first effective time of the compass ended. There was nothing he could do. The compass could only be used 7 times in total. If he still couldn't locate the location of Seth after the 7th time, then the chances of completing the mission would be slim, even if it wasn't 0. Therefore, Zhongheng decided to continue driving for another 4 hours before making the second attempt. During this time, he hadn't been idle either. He had been perfecting his plan to kill Seth in his mind. If Seth had already separated from Thor, and the other new and old gods had not found his whereabouts, then that would be the best-case scenario for Zhongheng. A direct confrontation might be enough to complete Isis' mission. However, if Thor was still with Seth, then a strong attack would be unwise. Thor had always been the strongest warrior in the Nordic system. How strong was he? In Nordic mythology, the Asgardian gods didn't feel safe at all because they had gone to the east alone to deal with the trolls. They were worried that they would be wiped out, so they suggested building a wall to protect themselves. This was also the origin of the famous city-building story. From this story alone, even if all the Asgardian gods were added together, they wouldn't be a match for Thor alone. Of course, Zhongheng had read so many myths, he knew that there were many illogical and contradictory parts to the story, and it was normal for different stories to have a roller coaster of combat power. But no matter what story the Norse gods told, Thor's combat power in Asgardian gods was unquestionable. Furthermore, he was now the most famous of the Norse gods. This was also the reason why Odin had asked Zeus to help hold the line for the old gods. If possible, Zhongheng didn't want to face Thor head-on, so the safest way to take out Seth was to attack from afar. However, there was a problem. Zhongheng looked at the items in his hands. Bone Bow of Pestilence and Arrow of Paris were officially recommended combinations. Arrow of Paris could automatically find its weakness after leaving the bow. The existence of Bone Bow of Pestilence could make up for the lack of damage from Arrow of Paris. However, Arrow of Paris was only a D-grade item after all. Even with the powerful pestilence effect of Bone Bow of Pestilence, the condition for this effect to be effective was that Arrow of Paris could hit the target. With the flying speed of Arrow of Paris, it might be enough to deal with ordinary people. However, against supernatural creatures, especially a powerful god like Thor, this might become a fatal weakness that could not be ignored. Another point was that although bows and arrows were long-range weapons, the effective range was also limited. There was no need to consider the projectile, because the characteristics of Paris arrow made it difficult to complete the projectile. Furthermore, the projectile was easy to dodge, and the best range for the Bone Plague bow was only 60 to 70 meters. At this distance, Thor's hammer could only fly over in an instant. Updates by Com. Using modern firearms would undoubtedly increase the safe distance, and it would also make it harder to be discovered. However, modern firearms also had the disadvantages of modern firearms. To be honest, Zhongheng did not know how much damage the bullets could do to the mythical creature. He only used the bullets to shoot at Nyarlathotep. He used a powerful antimaterial weapon, and the muzzle diameter of the gun reached an astonishing 25 mm. The bullets were also modified from the helicopter's high-explosive dual-purpose ammunition. The scene looked good. Nyarlathotep was beaten into a sorry state. However, the latter quickly recovered his body and even had the time to waste on him. As for Seth, Jong-hung wasn't sure if he would be able to withstand a headshot from an antimaterial weapon. It wasn't like Jong-hung hadn't considered using more powerful weapons. For example, mortars and even missiles. However, he still didn't know where Seth was. If he was in a crowded city, these weapons of mass destruction wouldn't be able to be used. However, Jong-hung quickly thought of the two foreigners who had come to the hotel to kill the succubus. It was obvious that they hadn't come up with this plan on the spur of the moment. They were part of a mysterious organization, and they were quite skilled. Furthermore, they seemed to have the support of the phone god. If it wasn't for Jong-hung, the succubus would probably have died in their hands. The weapon they used happened to be a pistol. Thinking of this, Jong-hung drove the car to a corner near the service area. He opened the trunk, and the gun was put into his luggage. It was an M1911 that was very common abroad. Jong-hung had no idea how the gang had brought the gun into China. The muzzle of the gun was equipped with a silencer. It was obvious that they did not want to attract the attention of others. In fact, Jong-hung had roughly examined the gun before, but he could not find anything special from its appearance. However, when he opened the magazine this time, he immediately noticed something different. Jong-hung took out a bullet from the magazine and started to examine it carefully. This bullet was completely different from ordinary bullets. It seemed to be made of pure silver. The bullet's head was smeared with some unknown liquid, and the bottom of the shell was engraved with Hebrew, "All things must die." Jong-hung then used hidden sheath to pry open another bullet. He saw the complicated divine patterns engraved on the inside, as well as a drop of dark red liquid similar to blood. Jong-hung had never seen such a bullet before. No, he hadn't even seen anything that looked like it before. Without a doubt, this was a bullet that had been specially created to deal with supernatural creatures. Jong-hung didn't know who had designed this bullet, nor did he know if it was purely used to deal with the succubus race, or if it could work on all mythological creatures. Jong-hung was more inclined to the latter possibility. The succubi were weak in their own right, and they only had one charm skill, and it was only effective against members of the opposite sex. There was no need for them to go through the trouble of inventing a bullet to deal with them. Furthermore, according to Miss Succubi, some of the gods had already been killed before her. If everything went according to plan, they should have been killed by this bullet. In addition to the complicated divine patterns engraved on the bullet, it was certain that this bullet had a certain degree of versatility. Jong-hung realized that he might be able to use this bullet to deal with Seth. Chapter 13:13. Truck Driver. I'm sorry, the previous chapter was written in a hurry, but I found a bug in it. I'm not satisfied, so I rewrote it. The main point is the previous part. Just click on the title of the chapter and download it again. I apologize again, but today is the first update. For hours later, Jong-hung stopped the AMGA 45 again. He hadn't reached the destination yet, but he decided to go to the toilet in the service area. He washed his face with warm water that was already a little hot from the sun, then he ordered a hot and dry noodle for lunch in the lobby. He held the ordinary-looking hot and dry noodle in his hand and found the innermost corner. As he ate the noodles, he spread the map in his hand on the table. On it was the location he had marked when he first measured it. Then, Jong-hung used his phone to open the weather website and looked up the recent weather changes in the vicinity. Jong-hung's idea was simple. Thor was the god of thunder, and his combat ability was the strongest during thunderstorms. If he had fought someone on the way to escape, then the local weather would probably change as well. In other words, he needed to pay special attention to the areas with thunderstorms in the vicinity. After a while, Jong-hung circled a few places where it had rained. At that moment, a voice in front of him asked, "Is there anyone here?" Jong-hung raised his head and saw an unusually tall man. His initial estimate was that he was over 1.9 meters tall. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and broad shoulders. He was wearing a t-shirt that had been washed until it was a little white. In his hand was a bowl of Master Kang's beef noodles that had just been watered. He stood out from the crowd. Jong-hang looked at the hall. It was already lunchtime, and this was a large service area with a large flow of people. In a short while, it was already full, so the people who came later could only discuss sharing a table with the people in front of them. Jong-hang nodded and quietly put away the map on the table. "Thank you." The tall man placed the bowl of instant noodles in his hand on the seat opposite Jong-hang. Then, he wolfed down the noodles in the bowl until they sizzled. In less than half a minute, he finished a big bowl of instant noodles. Then, not satisfied, he ate another 4 beef pancakes. During this time, he passed a pancake to Jong-hang and said, "Brother, do you want to try one? This is my wife's stewed beef. It's much more fragrant than the one sold here." "Thank you, big brother. I have enough noodles," Jong-hang declined politely. The tall man did not try to persuade him further. He finished the last remaining beef pancake and finished the instant noodle soup in his bowl. He burped and saw that Jong-hang was still eating noodles, so he did not rush to leave. He wiped his mouth and said, "Brother, where are you going?" "Oh, I'm just going for a stroll. I haven't confirmed my destination yet." "What about you, brother?" Jong-hang used his chopsticks to pick up the hot dry noodles. "Updates by com. Free travel," the tall man said with a sudden realization. "No wonder I saw you looking at the map earlier. Brother, you're in a good mood. I'm on a long-distance trip, so I brought some goods to Henan." As the tall man spoke, he pointed at a large truck outside the window. Judging from its length and height, the truck was indeed carrying a lot of things. "Brother, you've worked hard. I'm used to it. My whole family depends on me to support them," the tall man said. Seeing that Jong-hang was almost done with his noodles, he tactfully stopped chatting and casually said, "One of my buddies is still in the truck. Brother, I'll go back first." "Okay, take care, brother." Jong-hang watched the tall man walk out of the restaurant in the service area and climb into the truck. He watched the truck drive out of the service area. After a while, he returned to the AMG A45 and started on the road again. In fact, Jong-hang had considered asking Hanlu to help him borrow a private jet. It would be faster, but before that, he had already made up his mind to cut off all contact with the people around him. Hanlu was very close to him because of Qingcha's help in purchasing points. Jong-hang did not want to give her any more trouble. Other than that, even though Jong-hang knew how to fly a plane, he did not have a pilot's license. If he wanted to borrow a private jet, he needed to borrow another pilot. Most importantly, he needed to apply for a route from the Air Traffic Control Bureau before the private jet took off. Normally, it would take a few days for the flight route to be approved. Even with Hanlu's help, it did not mean that the plane could fly immediately. Therefore, this idea only flashed through Jong-hang's mind and was immediately rejected by him. In addition to the bow, arrows, and guns that he had on him, Jong-hang actually did not have a better choice than to drive. Fortunately, his journey was rather smooth. Other than a car accident in the middle of the journey and being stuck in traffic for 10 minutes, there were no other accidents. Therefore, 2 hours later, he finally arrived at his destination. Jong-hang took out the magic compass again and activated it for the second time. He discovered that the direction the needle was pointing at had changed again compared to the last time. This was not good news for him. This meant that Thor and Seth were indeed on the move. In other words, the first time he calculated the location was probably not entirely accurate. However, Jong-hang was already mentally prepared for such a result, so he was not too disappointed. Very quickly, he repositioned the location of Seta using the same method as the first time. This time, he only traveled 40 kilometers. The advantage was that he still had about half an hour to catch up, but the disadvantage was that the distance was too short, so the error in his calculations might become even greater. However, compared to the first time he measured the distance, Jong-hang should be much closer to Seta and Thor now. Unfortunately, until the time was up, the needle did not move at all. Jong-hang was not in a hurry. In his plan, he only needed to ensure that he was getting closer to Seta during the day. In fact, until midnight, he only planned to use up to 4 positioning times. The rest of the usage would be after the time freeze. At that time, Thor and Seta should remain stationary. If everything went smoothly, he would only need 1 time to pinpoint their location. However, Jong-hang did not give up on his pursuit during the day. According to the information provided by ISIS, both the new and old gods were currently focused on finding the whereabouts of Seth and Thor. Jong-hang's opponents this time were a group of gods that could not be predicted with common sense. He did not think that the compass that ISIS had given him was the only one who could find the target. No one knew what these gods had up their sleeves. This was especially true for the new gods. Jong-hang had suffered a corresponding loss early on. He had been located by the foam god, and the mechanical god had tampered with the plane he was on. In the end, only he and the pregnant woman that he had saved survived on the plane. Therefore, Jong-hang knew very well that the sooner he found Seth, the higher the possibility of him completing the mission. Chapter 13-14. Old City District. Are you sure this is the place? Thor looked around and asked suspiciously. At this moment, he was dressed like a tourist and was standing on an old platform. In front of him was a potholed cement pillar, and above his head was a rusted iron beam. Besides them, there were only a few dozen passengers on this platform. It seemed that they were all locals. That's right, this is the place, Seth, who was also dressed as a tourist, said with certainty. After saying that, he smiled again. Big shots like you must also be looking at those first and second tier big cities. After all, there are enough IMAX screens there. There are also plenty of rich people who are willing to spend hundreds or thousands of dollars to buy a Captain America figurine or your portrait. However, there are still many 4th and 5th tier small cities like this place in this country. They are unknown. The only time that outsiders hear about them is probably when they are involved with some weird news about people's livelihood. Although the prices here are lower than those in big cities, the income level is even lower. The economy is not vibrant, and the young people can't find suitable jobs. In addition to the high housing prices, many people are forced to leave this place to work in big cities. The population is always in a state of net outflow. The rest are the elderly, so the economic development is even worse. Why are you telling me this kind of thing? Thor said indifferently. Let me remind you again. I have already broken 7 of your ribs. Tonight, before the sun sets, if you are unable to lead me to my wife, I will break all the remaining bones in your body one by one. Then, I will chop off your head and sew it on the neck of a dog. Anyway, your jackal's head is quite compatible with a dog. Correction, my head is actually an animal called a Seth beast, not a jackal. It's just that many people have made a mistake and are spreading rumors. It doesn't matter, I don't care about this kind of thing. Thor rudely interrupted the god of chaos. Quickly lead the way. I'm happy to serve you. Seth's temper was very good, as if he didn't care about the fact that his ribs had been broken. Upon hearing this, he even made an inviting gesture. The two of them walked out of the train station. Seth waved his hand and stopped a taxi. He said to the driver, "Let's go to the hard-working road in the old city." Thor watched from the side coldly. He did not say anything. He just let Seth get into the back seat first and then followed him in. It was clearly a back seat that could accommodate 3 people. After Thor's strong body got onto the back seat, it actually seemed a little cramped. The manic aura that he emitted also made the taxi driver's forehead break out in cold sweat. Seth looked at Thor's right wrist that was tightly gripped by Thor, sighed, and said in Norwegian, "With my strength, it's impossible for me to escape from your eyes. Do you have to watch me so closely? People who don't know would think that we're gay." Thor sneered, "You've already escaped from my eyes once, and you've made me bear such a big blame. Do you think I'll give you a second chance? I told you that it was just a regrettable accident. I'm also deeply sorry for the death of that unknown side character friend of mine. Moreover, after I learned that you were wronged, I immediately ran to the organizing committee. I didn't hesitate to turn myself in, just to tell them the truth of the matter and clear your name. But what did I get in return? Updates by com." Seth threw up his hands. I was originally locked up, but you insisted on rushing into my bathroom and snatching me away in front of the organizing committee while I was still in the shower. This is great, now we are both the target of public criticism. Both the old and new gods are now looking for our whereabouts. To be honest, I have never encountered such a huge situation even when I was at my peak. Who told your people to take my wife away? Thor's eyes were wide open, and the veins on his head were bulging. The driver, who was already a little worried, shook his hands, and almost lost his grip on the steering wheel and rear-ended the bus in front of him. I've told you countless times that your wife's disappearance has nothing to do with me. At that time, I had already moved into the special cell of the organizing committee, and I also lost my divine power. I was under surveillance 24 hours a day. Before you rushed into the bathroom, I was being admired by a chick from all angles. Seth looked very innocent, so it doesn't make any sense for you to blame this on me. Forcing me to find someone within a day is even more difficult. But even so, I still decided to bring you to the most likely place to try your luck. Don't you think you should be a little more polite to your new partner? I don't believe your nonsense. Thor roared. His spittle even flew over the seat and onto the rearview mirror in front of him. If you're innocent, why aren't you willing to tell us the whereabouts of the god of cell phones until now? Also, what happened at Copenhagen International Airport, and the missing god of machinery is also related to you. In addition, recently, the tension between the new god and the old god has been getting more and more intense. I have to interrupt you here. Recently, the main person who caused the tension between the new god and the old god isn't me, but although Seth didn't directly say that name, his gaze had already landed on the main character. But before the latter got angry, the god of chaos quickly said, actually, the situation that has developed to this point is not a problem for anyone, but a necessity. Here we go again, your chaos theory, Thor said unremittingly. Seth didn't mind and continued, you have to admit that peace has been going on for too long, longer than ever before. That's a good thing. People who haven't experienced cruel wars will never understand the value of peace, Thor said. I've experienced wars, so I agree with you. I believe that the gods in the organizing committee, who are as high and mighty as you, will also agree with you. However, this world isn't just made up of those high and mighty big shots. What are you trying to say? Thor stared into Seth's eyes and said mockingly, don't you know that no one will buy your **T now? For those who live in luxury and are high and mighty, order and peace are indeed more precious than gold, but everything has to be viewed from a different perspective. For those who have nothing and are about to starve to death, war and chaos are the only bargaining chips for them to turn the tables, and even their hope of survival, Seth said. Nonsense, said Thor impatiently. Maybe I should rip your head off right now and shut you up. Chapter 13-15. Novel Fire. Just as Thor's eyes were filled with ferocity and the atmosphere in the taxi was getting more and more tense, a trembling voice came from the front row. Friends, you've reached your destination. When Thor heard this, he shifted his gaze outside the window and saw that the taxi was parked at the side of a somewhat desolate-looking street. On both sides of the street were various small storefronts. There was a pancake shop called Deerhorn Lane, there were dollar stores, women's clothing stores, Sand County snacks, small clinics, and even a new Buren shoe store. Behind these small stores was a row of old tube-shaped buildings. The clothes and bedding that were hung in the corridor, as well as the flowers and plants, finally injected some life into this old place. Thor threw a 100 yuan note to the driver and dragged Seth out of the car under the driver's surprised gaze. He grabbed Seth's neck and directly lifted him up from the ground. I'm not here to accompany you to discuss the economic revitalization of small cities. Where is my wife? You better tell me quickly. Don't keep me in suspense and play tricks anymore. Seth's face was full of helplessness. He coughed and tried to squeeze out a sentence from his throat. Didn't anyone tell you before? When you want someone to answer your questions, don't always strangle that person's neck. Thor snorted and finally let go. Seth returned to the ground, rubbed his neck, and sighed. Soon, we've arrived at the destination of this trip. We'll see the real person soon. Thor's anger lessened slightly when he heard Seth's words, but a hint of wariness flashed in his eyes. He stretched out his hand and was about to summon his precious hammer over. But in the next moment, Seth held his hand down. No, no, no. Don't always think about using violence to solve problems. Compared to your strength, there's no danger here. Let's talk first. It's not too late to attack if we can't reach an agreement. After all, Sif is still in his hands. Thor saw Seth pounce on him to stop him from summoning the hammer and almost blew up the latter's head. However, when he heard Sif's name, he forcefully stopped his fist. That's right. Don't you want peace? Let's start from here. Peace is bullsh**t. When I find Sif, I'll kill all the people who kidnapped her. Thor gritted his teeth and enunciated each word. One understand why everyone said that you have a bad temper. Compared to you, I'm as gentle as a sentimental jerk. Seth tidied up his clothes. Forget it. You can do whatever you want in the future. But before that, you must suppress your anger. I'm not one of those new gods who are not even 100 or 200 years old. I know what to do when, Thor said in a muffled voice. Is this today's cold joke? If it is, I'll try my best to cooperate with you and laugh a few times. As the two talked, they walked toward a tube-shaped building. When they passed by the pancake stall called Deerhorn Alley, Seth suddenly stopped. I'm hungry. Buy a few pancake mats. One told you not to play any more tricks, Thor warned. I'm not playing any tricks. Please, ever since I was kidnapped by you, I haven't eaten a single bite of rice on the way here. It's rare that I pass by a pancake stall, so buying a few pancakes won't waste your time. If you're really worried that there's poison in these pancakes, just watch me eat them, Seth said. Hearing this, Thor didn't stop him in the end. He said to the boss of the pancake stall, "Take for pancakes." The boss didn't say anything. He pointed at the price list on the wall behind him and the QR code on the table. Then he stood up, picked up a plastic bag and put it on his hand. He grabbed for pancakes and handed them to Thor. Thor stuffed the pancakes into Seth's arms. Then he opened his wallet and took out a $10 bill. After hesitating for a while, he took out another $10 bill and slammed it on the table. Give me 6 more. The boss reached out his hand and silently put away the 20 yuan note on the table. Then, without saying a word, he picked up another plastic bag. However, Thor felt that his actions were too slow, so he directly grabbed 6 pancakes. He devoured them in a hurry, while Seth also ate 3 pancakes on the other side. However, when he ate the 4th one, it was obvious that his swallowing became a little difficult. Since he had already done this, Thor simply bought 2 bottles of mineral water from the grocery store and gave one to Seth. He finished the other bottle. Then, the two of them finally followed an old woman who came back from selling vegetables into the apartment building. The building was 5 stories tall and there was no elevator in it. However, this height was nothing to Thor and Seth. The two of them quickly climbed to the top floor and passed through a corridor filled with clothes and bed sheets. They arrived at the end of the room. Seth reached out and knocked on the old-fashioned anti-theft door in front of him. However, there was no response from inside. Seeing that Thor was about to call his hammer again, Seth quickly increased the strength of his knocking. This time, the people inside finally reacted. However, half a minute later, a crack was opened on the door. A pair of small eyes with a malicious glint behind the door first looked at Thor. They frowned and then looked at Seth. However, they appeared to be a little lost. It was not until Seth untied the thing wrapped around his face that the wolf's head was revealed. Finally, he spoke in an unpleasant voice that sounded like chalk scratching the blackboard. "It's you. What are you doing here?" "I'm here to visit my old friends." "There's no one here who is your friend," the person behind the door said while spitting at Seth's feet. Seth smiled and did not argue with the other party. He only said, "I know what you have done. Before it's too late, I hope you can rein in your horses." The person behind the door sneered, "Since you have rejected our invitation, what does what we do have to do with you?" "One just can't bear to see you play with fire," Seth said slowly. The person behind the door seemed to have thought of something, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Especially when he looked at Thor on the other side, the surprise on his face could not help but become stronger. "Seth, I remember that you were caught by the organizing committee, right?" "To be more precise, it was my conscience that made me turn myself in," Seth said. "As far as I know, you don't have a conscience," the person behind the door said. And when he finished speaking, Thor, who was beside him, could no longer hold it in. "Why aren't you opening the door? Can't you go in first and talk about it later?" And the magic is that the people inside, after hearing this sentence, actually so obediently opened the door. Chapter 13:16. Saving Lives. When the door opened, Thor finally saw the person behind the door. It was a short man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. There was a red birthmark on the left side of his face, and his chin was full of stubble. It could be seen that their owner had not shaved them for at least a week. It was August, and the temperature was still very high. However, the air conditioner was not turned on in the room, and only an electric fan was working hard. When he shook his head, it would make a strange creaking sound. The man with the birthmark on his face was shirtless. He was only wearing a pair of slippers and a pair of big underpants. He looked at Seth and Thor warily. Before he could say anything, Thor had already pushed him aside. Then, Thor rushed into the house like a whirlwind and shouted, "Sif, Sif! Don't be afraid, I'm coming to save you." The man with the birthmark on his face was shocked and angry at the same time. He screamed, "What are you doing?" As he said that, he got up from the ground and rushed up to catch Thor, who was about to continue to rush into the house. However, his small body and strength were like an ant against an elephant compared to Thor. Thor just casually pulled, and with less than 20% of his strength, he flew out again. This time, his back hit the wall, but he couldn't get up from the ground for a long time. However, he still endured the pain and shouted, "B****, you can't go in, you can't go in. This is my home." Seth said helplessly, "Didn't we agree to negotiate 5 minutes ago? There's someone in the back room." Thor didn't care about that and directly pushed the door of the back room. "I heard the crying inside." "I don't know what *T Sif is." "That's my daughter," the man with the birthmark on his face said. "Do you really think I'll believe your nonsense about a father locking his daughter in the house and locking the door behind him?" Thor tried twice and found that he couldn't turn the doorknob. He didn't turn back to ask the man with the birthmark for the key, but directly kicked the door. The wooden door, which did not look very sturdy to begin with, could not withstand Thor's kick. It simply fell to the ground. When Thor saw the scene inside clearly, his entire body was filled with anger. In the middle of the dark and stuffy room, there was an iron cage. However, what was locked in that iron cage was not a beast, but a blonde woman. Her hands and feet were chained, and she was wrapped in a thick leather cover. Besides her hair, there was only a small hole in her nose where she could breathe. It was easy to imagine how uncomfortable the people inside would be in such an environment. In fact, when Thor knocked the door open, Seth also heard faint cries. At this time, Thor would not believe that the person inside was the daughter of the man with the birthmark on his face. He roared, "Sif, don't be afraid. I'll let you out right now. Updates by Com. No, don't let her out." The man with the birthmark on his face became even more anxious. However, before he could finish his words, Thor had already reached out and grabbed the 2 bars of the iron cage. Then, his arms suddenly exerted strength. His strong muscles tensed up and actually bent the 2 iron bars that were more than 3 centimeters in diameter. Then, Thor broke the iron chain and opened the zipper of the leather case. However, what Thor didn't expect was that when he let out the crying woman inside, he saw an old and ugly face full of wrinkles. It was as if half of the bark of a dead tree had been burned off. While Thor was still in shock, the ugly old woman in front of him suddenly stopped crying. Then, a cunning and cruel look flashed in her eyes. In the next moment, her right hand suddenly turned into a sharp knife. It stabbed directly into Thor's chest. This change happened too suddenly. Even if the person who was saved was not Sif Thor, he did not expect that the other party would suddenly do such a vicious thing to his savior. In addition, the distance between the two of them was too close. Thor could not react in time and was stabbed by the knife. However, the knife only pierced less than 1 centimeter into Thor's chest. It could not go any deeper because one of Thor's hands had already grabbed the blade. "Show mercy!" The man with the birthmark on his face saw this scene and his expression changed. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to speak. Thor's other fist had already smashed into the old woman's body, sending her back into the iron cage, coughing up blood continuously. At the same time, Thor's eyes turned red. Although the wounds on his body were not fatal, Thor was completely enraged by this slash. Especially when he saw that the old woman in the cage, although her face was pale and one of her arms was broken, still wanted to climb up and attack him. Thor didn't even think about it and directly stretched out his hand into the air. Everyone, calm down." Seth seemed to be trying to act as a peacemaker. He advised from behind, "Even if there's any enmity, it's not too late to fight after we've made things clear." Unfortunately, both Thor and the man with the birthmark on his face clearly did not listen to what he said. The latter had already climbed up from the ground. He widened his eyes and shouted fiercely, "You B****stards have gone too far. You dare to hurt my daughter? Both of you can forget about leaving this place alive." After saying that, the door of the other room suddenly shattered, and a white tiger jumped out from it. The white tiger let out a long roar and headed for Thor's head. "Perfect timing!" Thor shouted. Instead of retreating, he advanced and threw another punch. However, when this punch hit the white tiger's forehead, it went straight through, and then the entire body of the tiger disappeared. The thing that Thor had hit inside was only a gecko that was less than 2 inches long. However, after such a short delay, the ugly old woman had already climbed to Thor's leg. She opened her mouth and was about to bite down, but was kicked out by Thor. At this time, the man with the birthmark on his face also pounced forward. He was also smashed to the ground by Thor's punch. In the end, his appearance changed just like that of the white tiger. He changed from a middle-aged man to an old man with a completely bent back. From his appearance, it was obvious that he was Caucasian. Thor raised his foot, ready to crush the ugly old woman's head first before slowly interrogating the bent old man on the ground. But what he didn't expect was that in the next moment, another figure appeared outside the door. It was actually the old woman they had met when they entered the apartment building. But now, she looked even older than the first time they saw her. Half of her facial features had disappeared, and her arrival was like a signal. Soon, a second figure appeared behind her, a third figure, until more and more. Chapter 13-17. The Forgotten God. Thor looked at the figures outside the door. The people who could arrive in such a short time were either the residents in the apartment building or the small bosses who were doing business downstairs. In addition to the old woman who was buying vegetables, Thor also saw the boss of the pancake shop, the cashier he met when he was buying water from the grocery store, and the 2 elementary school students playing with ants downstairs. The total number of people had already exceeded 60. Considering that it was still working hours, there should still be a portion of people who had not returned. It was possible that this building or even half of the street would be filled with them. Seth sighed. "I told you earlier. Can't you sit down and have a good talk with them? Don't be so anxious to punch them. You're going to get into trouble this time." Thor was unmoved. His cold gaze swept across everyone's faces. "All of you are gods? Why haven't I seen any of you before?" "Because we are the Forgotten Gods," the owner of the pancake shop said. As he said this, the crowd gradually made way for him and let him into the room. "Forgotten Gods." Thor frowned. "Not everyone has such good luck as you, Thor, son of Odin." "Do you know who I am?" Thor asked in a deep voice. "It's very difficult for a famous person like you not to know. After all, you are everywhere in all kinds of literature on TV," the owner of the pancake shop said lightly. "Haven't I asked your name yet?" "That's not important. Even if I tell you my name, you won't know it. In fact, not many people in this world still know my name." "Well, I don't care what your name is. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and hand over Sif." After Thor said this, Mural flew in from the window and landed in his hand. Thor's aura was even stronger after he held the hammer. Although he was alone, he was not at a disadvantage when facing the 60 people. No, it should be said that in terms of aura, the 60 people were completely suppressed. Even if they were all together, they could not compare to Thor, who was alone in the enemy camp. Updates by Com. Even if they had almost surrounded Thor, the chicken was still the chicken. Even if they surrounded the tiger together, it did not mean that they had the upper hand. Some people could not withstand the terrifying power that Thor was exuding and could not help but take a few steps back. The contempt in Thor's eyes was even more intense. Fortunately, the owner of the pancake shop was able to withstand the pressure. He did not answer Thor's question, but continued to speak. We have more or less been glorious for a period of time. Of course, we are not as famous as you Norse gods. However, at least in our hometown, there are still many believers. We even have our own temples. However, due to various reasons, we cannot escape the decline in the end. I didn't come here to listen to your stories, Thor said impatiently. Son of Odin, aren't you curious about what the gods will look like after their fall? I know what the gods look like after their fall. I have many friends who have experienced their fall or are experiencing their fall, including myself. I've been extremely weak before. It's not a secret. Thor sneered. No, I'm talking about the real fall of the gods. Not many people still remember your name, the fall of the gods that was completely forgotten by the world, said the owner of the pancake shop. Just like us now. We can only live in such a shabby small building. In order to pay the rent, we have to get up early every day and go to the supermarket to buy temporary special food. We have to carefully collect all the discount information and count every penny we have. We can't even afford to turn on the air conditioner in such a summer. Just like those mortals. Oh, if that's really the case, that would be great. We don't have ID cards, so we can only forge fake IDs. Our original appearances are all foreigners. Fortunately, some of us can use illusion to help us change our appearances. That's why we can barely settle down. However, we can't take the high-speed train or the plane. We can't even find a proper job. We can either work illegally or open our own small shop. We also have to give most of the profits to our partners. We can only stay at the bottom of society forever. Most of us don't have any relatives or families we can rely on. Otherwise, why do you think we're gathered here? Isn't it because two can take care of us? Another person in the crowd said, the city security, the scoundrels in the city, the security guards in the neighborhood, anyone can bully us. And this isn't the worst part. The man's tone became even more agitated as he spoke. The worst part is that as time passes, our strength is still declining. Not only do we look older and older, but it is also becoming more and more difficult to maintain our original bodies. This is the reason why we all look disabled and extremely ugly now. What's worse is that some of us are starting to have mental problems. The better ones are just forgetting a lot of things from the past and can't remember their own names. The unlucky ones are like old Jung's daughter. She has completely gone mad and doesn't know anyone. She will crazily attack anyone who gets close to her. So old Jung can only lock her up with iron chains and cages. Thor glanced at the old woman who had been kicked to the ground by him. He didn't know how many of the old woman's bones had been broken by his kick, but she was still trying to crawl to his side with one hand. I apologize for my previous recklessness. Thor's tone seemed to have softened a little, but it soon became tough again. But I came here to find my wife. A bastard told me that you kidnapped her, or at least, you know her whereabouts. Seth, who had been quiet and obedient before, noticed Thor's unfriendly gaze on him, and he immediately showed an innocent look. Fortunately, the next moment, he heard the owner of the pancake shop say, "We do know her whereabouts." "Then tell me quickly, where is she?" Thor couldn't help but be overjoyed. "I can't tell you," the owner of the pancake shop said without hesitation. Thor's face turned cold again when he heard this. This time, he didn't say anything, but the meal in his hand trembled slightly, as if it was the precursor of a storm. However, the owner of the pancake shop didn't seem to see the killing intent in Thor's eyes. "If you want to know the whereabouts of your wife, you need to help us do one thing first." Don't worry, this matter isn't difficult for you at all, and it won't take up any of your time. Chapter 13:18. Entering the net. Thor's gaze swept across the crowd again. What do you want me to do? We want to borrow your hammer. The pancake shop owner didn't beat around the bush and said straightforwardly. Only I can use my hammer, not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Thor suddenly thought of something and his gaze turned cold. You want me to kill people for you? That's right. Kill who? Before the owner of the pancake restaurant could open his mouth again, someone had already come up with a man on his back. The man's hands and feet were tied up with nylon ropes and his head was covered by a brown paper bag. He could only barely make out that it was a man. The man was not very old, but he was not too young either. There were a lot of blood stains on his body. He must have experienced a fierce battle. However, that was a long time ago. He was still in a coma and had no reaction at all. Is it him? Thor frowned. Yes, the owner of the pancake shop nodded and said. What grudge does he have with you? Is he not paying for eating your pancakes? It's okay if you take it that way. How about it? Am I right? This matter is very easy for you, and it won't waste any of your time. As long as you swing your hammer at his head, then you can get what you want. Hearing this, Thor looked at the person on the ground again. He held his hammer and stood in place, as if thinking about whether this deal was worth it. The others in the room looked at Thor with expectant eyes, waiting for his answer. However, they didn't expect Thor to take large strides to the man on the ground who had his hands and feet tied. Then, he reached out and tore off the brown paper bag on his head. When he saw the people below, Thor was stunned. I've seen this guy before. He's a new god that has only appeared in the last 200 years. He seems to be some mechanical god. The owner of the pancake restaurant saw that he couldn't stop him in time, so he could only admit, that's right. The person we asked you to kill is him. Updates by Com. What grudge does he have with you? Thor asked, but soon he understood, he doesn't have any grudge with you. And since he has fallen into your hands, he has no chance to resist. So you don't want to kill him at all. You want me to kill him. I understand. Thor's eyes turned cold as he looked at the owner of the pancake shop. Although I'm reckless, I'm not stupid. It's said that he's quite important among the new gods, and I'm the signature figure among the old gods. If he dies in my hands, then the new gods and the old gods will have to fight each other even if they want to. But if that's the case, I have a question to ask. Why are you so painstakingly trying to provoke a war between the new gods and the old gods? It's just to survive. The owner of the pancake restaurant did not hide anything. Surviving is our only wish. If we continue to stay in this lifeless town, we will all disappear quietly. Forgive me for being blunt. Even if there is a big battle, with your strength, you can't even protect yourselves. How many of you can really profit from it? Thor sneered, it's just the wishful thinking of a group of people who are about to die. Wishful thinking is better than having no hope at all, the man with the birthmark on his face urged. What are you waiting for, son of Odin? Hurry up and do it. Hearing this, Thor didn't rush to swing his hammer. After saying so much, you still haven't proven that my wife is indeed in your hands. How do you want us to prove it? Bring her to you? You're Thor. We're not your match even if we join forces. If you go back on your word and take her away, we won't be able to do anything to you. On the contrary, you killed someone first. We can't beat you, so of course we don't dare to lie to you, said the owner of the pancake restaurant. Thor saw that the other party was not willing to produce any evidence, but he suddenly stared into the eyes of the person with the birthmark on his face. When we entered the door, you didn't recognize me at all, and you didn't know that I kidnapped Seth from the organizing committee. Moreover, you also said that you didn't know any *T-Sif. You didn't know where my wife was at all. From the beginning to the end, you were just trying to trick me into killing people, right? Thor had already raised the hammer in his hand by the time he finished speaking. His hair and beard were all spread out. The man with the scar on his face, who had been questioned by Thor, was so frightened that he took 3 steps back and sat down on the ground. The crowd was in an uproar. Even the owner of the pancake restaurant had a change in expression. It wasn't just the dying people in the tube-shaped building who heard this. There was also a man and a woman with binoculars and earphones in another building a kilometer away. The woman was chewing gum as she clicked her tongue. Didn't that guy say that Thor is the most brainless of all the A-rank gods? I didn't expect that he would be seen through in the end. The man's expression was very serious. The main reason is that the gods who live in seclusion here are too weak. Even if we gave them the god of machinery half a month in advance, they wouldn't have made any decent arrangements. It's true. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that there are gods who can live in such a miserable state. Some sell pancakes, some sell fake shoes, and they can't even afford to turn on the air conditioner. It's simply the shame of the god world. The man heard this and said lightly, "Boss said that gods are inferior creations compared to humans. They only have powerful divine power, but unfortunately, they don't have any growth. They are restricted by those legends and stories, just like marionettes. Their personality, behavior, and logic are all fixed. They can't even learn any lessons from their mistakes. However, you have to admit that some of these guys are ridiculously strong. For example, Thor." The woman licked her lips. She had already seen a dark cloud enveloping the apartment building and the nearby streets. During this period, thunder rumbled and electric currents appeared faintly. It was as if it was the end of the world. She could not help but lick her lips. Is this the power of an A-class? Since the fish has already fallen into the net, then it's time for the hunter to appear. The man put down the binoculars in his hands. "Tell the Straw Hat group to prepare to attack. Simon alone can take down one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, Pestilence. With so many of us, how can we not be able to deal with an A-class? Are we finally going to get serious? I've been bored to death just dealing with small fish and shrimp these past few days." The woman immediately became excited upon hearing this. This time, we should be able to see how much damage the Godslayer bullet can cause to an A-rank god. Only with this data will we be able to evaluate our next actions. Let's focus on the present first. We'll talk about other things after completing the mission boss gave us. Chapter 13-19. Gunshots. Thor could already tell that this group of gods, who were almost forgotten by the world, did not know the whereabouts of his wife, and that his famous son of Odin, the god of thunder and power, had almost been deceived by this group of insignificant characters and became a knife in their hands. Thinking of this, Thor could no longer hold back the anger in his heart and immediately raised Mikael in his hand. Black clouds instantly covered the entire street. A few people who saw that the situation was bad wanted to escape, but before they could turn around and run a few steps, they saw several purple lightning bolts as thick as bowls striking down from the sky. They directly struck their bodies. Even when they were at their peak, there were probably not many people who could withstand such a terrifying attack, not to mention now. The people who were struck by the lightning let out a miserable cry and then fell to the ground. There was no more sound. The expression of the owner of the pancake shop changed drastically when he saw this. However, he was the leader of this group of people after all. At this moment, he did not retreat and escape like the others. Instead, he braced himself and said, "If you don't stop now, don't blame us for not being polite. It just so happens that I also want to experience your methods." Thor sneered and threw out the hammer in his hand. As soon as the divine weapon made by the dwarf left Thor's hand, a bolt of lightning came down from the sky and wrapped it in it. The electric current flowed around the hammer's head like a flood dragon. No one could stop it wherever it passed. The person who was targeted by the hammer was first struck by the lightning on it. His whole body was paralyzed and he couldn't move. Then, he could only watch as Mikael kept enlarging in front of his eyes. By the time the hammer flew around the crowd and returned to Thor's hand, it had already turned blood red. The handle of the hammer was still stained with some unknown brain matter. Because the pancake shop owner reacted the fastest, he was lucky enough to dodge the lightning strike. However, the place where he was standing was the area that Thor had taken care of the most. Other than him, a few people around him had already died. The owner of the pancake restaurant knew that he couldn't wait any longer, so he simply bit his finger and touched the blood on his chest and face, forming a strange witchcraft talisman. Then, he spread his hair, he began to dance. Thor smiled contemptuously. "You want to curse me with your current divine power?" After saying that, he didn't even look at the owner of the pancake shop. Instead, he continued to control lightning and hammer to chase after those guys who had fled in all directions. From the looks of it, it seemed that he was planning to capture all of these forgotten gods in one fell swoop. However, in the next moment, Thor saw Seth, who had been playing the role of a bystander, suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. Then, he rolled his eyes and fell backward. Thor was still thinking about what this bastard was playing at. In the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He couldn't help but stop what he was doing. He almost couldn't catch Mural, who was flying back, sweat dripped down from his forehead. Updates by Com. Is there a problem with the pancake? Yes, the owner of the pancake shop admitted generously, with my current divine power, a simple curse wouldn't be able to deal with you. However, after you ate the pancake that I gave you, you were already under my most powerful blood curse. What I'm doing now is just activating it. After a pause, he continued, although you've killed many of us, if you're willing to finish what you couldn't finish before, I can spare your life and let you continue to look for your wife. When the owner of the pancake restaurant said this, he did not stop his weird dance. In a short while, Thor's stomach had doubled in size as if something was rampaging inside and was about to break through his stomach. Don't hesitate anymore. If you wait any longer, I won't be able to save you, the owner of the pancake restaurant urged. Thor's temples were throbbing wildly, and the Mural in his hand was getting heavier and heavier. However, the killing intent in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger. You guys don't know what the consequences are if you anger me, do you? The owner of the pancake restaurant was glared at by the pair of eyes, and he actually moved his gaze away unconsciously. He did not know why, but even though he had clearly controlled the situation now, the unease in his heart was growing stronger and stronger, therefore, he could only dance even faster in that strange dance. He even did not hesitate to cut a few more times on his chest and arms. In the next moment, he saw Thor, who was previously unable to make any movements due to the pain, raise the hammer in his hand again. At the same time, he raised his head and widened his mouth. Under the horrified gaze of the owner of the pancake restaurant, an unimaginably thick bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. It followed Mjolnir all the way down and enveloped Thor's body. Some of the lightning actually flowed from Thor's mouth all the way to his stomach. Thor's stomach was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, just as despair appeared in the eyes of the owner of the pancake restaurant, a gunshot was heard by his ear. Immediately after, he saw Thor's body sway, and the huge bolt of lightning also disappeared. On a building 1 kilometer away, the man suddenly put down the binoculars in his hand and frowned. Who shot without waiting for my order? The communication channel was silent, but no one was willing to take responsibility for this matter. Just as the man's face became more and more gloomy and was about to flare up, the female companion beside him suddenly said, "It wasn't our people who shot." Then again, the man suddenly stopped mid-sentence, because he didn't need a telescope to see that a bolt of lightning had struck into the building next to them. After a moment of silence, the sound of gunshots rang out again, and this time, it was even more intense. The densely packed bullets flew towards Thor, sealing off his front, back, left, and right paths. However, Thor was indeed Thor, the strongest god in the Scandinavian god system. Seeing that there was no way to avoid them, an electric net appeared in front of him and actually absorbed all the bullets flying towards him. However, before Thor could catch his breath, he saw gunshots suddenly erupt from an office building on his left. Just by looking at the firepower, it seemed like there were dozens of gunmen hidden within. The man was a little confused. Is there any other force besides us that is planning to attack Thor? The female companion beside him also looked puzzled, but then she seemed to have thought of something. Her expression changed. It's not some force. He's here. Who? The god of guns, the woman said quickly. The new god has been looking for Thor's whereabouts. It seems that their people have arrived. Chapter 13:20. Free-for-all. Lightning jumped from floor to floor, rushing towards the guns that were placed at the windows, and passing through the barrel of the guns. However, the strange thing was that there were no shooters behind the guns that were spitting bullets. In other words, these guns were fully loaded and firing on their own. It could be said that they were fully automatic. Witnessing this scene, the male commander of the mysterious organization on the other building sighed. This is probably a one-man army. He clearly only has the strength of a B class, but he can take on a class head-on without being at a disadvantage. The eyes of the female comrade beside him lit up. It would be great if this fellow could be used by US. With his ability, coupled with the god-slaying bullets, there shouldn't be many gods that can withstand it. Don't think about it. The God of Guns is an important character in the new God camp. He isn't someone that some random god can compare to. No matter how you look at it, he has no reason to betray his own people, the male commander said calmly. After a pause, he lectured again. Remember, these gods cannot be trusted. Even if Seth, who has temporarily formed an alliance with me, puts it bluntly, both of us are only taking what we need. He wants to borrow our power to create chaos among the gods and regain the glory of the past. We also need to act in his name and temporarily hide the existence of the organization. However, our current goal is the same, which is to provoke a war between the new and old gods. I'm not a fool. Why would I trust the god of chaos? The female commander rolled her eyes, but I'm getting more and more curious. Who is behind Seth? I've seen his files and information. According to my teacher, the personality, temper, and behavior of the gods are basically fixed and rarely changed. Previously, Seth was just messing around and didn't have any clear goals. But now, although he's still trying to cause chaos, he's clearly a lot more methodical. Even when he joined forces with us, he came to us first. I'll leave such trouble to boss. We just need to complete our own tasks. The male commander waved his hand. Tell Straw Hat Group that things have changed. Don't make a move for the time being. Since the god of firearms has arrived, the other gods shouldn't be too far away. Chaos is about to arrive. Before that, we have to try to keep a low profile. While the two of them were talking, Thor finally found the real person with the help of the scattered lightning. A guy wearing a plaid shirt and beach pants ran out from behind a noodle shop in a sorry state. He held 2 pistols in his hands, a semi-automatic rifle on his back, and 2 rounds of bullets wrapped around his waist. He didn't even take any aiming action. He didn't even look in Thor's direction. He just raised his hand, and bullets poured out from the muzzle of the gun and shot at Thor upstairs. The latter's action was very simple. He still used the electric fence to block the bullets. However, the next moment, the bullets that flew straight towards Thor suddenly made a turn, bypassing the electric fence in front of Thor, and hit his body from the side. However, the bullets did not penetrate too deep into Thor's body. Only half of the bullets went into Thor's muscles, and the other half could not continue. On the other side, the expressions of the man and woman watching the battle upstairs changed slightly. Whether it was the bullets that could bend, or Thor's defensive power, they could not help but marvel at it. This was something that could not be explained by science or common sense. Only these gods with supernatural powers could do it. Of course, because of that magical game, a portion of humans had now grasped such power. Updates by Com. The god of firearms had used up all the bullets in the 2 guns in his hands. Seeing that he still couldn't do anything to Thor, he simply threw away the 2 pistols in his hands and prepared to rush into a building on his left. There were even more powerful guns stored there. But in the next moment, he seemed to have smelled some danger and forcefully stopped his footsteps. Then, he saw a hammer brush past his head and fly forward. Just as the god of guns was happy that he had dodged a disaster, he did not expect that the hammer would directly hit the house in front of him, destroying the door of the house. Then, the hammer flew back into Thor's hand. After the latter held Mikhail, he casually waved his hand and smashed the head of the pancake shop owner into pieces. Then, Thor did not go to the fire escape, he directly stepped on the wall of the corridor and jumped down from the 5-story tall tube building. He was less than 50 meters away from the god of guns. The god of guns reacted very quickly. He had already taken off the semi-automatic rifle on his back and shot at Thor. However, Thor only raised his upper arm in front of his chest to block his head and chest. He relied on his super strong defense to take this wave of attack head-on. Moreover, Thor wasn't just passively defending. He also seized the opportunity when the god of firearms was changing bullets and once again raised Mikhail in his hand. The dark clouds above his head instantly surged even more ferociously. This time, at least 20 bolts of lightning struck at the god of firearms. This was Thor's strongest point. As an old god, his combat experience was many times richer than the god of firearms, who was a new god. The situation where the two of them were still barely able to fight against each other was finally broken by him. Finally, it was completely broken. Thor was furious that the god of firearms had launched a sneak attack without saying a word, so he didn't hold back. If he was struck by more than 20 bolts of lightning at the same time, the guy on the opposite side would be half crippled even if he didn't die. However, what Thor didn't expect was that in the next moment, another figure jumped down from the building opposite him that had been destroyed. He directly blocked the god of firearms. The person was wearing a baseball cap and holding a charger in his hand. More than 20 bolts of lightning were summoned by Thor. They were all sucked into the seemingly ordinary black charger without leaving a single bolt behind. "You're late," the god of firearms said unhappily. "It's not too late. Didn't you not get electrocuted?" "Don't worry, with me here, he won't be able to electrocute you anymore," the young man wearing the baseball cap said with a chuckle. "God of electricity." Thor raised his eyebrows. "Thor, the god of thunder. I've heard a lot about you. Speaking of which, we have a bit of fate between us. I've long wanted to compete with you to see who is better at electrocution," the young man in the baseball cap said. "Your electricity comes from the sky, but mine comes from the ground. Now, there are utility poles and transformer boxes everywhere in the city, and my power is almost endless. I hope your dark clouds can hold on, but not too fast. Playing with electricity with me? When I became the god of thunder, you weren't even born yet," Thor said coldly. "Don't say that I'm a bully. You two kids can fight together." Chapter 13:21. Dogs and Golden Horned Deer. With the god of electricity joining in, the situation had indeed changed. At least the god of guns was no longer in such a sorry state. When he controlled the guns that were set up nearby to attack Thor, the latter wanted to continue using the electric fence to block the bullets like before. However, this time, the electric fence suddenly disappeared halfway through its formation. The bullets penetrated Thor's muscles without any obstruction. Although they didn't go too deep, Thor looked really miserable on the surface. There were dozens of wounds on his body. Although they weren't fatal, they were still bleeding. However, Thor didn't say anything. He just looked coldly at the charger in the hand of the god of electricity. Then, he actually threw Mikhail into the dark cloud. "What, Senior is planning to directly admit defeat after throwing away your weapon?" The god of electricity couldn't help but laugh. However, the expression on his face froze halfway through his laughter. In the sky above him, the lightning that was originally swimming around was like sharks that had smelled blood. They all gathered in one place and finally formed a terrifying lightning ball with a diameter of more than 10 meters, and at the center of that lightning ball was Mikhail, who had been thrown out by Thor. Because this lightning ball had absorbed all the lightning in the dark clouds, it actually made the originally rolling dark clouds quiet down. Only the place where the lightning ball was located became more and more dangerous. Just looking at it made one's hair stand on end. Seeing this, the god of guns' expression also changed greatly. He said nervously, "I told you to stop bragging. This is great. Now that you've made a mess, you'll be struck by lightning together with me. Can you block it or not?" The god of electricity raised his head and stared at the electric ball. His expression was uncertain. He did not speak but used his actions to answer his companion's question. He slowly raised the charger in his hand. He placed it on top of his head. Thor snorted. Then, an extremely thick bolt of lightning shot out from the electric ball and struck the charger in the god of electricity's hand. The indicator light on the charger began to flicker crazily. In just a short while, it went from 2 bars to full. However, even though it was about to be fully charged, the electric ball still showed no signs of stopping. The god of electricity's face was full of sweat, and the charger in his hand was also emitting white smoke. It was obvious that he was at the end of his rope. However, in the next moment, the god of electricity, who had been forced into a corner, suddenly extended his other hand and inserted it into the box-type transformer at the side. Immediately after, the light bulbs in the shopping malls and residential areas in the city suddenly shone brightly. The brightness almost blinded people's eyes. At the same time, the battery of the phone that was inserted into the charging seat was also rising rapidly. In just a short 10 seconds, it had actually climbed from less than 10% battery to 100% battery. Then, sparks flew everywhere, and a few electric cars that were charging with supercharged batteries simply spontaneously ignited. The rice in the electric rice cooker that had just been splattered with a burnt smell. Just as the whole city was in chaos, the electric ball in the dark clouds finally shrunk until the last trace of electricity was exhausted. Mikhail fell from the sky and flew back into Thor's hand. Thor looked at the god of electricity, whose face was pale and was gasping for air. Unexpectedly, he didn't say anything sarcastic. Instead, he snorted, "You're not a shameless, boastful person." Updates by Com. Hearing that, the god of electricity squeezed out a smile on his face, and his tone relaxed a little. "Senior, you're not bad either. It's a pity that we're on different sides. I still hope that Senior can take the overall situation into consideration and go back with us. Didn't you say before that you were framed by someone? It's just nice that we can sit down together and explain all the misunderstandings." Thor didn't say a word when he heard that. He directly raised Mikhail in his hand. Before his wife was found, it was impossible for him to sit down and have a chat with the new god and the old god. However, with his arrogance, he couldn't be bothered to say this to the 2 fellows in front of him. In any case, he just needed to kill his way out of this encirclement. Just as Thor was about to launch the second wave of attacks, he didn't expect a group of hunting dogs to suddenly run over from the alley next door. They bypassed him and then surrounded the god of guns and the god of electricity. The hounds were unbelievably strong. Each of them was like a calf, baring their teeth and roaring at their targets. Behind them were 4 golden-horned deer pulling a war chariot. On the war chariot sat a young girl wearing a short skirt and hunting boots. She was full of youth and vitality. "My hounds told me that there's a bad smell here." "Sure enough, there's a sneaky guy," the young girl said. Hearing this, the god of guns and the god of electricity's faces turned ugly. Of course, they knew who the sneaky guy was referring to. Artemis. Thor was slightly stunned when he saw the girl, then he bowed to her. The girl on the bus also changed her mocking expression towards the god of guns and the god of electricity, and quickly bowed back. "Thor, son of Odin, I heard that you're in trouble, so my father specially asked me to come and help you. Thank you for your kind intentions, Sir Zeus, but when I left, I already made it clear to my people that this was only my own matter and had nothing to do with anyone else. I also didn't want to provoke a conflict between the new and old gods because of this," Thor said. When Artemis heard this, she glanced at the wounds and bloodstains on Thor's body. However, her expression became solemn. "Although we don't belong to the same god race, we are all old people who have experienced more than 1,000 years. Many of our old friends from back then are no longer around. My father often said that the rest of us should work hard to unite together. Therefore, your matter is also our matter." What Artemis said was actually the consensus of the old gods during this period of time. Therefore, Thor had no way to refute it and could only acquiesce. The god of guns on the other side sneered. "It sounds so nice, but they are just a group of old guys who have been abandoned by the times. They are just struggling with unwillingness in their hearts. When the old guys are talking, it's best for the little guys not to interrupt." "My dog group is still hungry," Artemis said leisurely. "Your dog group is simply unable to withstand my volley of arrows. The reason why I didn't make a move was for Thor's sake, not because I'm afraid of you," the god of guns retorted. Artemis' gaze turned cold when she heard this. She took out a bow from her car and aimed at the god of electricity. Then let's compete to see if my arrows are faster or if your bullets are faster. The god of electricity looked baffled. Aren't you going to compete with him? Why do you have to involve me? But then he saw Artemis say to Thor beside her, I'm here to stall this electricity player. You finish off that kid with the gun first, and then we'll. But she was only halfway through her words when Thor's expression suddenly changed, and then his figure disappeared from the spot. Chapter 13:22. Battle Royale. Thor ignored the three gods in front of him because he suddenly thought of an important matter. Then, without even bothering to greet Artemis, he stomped on the ground with both feet and jumped up again. He jumped toward the tube-shaped building. The god of guns hesitated for a moment. He didn't know if it was because he respected Thor's bravery, or because he was afraid that Artemis, who was beside him, would immediately shoot the arrow in her hand at her companion. In the end, he did not take the opportunity to shoot, allowing Thor to smoothly jump back into the house he was previously in. Thor had come back to look for Seth. The latter had eaten the pancakes given to him by the pancake shop owner, and his own strength was not as good as his. Furthermore, his divine power had been sealed by the organizing committee. Thus, after he fell out with the forgotten gods, the first thing he did was simply fall to the ground. After that, Thor was so angry that he was busy killing people that he temporarily forgot about Seth. When he finished killing people, he was ambushed by the god of guns. In addition, the god of electricity and Artemis had arrived one after another. Thor had no time to care about Seth's life. However, when his mind cleared up a little, he remembered Seth, who had been left on the ground. It was now proven that the gods who lived in seclusion in this place did not know the whereabouts of his wife. In other words, he had been deceived by Seth again in this matter. Thor was about to settle the score with Seth, but when he returned to the house, he found that both Seth and the machine god that the pancake shop owner had asked him to kill had disappeared without a trace. So Thor realized that he had fallen into a trap again, and he was even more certain that his wife's disappearance had something to do with Seth. Thor didn't waste any time and immediately jumped onto the roof. Fortunately, it had only been 5 minutes since he had jumped off the building to fight against the god of guns and the god of electricity, and Seth had another person with him. Even if he wanted to escape, he shouldn't be able to get far. The facts once again confirmed Thor's guess. He stood on the roof and looked down from above. He only glanced around once and saw Seth carrying the god of machinery in the alley as he fled in a sorry state. Finally, he rushed into a building. Thor immediately rushed towards that building when he saw this. The moment his feet landed on the ground, another young man dressed as if he was going to participate in China's hip-hop festival appeared in front of him. Thor was worried that he would lose track of Seth, but this time, he did not show any mercy and shouted loudly, "Scram!" Then, he threw out the hammer in his hand. The other party's expression changed when he saw this. He didn't care about his image and immediately rolled to the right. Thor, however, didn't want to continue fighting. After forcing the enemy in front of him to retreat, he hurriedly rushed past that guy. On the 8th floor, a man and a woman from a certain mysterious organization were also a little dumbfounded at this moment. Updates by Com. The male commander saw that the situation outside had gone beyond their control. More and more people were coming, so he cancelled his original attack plan and even prepared to retreat first. However, he did not expect Seth to rush in their direction. The female companion beside him also had a strange expression on her face. Did you tell him that we are here? What is he trying to do? Is he asking for help from us? No, this bastard wants to divert the trouble. The male commander's face was livid. He wants to use us to trap Thor so that he can take the opportunity to escape. I don't know how he knows our exact location. Then what do we do now? Let the Straw Hat group hide their equipment and pretend to be ordinary people. It's too late. The male commander saw Thor on the roof of the tube-shaped building and also noticed that Thor was looking in their direction. However, the glass of the building they were in had been specially treated. The people outside could not see what was inside. The male commander only thought for half a second before making a decision. We can't hide it from them. Let's not gamble on our luck. Let the Straw Hat group prepare for battle. If the other party really charges in, then we Before he could finish his words, Thor's figure had already jumped down from the tube-shaped building. Then, he ran towards the building they were in at an unimaginable speed. He did not slow down or make any turns midway, Thor rushed in without hesitation, which made the male commander couldn't help but swear. Fortunately, the Straw Hat group he was talking about were all experts carefully selected by the organization. Moreover, they had gone through unimaginable cruel training. When they saw this scene, no one felt any fear or wavering. Moreover, they had come to deal with Thor in the first place. Now, they were just continuing the unfinished business. It was just that the two commanders upstairs did not want to see things develop to this stage. Thor had just rushed into the building when he sensed a strange atmosphere. This was because the first floor of this building, which occupied quite a large area and had quite a number of floors, had neither security nor a front desk. There was not even a single person. Hence, Thor also raised his vigilance. When he rushed to the fourth floor, he finally heard a movement from his left side. Thor, who had always been reckless, was worried that he would step into Seth's trap this time. He suppressed the urge to rush up immediately and smashed a window. Then, he attracted a bolt of lightning from the outside. However, the bolt of lightning was like a stone that sank into the sea. Thor knew that something was wrong, but he didn't want to wait any longer. He held Mikhail and rushed in. In the end, he bumped into four strange-looking, white objects. When Thor focused his eyes again, he realized that they were actually 4 humans. However, they were all wearing strange, airtight clothes, which looked a bit like the anti-chemical clothing in the laboratory. Thor once again attracted a bolt of lightning. It attacked the 4 people on the opposite side. This time, he finally saw clearly that when the lightning struck one of the clothes, it didn't penetrate the clothes and hit the person inside. A powerful insulating suit? Thor raised his eyebrows. He had already realized that the equipment on these guys might be specially designed to deal with him. And before he could make any further probing, the other side had already made the first move. They raised their guns and aimed at Thor at the same time. Thor, who had experienced the baptism of the god of guns, naturally would not put the 4 guns in front of him in his eyes. Even the powerful insulating suits on those people only surprised him a little, because he was the god of thunder and power. Even if thunder could not use it, he still had power. In fact, when he saw that the 4 people in front of him were only mortals, most of the vigilance in his heart had disappeared. Facing the 4 gun barrels pointed at him, Thor was ready to take another wave of attacks. Then, he used the hammer in his hand to kill the 4 humans in front of him. Chapter 13:23. It was getting late. Seth lay in the ventilation duct, his ears pressed against the wall. He didn't move at all, as if his entire body had been petrified. Only after a moment did his face reveal a hint of joy. Hearing the sounds coming from upstairs, he knew that Thor had already started fighting with those humans. To be honest, Seth was quite curious about the outcome of this battle. Thor, the most powerful god in the Nordic god system, was fighting against that mysterious human organization. The other party had a weapon that could kill gods. Previously, he had already successfully killed some of the weaker gods. This time, he had come prepared. If he could get rid of Thor, that would naturally be the outcome Seth was most happy to see. Taking a step back, even if he couldn't kill Thor, he could at least heavily injure that boorish man. His greatest threat in recent times had been eliminated. Other than that, Seth naturally didn't have any good intentions towards the humans above him. He obviously knew what those guys were planning. They wanted to hide behind the scenes and incite a war between the new and old gods. And although Seth was their partner, he didn't intend to let them be so happy. Watching from the sidelines wasn't as lively as personally coming down. Unfortunately, the current him didn't have the time to appreciate this masterpiece of his, just as he was about to take advantage of the excitement to escape this place. Seth opened the ventilation pipe again. He first threw the unconscious mechanical god down, and then jumped down together with him. However, after running a few steps with the mechanical god on his back, he stopped. Through the glass upstairs, Seth saw a young man dressed in a hip-hop style blocking the front door. The other party should have been scared by Thor's hammer when they first met, so he did not run in with Thor. But obviously, he did not want to lose Thor's trail, so he stood guard at the front door. He waited for his new companions to arrive. Seeing this, Seth scratched his head, feeling a headache. He didn't want to waste any more time here, because he and Thor were the key figures that both the old and new god camps were looking for. They were in the eye of the storm, and the longer they waited, the more people would come. It would be more difficult to escape. Seth rolled his eyes and saw the hounds that Artemis had brought along on the other side of the street. Most of the hounds were surrounding the god of electricity and the god of guns, helping Artemis to confront them. However, there were also a few hounds scattered nearby, maintaining vigilance. One of them was very close to the building where he was now. Seth found 2 hams from a drawer under a desk, opened a window in the bathroom, and threw half of the hams out, about 30 meters away from the hound. With the hound's sensitive nose, it immediately smelled the meat, but probably because its owner had ordered it, it did not run to pick up the hams. However, the saliva that came out of its mouth betrayed its true thoughts. Seeing this, Seth increased the price again and threw another half of the sausage. This time, it was thrown 10 meters in front of the hound. This time, the hound finally could not hold it in anymore. Its duty was to be alert of the surrounding area, so running 10 meters to eat the ham sausage was not considered going AWOL. It was just that its body was originally strong, that small piece couldn't even be stuffed between its teeth. After eating a piece, it wanted to eat a second piece, and after eating a second piece, it wanted to eat a third piece. Before it knew it, Seth had led it to the front door. It met that young man who was dressed very cheerfully. Updates by Com. The latter didn't take the dog to heart. Right now, all his attention was on the building, or more accurately, on Thor in the building. Although he couldn't take Thor's hammer, he thought that it was not a problem to deal with a dog. However, what he did not expect was that instead of finding trouble with the beast, the hound found him first. It barked non-stop at the sight of him and revealed its sharp teeth. It took half a step back, then it accelerated and pounced on him. The young man sneered at the situation. He reached out and took off the Marshall stereo on his back and pressed the play button. The next moment, as the sit-down Behumble's music sounded, the hound's body suddenly trembled and it actually sat down on the ground. Then, its body uncontrollably swayed along with the music. Seth, who was upstairs, saw that the young man's attention was attracted by the hound, so he did not waste this hard-earned opportunity. He carried the mechanical god and jumped down from the side window. The sound of their landing was completely drowned out by the noisy music, so naturally, they did not attract the young man's attention. Seth did not turn back. He spread his legs and ran in the opposite direction of the tube-shaped building. He tried to distance himself from the 2 opposing gods as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the divine power in his body was still sealed. Previously, with Thor by his side, he really could not use any tricks. Fortunately, his body was strong enough. Even if he could not use divine power for the time being, however, carrying a person on his back, he still ran as fast as he could. In less than 10 minutes, he ran 2 kilometers away. Seeing that he was temporarily out of danger, Seth stood in front of a rice shop and took a breath. He was thinking about where he should go next, but in the next moment, he suddenly had a feeling that he was locked on by someone. Seth was shocked and didn't dare to stop. He hurriedly ran into an alley at the side. He specifically chose a narrow and difficult place to run. This was the old city district. Although the planning in the early years wasn't bad, as time passed, it was inevitable that it would become harder and harder to adapt to the development of the city, so there were many places to build roads and rebuild. This gave Seth plenty of places to cover his tracks. During this time, Seth also had the thought of getting rid of the mechanical god on his back. Previously, he had convinced the mechanical god to kill Jong-hung, however, he had sold the mechanical god off with a flip of his hand. In reality, the 2 of them didn't have much of a relationship. The reason why Seth wanted to run away with him was purely because he felt that the mechanical god was a rare commodity. Moreover, the god of machinery was a reputable person in the new god camp. If he was really blocked by someone, he could be used to negotiate terms at the critical moment. Therefore, Seth thought about it and decided to continue carrying this burden. The person behind him did not seem to be in a hurry. He just hung on to him from far away. He neither showed himself nor was he shaken off. Seth still had the feeling that he was being watched. He ran for a distance and arrived in front of a snack street. At this time, the sun was about to set. Seth looked up at the gradually darkening sky, then he carried the mechanical god and rushed into the snack street. Chapter 13:24. Anne. After running for such a long time, Seth was in a sorry state. He even knocked over a table on the way. The two men at the table were about to lose their temper, but when they saw Seth's strong body, his face covered, and the person on his back, he didn't look like a good person. Therefore, they suppressed the words that were about to come out of their mouths. After Seth ran far away, they whispered, "What is he doing, acting like a gangster?" After that, he shouted for the boss to pay for another table of food and wine. As Seth ran, he kept looking behind him, trying to see who was chasing him. Unfortunately, he didn't get what he wanted. He even deliberately stopped in front of a stall selling stinky tofu. He pretended to buy fried tofu, but he couldn't trick the pursuers out. Seth had no choice but to continue running, but this time, he stopped again in less than half a minute. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the man in front of him. He was a square-faced man with an abnormally tall figure. He was not inferior to Seth. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and broad shoulders. He was wearing a washed-up t-shirt and squatting in front of a mutton soup restaurant. He was holding a bowl of mutton soup and 2 pancakes, and he was enjoying them. "It's you?" Seth looked a little surprised. "Are you also here to stand up for Thor? I thought you Anunnaki didn't have much contact with those Nordic guys." The man with a square face didn't answer immediately. Instead, he picked up his chopsticks, scooped up the pancakes and mutton, and then drank the rest of the mutton soup in the bowl. When he had finished the bowl of mutton soup, he burped in satisfaction, put down the bowl, and looked at Seth. "I don't care about the conflict between the new gods and the old gods. Since you recognized me, you should know what I do." Seth suddenly understood, and the king of the gods of Sumeria, the chief judge of heaven and earth, is in charge of the judgment of the gods. Although you are an old god, you are not entrusted by Odin, you represent the organizing committee. Did Game ask you to come? And did not comment. Game asked me to be in charge of the rewards and punishments of the organizing committee. Even if he did not say anything, I should have come. This is my responsibility. What responsibility? You broke the rules of the game set by the organizing committee. You leaked the identity information of the players and caused panic among the players. Then, although you surrendered to the organizing committee, you escaped from prison together with Thor. Not to mention that you are directly related to the death of a new god. In addition, you are also responsible for the disappearance of the person on your back, the 2 Valkyries, and the foam god. And paused, he asked again, "Do you have anything to refute?" Updates by Com. Seth sighed. "I was just about to go back to the organizing committee and turn myself in again. Do you believe me?" And looked indifferent when he heard that. He only said, "It doesn't matter if I believe you or not. As long as you follow me obediently." Seth's eyes rolled again when he heard that, but he didn't say anything after that. He just obediently walked up to Anne and didn't haggle. He put the mechanical god on his back on the ground. And looked at the unconscious mechanical god at her feet and handed the soup bowl to the owner of the soup shop. Then 2 men in military uniforms walked out of the cold-skin shop on the left and right. Without Anne saying anything, one on each side, he set up the mechanical god on the ground. "How are you going to take us back?" Seth asked again. "I'm driving my truck." Anne's expression did not change. "Trucks are not allowed to enter this street, so I parked my truck on the street next door." "Where's Thor?" Seth asked again. "Don't tell me that the organizing committee is also planning to wait and see. To deal with a small character like me who has no one to rely on, it's up to you, the impartial chief judge, to make an arrest. As for Thor, who has the backing of the Nordic gods, you just turn a blind eye to it. Come to think of it, he's the one who caused the bigger mess between the 2 of us, right?" And originally did not want to discuss this matter with Seth, but since Seth questioned the fairness of the organizing committee and made an exception and explained a few more sentences. Thor's situation is more complicated, and the organizing committee is still discussing. At this point, and decided to make things clear, I have already submitted my opinion on Thor's handling, but Game has never approved it. But you can rest assured that the organizing committee will not ignore this matter. No matter what, he has killed a new god, and so many old gods here have been killed by him. There will definitely be an explanation. Hearing you say that makes me feel much better, Seth said. After all, I can't be the only unlucky one. And didn't say anything else. She turned around and walked in the direction of the car. She didn't even look at Seth, who was next to her. With his strength, it was almost impossible for Seth to stir up any trouble when he was dealing with Seth, who had lost all his divine power. As expected, Seth didn't do anything else. He only looked behind him after and turned around, but he quickly retracted his gaze and followed Anne to his truck. Anne opened the truck compartment, and it was actually divided into a few compartments. One of the compartments was actually a small capsule apartment with a bed, a television, and a small bookshelf. There were a few novels and manga on it. Anne made a gesture of invitation, and Seth obediently entered the compartment. Following that, two men in military uniforms threw the mechanical god into another empty compartment. Seth watched as the door of the truck closed in front of his eyes, and was about to take a book from the bookshelf to read, but he realized that this small capsule apartment was equipped with everything except for the lights. What is this? Seth stared in the dark, feeling a little helpless. After a while, the car started to move. Seth, who had nothing to do, could only lie down on the bed and take a nap as the body of the car swayed. Seth did not know how long he had been here. When he woke up, he tried to turn on the television in front of him but failed. However, after a while, the van slowly stopped until it completely stopped moving. The car door was opened again. Anne's voice came from outside. "Come down and eat something." Seth then noticed that the sky outside was completely dark. He jumped out of the car and found himself in a rest area on the highway. However, there were not many people in the rest area. It looked deserted. Seth deduced from this, it should be getting late. Perhaps it was because he was afraid of Anne's strength, but he no longer felt like he was being targeted. Chapter 13:25. Meet again. It was a sultry summer night. Even the air had become sticky. Seth got out of the car. First, he flexed his wrists and ankles. Then, he narrowed his eyes as if he was admiring the scenery in the rest area. However, his gaze secretly swept across the parking lot. Unfortunately, he did not see what he wanted to see. This disappointed him again. Seeing that Anne had already walked ahead, Seth could only follow her obediently. Because it was too late, the restaurants in the service area had already closed. However, the convenience store was still open. Anne and the others bought a few packets of instant noodles, pan-fried rice, and potato chips. Then, they packed for tea eggs at the cashier. When they were out of the door, Seth suddenly said, "I want to go to the toilet." Anne nodded without hesitation. However, after Seth took 2 steps, Anne's voice came from behind him, "Is the person you are waiting for not here yet?" Seth was stunned and stopped walking. A moment later, a strange expression appeared on his face. "As the chief judge of the world, do you think I haven't noticed your little tricks?" And continued. Seth was silent for a moment before he suddenly laughed again. "I really can't hide anything from you, so you deliberately stopped here in order to kill the person who came to save me." And silently agreed with this statement. Seth's tone was very relaxed. "You're thinking too much. Although I'm one of the 9 pillar gods of Egypt, I've long fallen out with others. My sister and nephew can't wait for me to die as soon as possible. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been the only one busying myself for so long." However, the more Seth said this, the more Anne was certain that he had hidden allies. Updates by Com. However, before he could speak, a gunshot suddenly rang out without warning, as if to confirm Seth's statement. Immediately after, a ball of blood burst out from Seth's head. Under Anne's astonished gaze, he fell back and fell to the ground. However, the gunshot did not stop there. Instead, it became more intense. The bullet slanted downwards, flying towards Seth's corpse. This change caught An off guard. Although he had guessed from Seth's reaction that there might be someone tailing him, he had not expected that someone would be following him. However, he had not expected that the other party was here to take Seth's life. Seth had indeed done a lot of terrible things recently, but strictly speaking, it was mainly because he had violated the rules of the organizing committee, even though everyone had guessed that he had been in contact with the deaths and disappearances of several gods recently. There was no absolute evidence. In contrast, Thor's situation was more serious. It had directly caused the death of a new god, injured a few new gods, and robbed people in front of the organizing committee. As the chief judge of the organizing committee, An naturally wanted to capture Thor. However, it wasn't as if An didn't know about the current tense situation between the new and old gods. This time, the god of science, Odin, and Zeus had all appeared. There were also quite a number of new and old gods involved. Even if he represented the organizing committee, it would be difficult for him to bring Thor back without game personally speaking, so he could only settle for the second best. At that time, it wasn't as if no one had noticed that Seth had run away while the new and old gods were busy fighting. However, Seth wasn't their main target to begin with. Moreover, since An had already arrived, everyone was willing to give the organizing committee some face. They did not chase after him. That was why An guessed that the person who had come was Seth's accomplice. Seth had not admitted this before, but his vague answer had been luring An to this point. That was why An had not expected that the person behind him was actually here to kill Seth. However, his reaction was very quick. Within seconds after the gunshot, he had kicked Seth, who had been shot, back into the convenience store beside him. However, he did not dodge. Instead, he rushed toward the source of the gunshot. Even though he was suddenly attacked, An's mind was still clear. As he ran, he said to the two men dressed like soldiers behind him, "Go, watch Seth." The two of them ran into the convenience store without saying a word, but the gunshot on the other side stopped. However, it was useless because An had already locked onto the attacker's location. The attacker used a pistol to commit the crime, so he was bound to not be too far away. However, his marksmanship was very good. In such a dark situation, the first shot was actually able to accurately hit Seth's head, and the next few shots were aimed at Seth's vital points. An's first reaction was to think that it was the god of guns who had acted. However, when An arrived at the place where the gunshot had sounded, she realized that the attacker had disappeared from her vision again. The other party was obviously quite adept at hiding, but An was not in a hurry. She only grabbed a nearby stone and crushed it. She threw the powder into the air, and immediately, a row of footprints appeared on the ground. This was one of An's abilities as a judge. Looking at the direction of the footprints, it was surprisingly the convenience store where Seth was. An raised her eyebrows slightly. He clearly did not expect the attacker to be so bold. He had actually bypassed him and was prepared to attack Seth again. Fortunately, he had always been on guard against this move. The two people he left beside Seth were his guards in the Divine Kingdom, which was equivalent to Odin's Valkyrie. Of course, the influence of the Sumerian myth was not as strong as that of the Norse myth. His two guards were not as famous as those Valkyries, but they were not weak. Most importantly, they could carry out his orders meticulously and were not afraid of death. In An's opinion, even if they could not defeat the attacker, it would not be a problem to delay them. However, what An did not expect was that as soon as he ran back to the convenience store, he saw one of his guards fly out, while the other guard was shot in the thigh and fell to the ground, unable to stand up again. An frowned when he saw this scene. These guards were personally trained by him, so he naturally understood them very well. Forget about the one who flew out. Logically speaking, even if he struggled, he would still be able to get up from the ground after being shot in the leg. There was no reason for him to just lie there, and his eyes were actually tightly shut, looking extremely weak and in pain. However, An couldn't be bothered to look at him anymore because he finally saw the attacker. However, to his surprise, the person standing in front of him was not a god, but a mere human. However, the man was wearing a gas mask, so his face couldn't be seen. however, and could still recognize the man from his clothes. At the same time, Jong-hung also recognized the square-faced man who had just eaten with him at the same table. Both of them were surprised because they had not expected to see each other again after that brief encounter a few hours ago. Furthermore, that day had come so quickly. Chapter 1326. The Oldest God. Seeing that his disguise was no longer effective, Jong-hung took off the gas mask on his head. By then, he had almost finished shooting the bullets in his gun. He only had one bullet left, so just in case, he put the gun away. He pulled out the hidden scabbard from his waist. Seth had been shot 4 times, 1 in the head, 1 in the chest, and 2 in one arm and 1 in the thigh. From the looks of it, he was in a sorry state. Black blood was oozing out of his wounds, and he lay motionless on the ground. However, Jong-hung still had no intention of letting him go. If possible, Jong-hung did not want to risk his life. His original plan was to finish off Seth with a long shot and then drive away. Unfortunately, the previous wave of attacks, only the first 2 shots hit Seth's vitals, and by the time he realized what was happening, he had already kicked Seth into the convenience store. Even though Jong-hung had guessed that the bullets in the gun would be very powerful against the gods, this was his first time using it, so he had no idea how powerful it was. Furthermore, Seth had already separated from Thor. Jong-hung only hesitated for a moment before deciding to chase after him to the convenience store to continue the attack. He knew very well that if he could not finish off Seth even after such a good opportunity, then it would be even more difficult to kill Seth after that. An's expression changed when he saw Jong-hung. He asked in a deep voice, "Do you know who I am?" "You haven't asked." "I am An, the main god of the Sumerians and Akkadian, the king of Anunnaki, the judge of heaven and earth," An said slowly. "I am also the oldest god in existence." "Sumerian myth?" "That is indeed quite early." Jong-hung searched through his mind and came to a sudden realization. An's words were not boasting. The Two Rivers Basin was the earliest known civilization of mankind. As early as 3500 AD, the Sumerians had established a country and city on this land, and they had even invented writing. In comparison, the Chinese civilization, which was also very early, was only officially established around 1600 AD. As for the Mayan civilization, it was even later, about 600 years later than the Chinese civilization. In fact, many religious stories now also originated from Sumerian mythology. For example, the Great Flood and Noah's Ark in the Bible, as well as the parts of the Tower of Babel, were all processed from the original version of Sumerian mythology. Therefore, it was not a problem for An to say that she was the oldest god in existence. As for the ancient sacrifices that were carved on the stone walls earlier, they were long gone because there were no words left to pass down to the next generation. I am also the current presiding judge of the organizing committee. An slowly gave up her last job, and her expression became serious. "Do you know what you are doing?" "Killing a person who should have died a long time ago," Jong-hung replied. Updates by Com. He has indeed done a lot of bad things, but no matter what, Seth is one of the 9 pillar gods of Egypt. Naturally, the gods should be the ones to handle the matters of the gods. This is also one of the responsibilities of the organizing committee. If the organizing committee had really performed their duties properly, there wouldn't be a need for me to make a move today, Jong-hung said calmly. And couldn't help but fall silent. However, he was, after all, the presiding judge. He quickly came back to his senses and shook his head. "Since Seth has already fallen into my hands, I will give him the punishment he deserves. No matter what, it's impossible for a mortal to carry out a lynching." "Then it looks like we can't come to an agreement today." Jong-hung wasn't surprised by this result. Although the other party was sent by the organizing committee to capture Seth, it was clear that they wanted a living Seth, not a dead Seth, especially since the organizing committee wanted to pry the location of the foam god out of Seth. An nodded. He had already noticed the abnormality of the pistol in Jong-hung's hand. No matter whether it was Seth or his guards, based on their physique, they should not have been so severely injured even if they had been shot. Therefore, after settling down, he said to Jong-hung, "Show me the gun in your hand." His expression was natural as he said this, as if this was something that was supposed to happen. In fact, as he said this, a golden light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Jong-hung. Their eyes met. Even with Jong-hung's willpower, he couldn't help but feel the urge to pass the gun in his hand to the other party. It was as if this was the right thing to do. However, Jong-hung's mental training during this period of time was not in vain. Especially when he silently recited the mantra of Xiao Shan's flowing heart. When he clearly saw his true heart, he instantly came to his senses. An's eyes flashed with a strange light. It was not that he had never seen a person who could resist his own mental attack, but it was indeed beyond his expectations that the other party could escape so quickly. However, An didn't mind. He looked at the knife in Jong-hung's hand and said, "Then let me experience your knife skills." After saying that, he grabbed the street lamp at the side. He actually pulled the street lamp out from the ground. To be honest, Jong-hung didn't want to fight the oldest god in front of him. The Sumerian god system's popularity was average, far less than the Nordic god system. However, An was the main god of the Sumerian god system, so he wouldn't be easy to deal with. Most importantly, even if Jong-hung won this fight, it would be meaningless. He was only sent by Isis to kill Seth. He had no intention to tangle with others, nor did he want the organizing committee to focus on him. However, looking at the current situation, Jong-hung knew that if he could not defeat or force the square-faced man to retreat, he would not be able to finish off Seth. Therefore, Jong-hung could only raise his blade. "Please advise me." And smiled, and without further ado, he swung the street lamp at the young man opposite him. However, the result was a little different from what he had expected. Jong-hung didn't retreat or dodge the lightning bolt. He didn't do anything else. It was only when the lamp post was about to hit his head that he finally swung the hidden scabbard in his hand. However, the next moment, the lamp post was cut into two. The smile on An's face froze with the strike. He did not expect the knife in Jong-hung's hand to be so strong that it could even cut through a street lamp. He did not expect the speed of Jong-hung's strike to be so fast. When he saw Jong-hung firing a few shots, he initially thought that Jong-hung was good at spearmanship. However, from the looks of it, this young man's blade technique seemed to be even better. And realized that he had probably met a powerful enemy tonight, so he did not dare to be careless anymore. He stretched out his hand and summoned his scepter from the truck. Chapter 13:27. Desire. As An gripped the scepter, a triple crown appeared above his head. The top, middle, and bottom layers of the triple crown were made of different materials. They were inlaid with gemstones, gold, and silver, making them look majestic. At the same time, a red carpet was under An's feet. It was extending toward Jong-hung. Of course, Jong-hung wasn't naive enough to think that the carpet was welcoming him. He immediately moved again, avoiding the carpet that was coming his way. Then, he charged toward An. Before the triple crown on An's head could fully materialize, he had already slashed down with his sword. Seeing this, An raised the scepter in her hand to welcome him. This time, hidden scabbard was unable to break the weapon in An's hand. As the two weapons clashed, a crisp golden sound rang out. The scepter in An's hand was obviously a game item, and its quality should not be low. That was why it was able to block hidden scabbard. However, this was only Jong-hung's first attack. Since he had already seized the opportunity to attack, there was no reason for Jong-hung to give up with just one attack. Just as An was about to raise the scepter to counterattack, he did not expect Jong-hung's second attack to arrive, and had no choice but to place his scepter horizontally in front of his chest to receive the second attack. However, before he could do anything else, Jong-hung's third attack came. Seeing this, An had no choice but to focus on neutralizing Jong-hung's attack. Even though he tried to counterattack a few times but failed, his face did not show much anxiety. Indeed, with his status and position in the Sumerian god system, it was somewhat beneath him to be suppressed by a human. However, it was not as if An had never seen an outstanding mortal before, for example, the man named Gilgamesh. Back then, in order to deal with him, the goddess Aruru created a barbarian warrior named Enkidu. However, in the end, Gilgamesh's skills were superior. Not only did he defeat Enkidu, what the gods didn't expect was that after this battle, the two of them actually became friends. Together, they managed the country to flourish. After that, Gilgamesh rejected the goddess Ishtar's proposal and killed the Bull of Heaven that and sent to punish him. After Enkidu died, in order to find a way to live forever, he also experienced a soul-stirring legendary adventure. Even in the realm of gods, the story of the hero Gilgamesh was widely spread. However, and had no time to reminisce about a human from more than 4,000 years ago. This was because the opponent in front of him was obviously more difficult to deal with. This did not mean that Jonghung's true strength had surpassed Gilgamesh's. The main reason was that the Sumerian gods led by An were no longer as brave as before. However, An now had an advantage that he did not have back then. Although his strength, speed, and reaction had become weaker, his combat experience had become richer, and he had become more patient as a result. Updates by Com. However, what An did not expect was that the young man opposite him was actually as fast as a knife. Moreover, as he increased the speed of his knife, his movements did not reveal any flaws as he had initially expected. An's expression changed slightly. Now that he was able to deal with the young man's attack, he began to feel some pressure. On the other hand, the young man was still able to deal with it with ease. And did not know if it was his imagination. He felt that as the battle progressed, the young man seemed to have completely merged with the sword. There was no longer any gap between the two. The edge of the sword actually became more and more intense. And did not have time to think about how he was going to receive Jonghung's attack. The next moment, his gaze swept across the scepter in his hand, and he was even more shocked. This was because he realized that the scepter, which symbolized his status and power, had unknowingly become riddled with holes. The places where the sword had collided with the opponent were filled with cracks, and could not help but blurt out, "What kind of weapon is that in your hand?" "Hidden scabbard," Jonghung replied, but his attacks did not stop. An's face revealed a look of contemplation, but then it turned into confusion. "Hidden scabbard, which god's weapon is this? Why haven't I heard of this name before?" "Because this saber doesn't belong to any god. It was only my weapon when it was born." Jonghung held the long blade in his hand, but this was the first time he felt the desire of the hidden scabbard. Yes, it was desire. The most pious knife makers in the capital had always believed that each blade contained a unique soul. When he first encountered the hidden scabbard, Jonghung had felt the ruthlessness hidden in the blade, but this was purely a subjective intuition, more like a reflection of the knife maker's emotions at the time, or perhaps it was the weak aura that had been left behind by the assimilation of the previous owner. However, this time, the desire was so strong that Jonghung could clearly feel the intention of hidden scabbard to cut off the scepter in An's hand. When Jonghung came into contact with this thought, he was not shocked but happy. He seemed to have thought of something. He did not suppress this sudden desire as the owner. Instead, he listened carefully to the heart of the blade in his hand and tried to incorporate this desire into his blade technique. It was only now that his blade technique had reached level 4 that he was able to do this. Using the hidden scabbard's desire, Jonghung's blade technique's power had also increased by another level. An's previous feeling wasn't an illusion. At this moment, Jonghung had indeed become one with the hidden scabbard. He had even forgotten about Seth, who was still alive, and there was only one thing left in his eyes, and that was to cut off the scepter in An's hand. Therefore, facing this simple attack, An realized that he had no other choice but to continue using the already damaged scepter in his hand to defend himself. In the end, the already exhausted scepter shattered into pieces after several collisions with hidden scabbard. An held the remaining half of the broken scepter in her hand and stood rooted to the ground, her face filled with confusion. Jonghung, on the other hand, had changed from his previous domineering attitude. He actually sheathed his saber and even bowed to An. Jonghung could feel the changes in the hidden scabbard after chopping down the scepter. In fact, when he first felt the strong desire from the hidden scabbard, he had already thought of the previous appraisal results regarding the hidden scabbard. At the end, there was a sentence that said, "The forger left space for the blade to level up." In other words, this B-grade game item actually had a chance of leveling up. It was just that Jonghung hadn't been able to find a way to level it up for so long. At first, he had thought that it was to kill some supernatural creatures, but in the following few battles, even after killing Loki, Hidden Scabbard still didn't make any movements. It wasn't until this time, after chopping off the scepter in Ant's hand, that Hidden Scabbard finally made some changes. Chapter 1328. No worries. Jonghang realized that he might have found a way to upgrade Hidden Scabbard in this battle, but he didn't have the time to examine his saber. After chopping off Ant's scepter, there was finally no one in the service area who could stop him from finishing off Seth. Jonghang only wanted to finish this most important task as soon as possible so that he wouldn't be late. Therefore, he ignored An, who was standing there in a daze, and turned around to walk back to the convenience store. After witnessing the gunfight and the two subsequent battles that exceeded common sense, the cashier had already fainted on the ground. Jonghang ignored him and returned to the front of Seth. Then, he raised the Hidden Scabbard in his hand and aimed it at the back of Seth's heart. He stabbed it in. After stabbing the scabbard, Jonghang was still worried. He pulled out the Hidden Scabbard and prepared to chop off Seth's head again. However, at that moment, a sense of danger suddenly rose in his heart. To be honest, Jonghang did not know where the danger came from. After all, An's two guards were still lying on the ground, and An had just been chopped off by him. At that moment, he was immersed in disbelief and unwillingness. For Jonghang, it was very likely that he would be able to completely understand the situation with just one stab. However, the battle instinct that he had gained from so many dungeons still prompted him to stop what he was doing. At the same time, he used his Hidden Scabbard to shield his body. Almost at the same time that he finished doing this, a silver hammer tore through the darkness and flew toward his chest at an unimaginable speed. When Hidden Scabbard collided with the hammer, Jonghang felt as if he had been hit by a high-speed train. He subconsciously activated the Earthly Scale (RSB) on his cheat. At this point, Jonghang had no time to think about the limits of his bow. He increased his strength by 5 times. His muscles felt like they were about to tear apart, but he was still unable to take the blow. He was sent flying and knocked down 3 rows of shelves. This sudden scene also brought the dazed and back to reality. He looked at the figure walking out of the darkness on the other side of the service area, and his expression changed. Thor. The reason why An used a question instead of a statement was that the Thor in front of him was too different from the Thor in his memory. The Thor in front of him did not have the slightest bit of the glorious image of invincibility in Norse mythology. At this moment, his body was covered with wounds of all sizes, especially the few bullet wounds on his chest. For some unknown reason, blood was still flowing out, and one of his eyes had been directly shot out. There was only a bloody hole left there, but the most shocking thing was that his left hand, under his elbow, had completely disappeared. Updates by Com. In fact, Thor was also panting heavily after throwing out his Mikhail. When he heard An's voice, he raised his head and looked at her coldly, but did not say anything and continued to walk towards the convenience store. However, when he walked to An's side, the latter hesitated for a moment before asking again, "What happened to your injuries?" "I met a few rats that were hiding in the gutter and sneakily got bitten by them," Thor said in a hoarse voice. "Unfortunately, I didn't manage to kill all of them and one of them escaped." "Your current situation doesn't look good. You'd better find someone to treat you first," An advised. "It's fine." Thor didn't seem to care. The anger in his remaining eye was almost overflowing. "Let me settle the score with my old friend first." However, when he raised his foot and was about to continue walking forward, he didn't expect a hand to block his way. Thor's gaze turned cold when he saw that hand. "You want to stop me?" "It's my duty. I can't not stop you." An sighed and said seriously. Thor didn't think much of it. "You can't even stop a mortal. What makes you think you can stop me?" And didn't answer. She glanced at Thor's wounds and broken arm again. After a moment, she said, "In your current situation, I don't want to fight you. Besides, we're both old gods." Thor interrupted and roughly, "Even if I only have one hand, you're still no match for me." And didn't retort, but she didn't take back her hand either. Thor was also very straightforward. He waved his hand and summoned Myrtle Neal from the convenience store. "I don't have time to talk nonsense with you, old man. I'm not joking with you. If you don't want to die here, get out of the way. And looked at the hammer in Thor's hand and asked again, how did you leave the other gods who were looking for you behind? You'll find out soon enough. Thor waved the hammer in his hand and sneered. What's the point of doing this? As far as I know, although the son of Odin is a bit reckless, he's not a fool. You know that your current actions will only make things worse. Isn't that what the people behind the scenes want? Thor finally fell into silence. After a moment, he said again, I need Seth to bring me to my wife. Then you should cooperate with the organizing committee. You are a member of the organizing committee, so you should know the power of the organizing committee. Whether it's the new god or the old god, we can help you negotiate and communicate with them so that you can find your wife as soon as possible. No, Thor shook his head. I have to do this personally. Why? And asked, confused. Because he wants me to do this. He always has a way to get what he wants. Thor's expression was a little strange when he said this. Who wants you to do this? And asked again, but Thor no longer answered. He only raised the hammer in his hand. At this time, the triple crown on On's head had finally materialized. Speaking of which, Jong-hung was indeed suspected of stealing the chicken in the previous battle. Before the crown on On's head had fully formed, he had already ended the battle. At the same time, he stopped in time so that On couldn't make a move anymore. Now, it was time for On to show her true strength. A green light shot out from the first crown of the triple crown. In the next moment, Thor felt his remaining arm stiffen as if it had been petrified. However, before On could rejoice, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky and wrapped around Thor's arm. As the lightning wrapped around his arm, Thor finally regained control of his arm and swung out with Mjolnir. And scepter had already been shattered by Jong-hung in the previous battle, but he did not panic in the face of Thor's hammer. The second crown of the triple crown shot out a red light. However, this time, the target of the red light was not Thor, but the carpet under On's feet. Chapter 13:29. Confrontation. When the red light shone on the carpet, it immediately raised its head and turned into a soft wall, blocking On. Thor's hammer hit the carpet like it hit a thin piece of paper, easily passing through it. However, there was more than one layer of the soft wall. After Mural broke through one layer, he immediately encountered another layer, and after breaking through this layer, there was another layer. Even though this divine hammer was extraordinary, coupled with Thor's terrifying divine power, it gradually lost its strength under the layers of barriers. In the end, its speed became slower and slower. Thor did not hesitate at all when he saw this. He waved his hand again and called back Mural, who seemed to have fallen into a quagmire. The first exchange between the two ended with Thor's failure. On the other hand, On was not at ease either. The expression on her face became more and more serious. She used the carpet under her feet as a wall to block Thor's attack. She did not hold back at all. However, she did not expect that the hammer would still be less than a step away from her. If Thor was not worried that Mikael would be entangled when he was exhausted again, and would have been hit by the hammer. Therefore, On did not dare to stand still and wait for Thor's second attack. The top layer of the triple crown lit up. However, On underestimated Thor. Although the latter's body was covered in wounds of all sizes and he had lost an arm, he was still brave enough to charge forward with Myrtle. If On had the scepter in his hand, he might have been able to block it. Unfortunately, his scepter had already been cut off by Jong-hung in the previous battle, so he had no choice but to retreat. At the same time, she hoped that the carpet under her feet would be able to stop Thor. Unfortunately, when Myrtle was held in her master's hand, it was no longer the same as when she had been thrown. Thor was the god of lightning and power, so the divine power in his body was almost endless. Myrtle turned into a silver bolt of lightning in his hand, and the carpet that On's hand passed through was reduced to ashes before it could even touch it. As a result, On could not spare any time to activate the third crown. As Thor stepped forward, the distance between the two of them continued to close, and sweat began to appear on On's forehead. In fact, if Thor did not want to expose his whereabouts and was reluctant to activate the lightning, he might have already lost. In just a short night, On's scepter was cut off, and then he was defeated by Thor, who was seriously injured. No matter how good his temper was, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. However, just as Thor was about to succeed, he suddenly withdrew Mikhail from his hand and swung it behind him. However, this time, he wasn't able to send the person behind him flying like before. Updates by Com. Immediately after, a blade avoided Mikhail's sharp edge and actually slashed towards his waist. At this point, Thor, who had been pressing forward ever since he appeared, finally had no choice but to take half a step back to his side. And stared at the figure behind Thor, his eyes filled with shock. He didn't expect the ordinary human who had been sent flying by Thor's hammer to be able to get back up so quickly. Even though he seemed to be slightly injured, however, it didn't seem to affect the battle. Thor shifted his gaze from An to Jonghang, and then to Seth, who was lying on the floor of the convenience store. When he saw the bullet holes on Seth's body that were also bleeding, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes gradually turned cold. Jonghang also felt Thor's hostility toward him. He did not know where the hostility came from. Logically speaking, the relationship between Thor and Seth did not seem to be so good that they could wear the same pants. Even if he was here to kill Seth, there was no reason for Thor to have such strong killing intent toward him. However, Jonghang did not panic. If Thor had been at his peak, he might have had no choice but to run away if he had missed the first strike. However, after watching the battle between Thor and An, Jonghang felt that he had a chance, not to mention that he still had a trump card. Because of Jonghang's participation, the three of them were temporarily in a stalemate. In terms of strength, even though Thor was heavily injured, he was still the strongest of the three. However, if An and Jonghang joined forces, Thor would be at a disadvantage in a 1-on-2 fight. However, after a moment, Thor spoke first. "Name your price." "What price?" An asked. However, to his surprise, Thor turned to look at Jonghang after he said that. Jonghang was also a little surprised, but he reacted quickly. An was the chief judge of the organizing committee, and he was known for his impartiality. Since he wanted to bring Seth back to the organizing committee, there was no turning back. On the other hand, he, whose origin was unknown, had become the only person who could temporarily cooperate with him. Therefore, Thor forcefully suppressed his murderous intent toward him. And became nervous when he saw this, but then he heard Jonghang reply, "I promised someone else that I would get rid of Seth." Thor frowned when he heard this, but he didn't say anything else. Instead, he held Mikhail in his hand again. It seemed like he was going to snatch Seth away from the two of them. However, just as the atmosphere became more and more tense, he heard Jonghang continue, "However, that man didn't promise me when he would kill Seth. I heard you say that you're looking for Seth because you want to find your wife's whereabouts from him." "That's right," Thor said warily. Jonghang glanced at the starfish in his hand. "From now on, I can give you 7 minutes to question him and wait for 7 minutes before I make my move. However, I can't guarantee that he's still alive. After all, he was stabbed by me, and I shot him in the heart and head. One of the Egyptian pillar gods is not going to die so easily," Thor said coldly. However, after a moment of hesitation, he realized that this might be the only acceptable solution for him at the moment. He nodded at Jonghang. "Deal." After saying that, he turned around and walked into the convenience store without hesitation. He did not even look at An, who was ignored by the two of them, was speechless. He opened his mouth to say something, but with Jonghang's words, the two of them formed a temporary alliance. Even if he wanted to stop them, there was nothing he could do. And finally turned to Jonghang. "Are you so sure that he'll keep his promise? The name Thor is still trustworthy. Also," Jonghang paused, "aren't you still here? If he doesn't hand over Seth to me in 7 minutes, it'll just be the three of us facing off again." And wanted to retort, but he was at a loss for words. It could only be said that sometimes it wasn't a good thing to stand firm. He asked himself if Thor really wanted to take Seth away. He still had to pinch his nose and join forces with Jonghang to stop Thor. Chapter 1330. Promise. Thor did not use up the 7 minutes Jonghang had given him. He walked into the convenience store and dragged Seth into the staff locker room behind him. When he came out 5 minutes later, his right palm and Mikhail's were stained with blood. Thor took a packet of wet tissues from the shelf and tore it open. As he wiped his hands, he walked back to Jong-Anan. He first looked up at An, then said to Jong-Hung, "He's yours." Even though An had already guessed the outcome, his expression changed slightly when he heard that. He said to Jong-Hung, "No matter what Seth did, you have no right to execute a god." "You're right, but this isn't the first time I've done something like this," Jong-Hung said. However, he grabbed the hidden scabbard by his waist again. And saw that he couldn't convince Jong-Hung, so he turned to Thor. "Since you've gotten what you want, you should return Seth to the organizing committee. Even though I don't like that kid, he has a good point. The name Thor is still trustworthy," the god of thunder and power said nonchalantly. After a pause, he turned to Jong-Hung. "I'll help you keep an eye on this old man. If you want to kill Seth, go ahead. Just a reminder, if you want to kill him completely, you have to split his body into more than 7 parts. Otherwise, he'll still have a way to revive." Jong-Hung thanked him and walked into the changing room. As the door closed again, An's face was ashen. He questioned Thor, "So you're really going to go through with this?" Thor didn't answer the question. Instead, he said, "I said that when this matter is over, I'll take the initiative to apologize to Game. You have no idea how big of a mess you've created, do you?" And looked at Thor seriously. "No, on the contrary, I know that the relationship between the new god and the old god has become tense because of my actions," Thor said unexpectedly. "However, I don't think I should bear the main responsibility for this." "Then who should be responsible, Seth?" "Of course it's not Seth. Seth was just an idiot who was used from the beginning to the end. Of course, I'm not qualified to say anything about him because I'm actually the same as him." Thor shook his head. "Compared to Seth, you should pay more attention to that kid inside. He cut off my scepter. Of course I'll pay attention to him. Updates by Com. No, I'm not talking about his strength." Thor pointed at the bullet holes on his body. "You asked me about the injuries on my body before. I told you that I met a group of rats. They were a group of humans with unknown origins. They were well prepared and well trained. Just because they were well prepared and well trained, can they injure you to this extent?" And found it hard to believe. After all, Thor was the ceiling of combat strength among the Nordic gods, and he was also the signature figure among the old gods. There was no need to doubt his strength, especially since both sides had just exchanged blows. No one knew better than and how strong Thor was. Just because you're well prepared, well trained, of course, isn't enough. However, they invented a bullet that has a very strong lethality against gods like us. Those weak gods who are hit by the bullet are very likely to die, and even I will be severely restrained. There's actually such a bullet." And was shocked when he heard this. Then, he thought of Seth from before and the guard who had been shot. He immediately reacted, "Are you saying that the kid inside and the one who injured you are from the same group?" "I don't know," Thor said straightforwardly, "but I believe that even if he's not with those rats, he's at least related to them. However, I only left one of the people who attacked me alive. After that, he committed suicide. Moreover, I still have to save my wife, so I don't have the time to investigate this matter. However, I believe that the organizing committee will be interested in this news because the disappearance and death of the gods recently might be related to them." And did not object. His expression became serious. "If what you said is true, the organizing committee will definitely investigate." "Just nice. Now you have a good opportunity in front of you." Thor pointed his mouth in the direction of the convenience store's changing room. Under An's astonished gaze, he spoke, "I only promised to let him kill Seth. I didn't say that I would let him leave after that." An was elated when he heard this, but then he seemed to have thought of something that was difficult to say. Thor was very straightforward when he saw this. "I'll do it as well. Just take it as making up for some of the mistakes I've made before. I know that I've caused a lot of trouble for the organizing committee, but I can't go back with you just like that." And knew that Thor was telling the truth, and he was helpless about this. It was his fault for not being able to defeat Thor. Fortunately, although he had lost Thor and Seth tonight, he had gained something else. However, at this moment, An's heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and noticed that the clock on the wall of the convenience store was pointing to 0. Thor revealed a puzzled look when he saw this. Why? Is there a problem? There was an area around here where the flow of time wasn't right, and said in a low voice. The reason why he was able to notice the problem at the first moment was because he was, after all, the main god of Sumerian mythology. Although there was no such thing as time in the priesthood, controlling all living things also included time. However, he was, after all, not a real god of time. The limit was that he could sense that there might be a problem with the time in the surrounding area. As for what exactly was wrong, he couldn't sense it. However, at this point, there was no need for him to sense it anymore. Thor immediately rushed into the convenience store's changing room after he gave the warning, only to see Seth, who was dismembered on the ground. However, there was no trace of the human inside. He has already left. Thor's expression turned ugly. After all, the human had left right under his and An's noses. Furthermore, he didn't feel anything. He had just been discussing with An how to deal with Jong-hang outside. An, on the other hand, had already calmed down. He looked at the bloody scene in the locker room and seemed to have thought of something. He can control time, and he's so skilled, could he be Chrono's agent? Without another word, Thor jumped onto the roof of the convenience store. He scanned his surroundings to make sure that Jong-hang was nowhere to be seen. Without saying goodbye to An, he leaped into the darkness. Even though he hated the group of humans that had attacked him, he knew that the most important thing now was to find his wife. Therefore, seeing that Jong-hang had disappeared, he had no intention of going with An to search for her. He had actually left just like that. Chapter 1331. Seth was dead. Just as Thor and An were searching for Jong-hang near the convenience store, the latter had already returned thousands of miles away, outside Isis Health Club in the mountains. It was just past midnight. Jong-hang parked his car in front of the main door, but he realized that unlike the first time he had come, the health club's main door was tightly shut, and it was pitch black inside. Jong-hang carried his luggage out of the car and pressed the doorbell. However, after waiting for about 5 minutes, there was still no response from inside. No one came to open the door, and the maid of Isis, the Egyptian woman, was nowhere to be seen. Jong-hang frowned at the situation. He took out his pet wire and shook the wire to get it to work. However, when the pet wire opened the door in front of him, Jong-hang retracted his hand from pushing the door open. Then, he climbed up the drainage pipe to the 4th floor and came to a window on the east side. Jong-hang remembered clearly that this was the reception room where he and Isis had first met. Just as he landed, a dagger silently stabbed toward his waist in the darkness. At the same time, Jong-hang heard the sound of a bow. A crossbow arrow shot out from behind him. The target was precisely his back. The knife and arrow blocked all his routes of movement. However, even though the situation was critical, Jong-hang remained calm. He did not have time to pull out the hidden scabbard from his waist. Instead, he used the scabbard to block the arrow. He pushed away the dagger in front of him and used the force to move his body half a step to the side of his left hand. However, he also dodged the crossbow arrow behind him. Jong-hang immediately pulled out his hidden scabbard and slashed at the attacker's neck. However, the next moment, the lights in the room lit up again. The person who had attacked him earlier also retreated 3 steps back. He looked at Jong-hang with a faint smile. It was Isis. What do you mean? Jong-hang also looked into Isis' eyes. Nothing much. It's just a misunderstanding. Isis put away the dagger in her hand as if nothing had happened. I asked you to help me kill my brother. Although I believe in your strength, I have to consider the possibility of revenge if you fail. That's why I made some preparations here. Speaking of which, it's your fault for not using the main entrance. Updates by Com. You relied on a dagger and a crossbow to guard against Seth. Of course not. Look at your feet. Isis placed the dagger on the bar counter and picked up a bottle of wine. Jong-hang lowered his head and saw a large complex pattern. In other words, he was standing on top of a magic array, and this magic array was even bigger than the teleportation magic array in the basement. It almost filled the entire reception room. Looks like I won this battle after all. Isis removed the cork from the wine bottle and smiled smugly. However, the next moment, her smile froze on the corner of her mouth. She realized that there was something extra on the magic circle that she had carefully prepared. It was a knife mark. It extended from the window all the way to where Jonghung was now. The magic patterns were destroyed wherever it passed. When? Isis cried out involuntarily. Jonghung didn't answer her question. He just placed the bag on the ground and took out a tule tree box from it. He tossed it to Isis. I helped me save him, and I've done what I promised you. Isis didn't rush to open the box. After taking 2 sips of wine, she lifted the lid with one finger. Inside was a heart that had been stabbed by a dagger. Seth is dead. The heart is in the box. If you don't believe me, you can use your magic to check it. There's no need. He's my younger brother. We share the same blood, so I can still recognize his heart. Isis had a complicated look in his eyes. However, after a moment, he closed the box. There was nothing left. At that moment, the owl from the mural flew out and grabbed the wooden box with its claws. Feed it to the dogs. This is what he deserves. After giving her instructions, Isis clapped her hands and turned her gaze back to the man in front of her. Your efficiency is truly beyond my imagination. We've only been apart for less than 24 hours, yet you've already killed Seth before the new god and the old god, and even returned to me, Isis said. How incredibly fast. I'm just lucky. Since we've already fulfilled our agreement, it's time for me to take my leave. Jonghung's expression didn't change. Please help me call Trista over. Oh, that little succubus. She's too disobedient. I had no choice but to use magic to let her sleep. But it's fine, I'll get my maid to wake her up now, Isis said. She gestured at the vulture on the mural, and the vulture flew away from the wall. However, Isis didn't seem to have any intention of leaving the meeting room. Instead, she stared at Jonghung and asked curiously, "What's your next plan?" "What plan?" Jonghung asked. "You helped your Bordner friend solve her problem, but what about your own? How is it? Have you had any nightmares recently? Have you dreamed about the owner of that city? The reason you brought that little succubus with you is because you want to get information from her and solve your problem, right?" Isis said as she sat on the bar counter. Her 2 smooth legs rested on the edge of the bar counter. "Do you have any advice for me?" "Not really. That guy is a brand new existence to us. His rise is too fast, and with some natural reasons, the world knows so little about him." But Isis paused. "The trouble you've encountered can be considered to be related to life, so I, the goddess of life, can give you some advice." Jonghung didn't say anything. He just waited quietly for the other party to continue. "Strictly speaking, this body of yours belongs to that guy. You and he share the same blood. I know you're very skilled, and you've just proven that once again, but unfortunately, no matter how skilled you are, you can't affect him," Isis said slowly. "Why?" Jonghung thought back to the nightmare from before. He had only been glanced at by the figure on the throne, and he couldn't move at all. In that case, whether it was his knife skills or his marksmanship, or his other tools and skills, he couldn't use them at all. Chapter 1332. 40% Confidence. Because his blood runs in your veins. Don't get me wrong, we've always said that our parents' blood runs in our veins, but your situation is different. You were raised as a vessel, and you were only one step away from being completely replaced. In other words, you're a part of his body, just like a hand or a leg. Isis then turned to look at Jonghung. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she continued, "This is the reason why he can control your body. After all, your hands are controlled by your brain. Of course, I know what you're trying to say. You still have the blood of that mortal couple in your body, but unfortunately, this part of your blood is too insignificant compared to the blood that has already been replaced. If you want to rely on this little bit of blood from your parents to escape control, it's no different from a fool's dream. Then what should I do? Jong-hung finally asked. However, Isis shrugged. I don't know. Jong-hung raised his eyebrows. What else do you want from me? No, I'm not saying this to negotiate with you. You helped me kill my brother, so I don't have anything else for you to help me with in the short term. It's just a small suggestion before I leave, Isis said. The birth of your soul is a series of coincidences. Nothing like this has ever happened before, and the opponent you're going to face is very special. Even though we're both gods, the difference between us is probably greater than that between a cat and a tiger. So, your previous experience isn't really that useful, Isis said with some hesitation. Why? Jong-hung noticed her hesitation. Actually, since you know the root of the problem, the solution is simple. If you can complete the blood exchange again, you'll be able to get rid of the part of his blood that belongs to him. Then why did you say that you had no solution? Jong-hung asked. Because blood exchange is a very difficult and dangerous thing. It's not only for the person who has been replaced, but also for the person who provided the blood, Isis said, and to be honest with you, there's no way a mortal can provide such a large amount of blood for you to replace. It's useless to do it in batches. As long as there's a drop of his blood in your body, then the new blood will be his. So you're saying that I need to complete the blood exchange with a god? Jong-hung asked. Yes, but no god would be willing to do such a thing. If he does, his blood will be contaminated, Isis answered honestly. Then, she looked at Jong-hung's expression. She seemed to have guessed what he was thinking, so she shook her head. I know you killed the White Knight and Seth. But you can't do it by force. It has to be consensual. Jong-hung was not too disappointed after hearing Isis' words. He only said lightly, I understand. At that moment, the vulture that had gone to wake up the succubus returned to the mural. At the same time, the Egyptian maid's voice came from outside the door. Miss Trista is already waiting downstairs. Updates by Com. We're done here. We'll be down soon. Tell her not to touch my things. Isis rushed out the door and turned to look at Jong-hung. The war between the old and new gods is a good thing for you. If that's the case, they won't have the time to care about you for the time being. However, once they're done with the matter at hand, or when Laria's master wakes up from the bottom of the sea, they'll realize what the most important thing is. Then, they'll put aside their differences and join forces to deal with you first. So, forgive me for being blunt, but you don't have much time left. What about you? Jong-hung asked. Why are you telling me all this? If the master of Laria wakes up, it won't be a good thing for you either. No one likes a table-flipping person, Isis said, holding the bottle. But I do like you. I hope you can live a little longer. 15 minutes later, Isis stood by the window and watched Jong-hung's polo descend the winding mountain path, leaving her sight. 5 minutes later, she pushed the door open and went to the room next door. It was also a reception room, but it was much smaller and less luxurious. Fortunately, there were a lot of things that should have been there. Other than that, there was also a magic clock that could show a person's remaining lifespan. At this moment, a figure was standing in front of the clock, looking at the time-telling bird with interest. What are you looking at? Isis asked. I'm very curious. If I ask your little bird how many years I have left, what will it say? Isn't it said that only time is eternal? Isis said calmly. That's true. The figure in front of the clock curled his lips, but just like the goddess of wisdom, Athena, is not wisdom itself. Although I'm the god of time, I'm ashamed to say that I can't stop myself from aging. Everything has an end. Chronos, we are no exception. Yes, but once you have tasted the taste of youth and power, it is difficult to be satisfied with your old body. Chronos sighed, but then, without needing Isis to persuade him, he perked up again. You told him about the blood exchange. That's right, but I said it in such detail, and I know so much about his background. With his prudence and intelligence, he may have begun to doubt the relationship between us, and the role I played in it. It doesn't matter. Kronos didn't seem to mind, so what if he suspects you? Aren't you telling the truth? And after he verifies your words, he'll probably have to find a god who can exchange his blood. This is the only way he can go against Master Lariah. Aren't you worried that he'll find a god who's really willing to exchange his blood with him? That's impossible, Kronos said with a smile. No god can bear the price of being contaminated by his blood, not even game. That's why he'll have to come back to me after he's exhausted all his efforts and realizes this. After all, I've always been his guardian angel. Although I designed the blood exchange ritual with you, I still have to warn you again. The risk you face is very high. Even if everything goes according to your plan, the success rate won't exceed 40%, Isis said with a serious expression. 40% is enough. I've been preparing for almost 20 years. I'm just waiting for this day to come, Game said leisurely. Chapter 1333. The God of Souls. Not long after getting into the car, Miss Succubus switched on the car speaker and tuned the radio to the music station. As it turned out, Director Jews All the Way North was playing. As Miss Succubus listened, she did not forget to comment, Shir Shu is such a good seedling. If she really exists, I'll take her in as my disciple. Jongheng didn't say anything. He drove his Polo down the hill and glanced at the health club that was gradually disappearing into the darkness. Oh, you're not attracted to Isis, are you? Miss Succubus raised her eyebrows. Don't be fooled by her performance. Don't think that she's easy to get. In the myths, she's famous for her loyalty. Although she's acting a little wild now, as far as I know, she hasn't really betrayed her husband. That's not what I'm thinking, Jongheng finally said. That's right. With me by your side, there's no reason for you to be thinking about other women, Miss Succubus said with a smile. Tell me the type of woman you like, or the person you've been thinking about for a long time. I can help you fulfill your long-cherished wish. Initially, she was just teasing a certain someone, but she didn't expect Jongheng to actually start thinking about it. You can enter other people's dreams, or you can create a dream for them, right? That's right. There are many such stories in the legends about us, the succubus said with a nod. However, don't think too much of me. Controlling dreams is the ability of Sepnos and his 3 sons. I can only be responsible for giving you a wet dream. That's enough, Jongheng said. It was the succubus' turn to be surprised. You want me to give you a wet dream? Is there really someone you like but can't get? No, there is someone I don't want to see in my dream. The succubus was even more confused. Jongheng didn't explain further and said, don't take it to heart. Just in case, I hope things don't develop to that stage. Updates by Com. All right. Miss Succubus did not dwell on the issue anymore. She took off her shoes and placed her bare feet on the dashboard. Where are we going next? How many gods do you know that have to do with souls? Jongheng asked as he drove. Gods that have to do with souls. Miss Succubus thought about it. Actually, no matter what god system it is, the one with the greatest connection to souls is the god of death. That's because the soul will only leave the body after death. Whether it's receiving or judging these souls, it's all done by the god of death and his subordinates. Miss Succubus paused for a moment before continuing. In Greek mythology, the job of receiving the souls was done by Hermes. He would bring the souls of the dead through the darkness to the gate of hell guarded by the Cerberus, and then Charon would drive the souls to the other side of the river Styx, which was the land of the flowers of the eternal spring. The 3 great judges, Iagus, Minos, and Ladamantes would judge those souls here, and decide whether to send them to the Elysium where happiness was located or to the land of pain, Tartarus. Other than that, there were also some people with the worst diseases who would be sent to the infernal hell. The Egyptians, on the other hand, were much simpler. After death, the soul would be taken away by Anubis. Before entering the underworld, Anubis would weigh the heart of the deceased with a scale and use the feather of the goddess of truth as a weight. Meanwhile, the god of wisdom, Tot, would record the results. If the heart was lighter than the feather, one would be able to enter the underworld smoothly. Otherwise, the heart and soul would be swallowed by a monster named Amit. Other than that, the Etruscans believed that their souls would be led into the underworld by a wolf-headed demon, Hijacking. The Lithuanians believed that Childing would appear in the patient's room dressed in white and strangle the sick to death. The Britannians believed that their god of death would drive a carriage to transport their souls. As expected of a well-informed person, Miss Succubus had introduced quite a few names in one go. Even Jonghang had never heard of some of them, but they were all different versions of the god of death from different places. Jonghang waited for her to finish before taking a deep breath and asking, "Then, where can I find them?" "Why are you looking for the Grim Reaper?" Miss Succubus was stunned. "Shouldn't most people avoid them? And usually, they're the only ones who come to look for you. They appear when you're about to die and take your soul away. I have some soul issues that I'd like to consult them about." Jonghang had heard about him from Isis, and the other party had also pointed out a way for him. However, Jonghang couldn't possibly accept everything. In fact, Jonghang didn't trust Isis at all, even though the two of them had worked well together previously. Isis had helped him cure Fan Mainan, and he had killed Seth for Isis. However, Jonghang had already noticed the connection between Isis and Kronos. Isis had let the cat out of the bag earlier, so he didn't try to hide it before parting ways. Therefore, Jonghang wasn't sure if the last thing she told him was Kronos' instructions. He needed to find someone to verify it. What about Hermes? He's not a pure god of death. Extraditing souls is just one of his tasks. If I remember correctly, this guy likes to wander around the world. You also said that he likes to wander around. It's the wind, and he's also the messenger of the gods. No one knows where the wind will blow, but his father Zeus should know where he is, said the succubus. Do you want me to take you to Zeus? Although you're very powerful, to be honest, I don't think the king of the gods would be willing to meet a mortal like you. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's better for us not to meet Zeus, Jonghang added. Other than the fact that Zeus was hard to come by, Jonghang was also worried that the other party had already found out about his background. He had fought Thor before, so he could feel how powerful a god that was currently popular was. Zeus was no less famous than Thor. If the two sides fell out, Jonghang was not sure if he would be able to escape unscathed. Especially if the meeting place was on Mount Olympus, he had to be on guard against the other side swarming over. The danger factor was too high, so Jonghang asked, "Is there anyone else?" "I feel like I'm your Baidu plus good navigation." Miss Succubus frowned and thought for a while. There is indeed someone else, and this guy is the real god of souls. However, in the original myth, this guy was just a little transparent. Logically speaking, after so many years, there shouldn't be many people who still remember her. However, her luck isn't bad. With a few subworlds and sculptures, her popularity among artists hasn't declined for a long time, and her man is well known. Chapter 1334. Psyche and New News. Psyche. Jonghang quickly thought of a name based on Miss Succubus' description. In the previous Sherlock Holmes instance, Eileen had taught him some art appreciation knowledge in addition to makeup. The goddess of love and Psyche were representative works of the Italian sculptor Berganzeri. In addition, many famous painters had created related oil paintings based on Psyche. There was one in the Louvre. In fact, the name Psyche meant soul and spirit. Therefore, Miss Succubus deserved to call her the Royale god of soul. However, Sage story did not occupy much space in Greek mythology. It was indeed a little transparent. Sage was originally a princess. Because of her beauty, her fame spread far and wide. There were countless admirers, and even fewer people worshipped Venus. This made Venus furious. Therefore, Venus sent her son Cupid to shoot Sage with his Cupid's arrow, making Sage fall in love with an ugly monster. However, when her son saw Sage, he was shocked by her beauty and wanted to take Sage for his own. He turned into a giant snake and forced the king to marry Sage. In the end, he got what he wanted. He found a remote place to hide her and only came to spend the night with her. However, she was bewitched by her sister and wanted to kill the snake that had taken her. However, when she lit the candle and saw Cupid's appearance, the two good-looking people looked at each other at that moment. She also fell in love with Cupid. However, Venus found out about it in the end. Thus, the drama of a mother-in-law fighting her daughter-in-law was staged. However, after a series of twists and turns, the two lovers finally got together as they wished. Furthermore, Psyche was connected to Mount Olympus and became a member of the gods. Jong-hang went through the story related to Psyche in his mind and then asked the succubus beside him, "Do you know where Psyche is?" "I don't know her that well. We only met once over 600 years ago. However, I have a sister who is quite close to her. I can help you find out where she is." "Thank you for your help," Jong-hang said. "I can't say that I'm in trouble. Isn't that what we agreed on earlier? You protect me, and I'll help you gather the information you need." The succubus didn't take any credit and waved her hand. However, Miss Succubus' phone had already been thrown away by Jong-hang, so she couldn't call her sister directly. In addition, Jong-hang still had 2 items that he had requested to be appraised, therefore, he directly drove the car back to the game point. The place was still deserted. As the owner of this place, the beach pants uncle not only loaded the gun, but he also added a helmet on himself. Miss Succubus almost didn't recognize him, so she was startled. "What the hell are you doing?" "It's because you were attacked by that group of unknown people," the beach pants uncle said seriously. "Since they can deal with you, of course they can target me. Updates by com. Okay, what you said makes sense." Miss Succubus couldn't refute him. After that, she ignored the beach pants uncle and walked to the other corner where her sister was. Without Jong-hang's urging, the beach pants uncle turned around and took out the 2 appraised items. Jong-hang looked at the stone first. Name, Old Seal. Rarity, F. Effect, a magical artifact that contains some kind of ancient mysterious power. It can be used to expel the gods and rulers of the past. However, it is best not to have too much hope in terms of its effects. Jong-hang was not surprised by this result. After all, in the previous story, the use and limitations of this stone were already very obvious. Dr. Baker wanted to use this stone to fend off the master of the city under the ice, even destroying the other party was a pipe dream. However, the pebble should be of some use to him. Jong-hang put the pebble into his pocket and looked at the second item. Name, Hamken's Guardian. Rarity, D. Effect, created by a young and talented shaman. Can summon Hamken for 30 minutes. If it is in the middle of the ocean, Hamken will move toward the summoner's location. If it is on land, Hamken will appear beside the summoner as a little elf. Can be used 3 times. This time, Jong-hang was a little surprised. Hamken's protection was a gift from Alicia, who had thanked him for saving her life. She had also told Jong-hang about the bracelet's function. Summoning Hamken in the ocean was actually quite useless. After all, no one knew where a blue whale would normally swim to. The ocean was so vast. Even if Hamken was powered by nuclear power, how far could it swim in 30 minutes? Unless it happened to be nearby, otherwise, the effect would be similar, but the last one was more interesting. According to the literal meaning, if used on land, it could immediately summon Ham, who was in elf form. Jong-hang had seen Kunaju's guardian before, a polar bear named Gumok. The polar bear could help Kunaju fall asleep and protect Kunaju in the dream, even though its power was limited. However, this was exactly what Jong-hang needed right now. After accepting the 2 items, Miss Succubus said goodbye to her sisters and returned to Jong-hang. However, her expression didn't look too good. "What's wrong?" Jong-hang asked. "They said that about 4 hours ago, a succubus named Jewel was attacked and went missing. Even though she wasn't part of our small group, everyone was panicking, so they decided to leave the game and find a place to live for a while." Miss Succubus took out her cigarette box and lit it up. "If we had come a quarter of an hour later, we probably wouldn't have met them." The beach pants uncle smiled wryly. "If it weren't for the fact that I still have to guard the game point, I would have left as well. I just received news that the new gods and the old gods who went to find Thor had a fierce battle. During that battle, Thor injured 2 new gods who were blocking his way. However, he escaped by himself after that. However, because of his fierce battle, the remaining 2 gods didn't even bother with him anymore. In the end, they only stopped after killing 2 old gods and 1 new god. Was Thor found again? Jong-hang interjected. I don't know, but I heard that Seth died for some reason. The man in beach pants could not help but shudder. Seth is an Egyptian pillar god after all. He died just like that, not to mention a nobody like me. Chapter 1335. New news. Miss Succubus couldn't help but glance at Jong-hang when she heard what the owner of the beach shorts had to say. It couldn't be helped. She had just brought a certain someone to look for Isis when the man who had killed her husband, Seth, died. This was too much of a coincidence, not to mention the fact that Isis had left with Jong-hang halfway through. The two obviously had some sort of agreement, but it was Isis who returned first, and it took a long time before it was Jong-hang. However, Miss Succubus thought about the time that Jong-hang would return, and she felt that it was rather unlikely. Unless this guy knew how to teleport, the speed of his return was too fast. So, in the end, she only opened her mouth, she didn't say anything. Since he had gotten Sage's address, Jong-hang didn't hesitate and immediately booked the nearest flight. However, when the two of them arrived at the airport, Miss Succubus was shopping for clothes in the waiting room with Jong-hang's computer in her hands when her fingers suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Jong-hang bought 2 cups of coffee for Miss Succubus and 1 for himself. You asked me to keep an eye out for news from the organizing committee. I just received one, Miss Succubus said as she took the coffee. Tell me about it. Game is missing. Miss Succubus sighed. What? Game, the god of games, is missing, Miss Succubus repeated. Well, actually, Game hasn't shown his face for almost a month, and he hasn't issued any orders. Previously, everyone was curious as to why he hasn't intervened in the recent conflict. But didn't the organizing committee intervene? The organizing committee is operating on its own according to the rules and regulations he left behind. In fact, Game isn't a person who likes to manage things. After establishing the organizing committee, he's basically retired, but everyone knows that he's a very otaku person. Even if he doesn't show his face, everyone knows where he is. Miss Succubus took a sip of the coffee in her hand and continued, this time, because of Thor's matter, a serious conflict between the new god and the old god just broke out. Although the arrival of the god of science, Seth, and Odin didn't make the situation completely out of control, this matter was actually a fuse. The grudges between the new god and the old god had accumulated for so many years, and it was time to end it. So the two of them, as the representatives of the new god and the old god, went to find Game. Updates by Com. And then? Then, Game disappeared. Miss Succubus shrugged. Not only did he disappear, but when Odin and Signs arrived at Game's game room, all the game consoles and cards were gone. Does that mean that he left on his own? Is there no other way for the old gods and the new gods to contact him? Jong-hang asked. No, Miss Succubus answered straightforwardly. He usually stays in that game room. No one expected him to leave there one day, but... After a pause, Miss Succubus continued, he's the god of games. The most likely place to go is still in the game. The problem is that there are too many games on the market right now. PC, mobile, handheld, board games, from 3A games to skin-changing games, no one knows which game is in. So, as of now, he is indeed missing. Doesn't that mean the only person who can stop the war between the old and new gods is also gone? Jong-hang said. That's right. Miss Succubus couldn't help but blame herself for being the number one among the gods. You don't know, but the war between the gods has been going on for thousands of years. At that time, there was still no division between the old and new gods, but no matter when, there will always be the decline of the gods, and there will always be the rise of the gods. In essence, it is the same. The newcomers want to rise to the top, and the old are unwilling to be trampled on. It is a matter of decline and prosperity, and even life and death. Even if they don't want to fight, they have to fight. Actually, it's not just the gods. These wars often affect a wide area, and even the believers will be involved. After all, faith is the foundation of the gods. The Crusades' 2 Eastern expeditions were to directly destroy the foreign gods at the level of believers. However, our succubus race still has some self-awareness, and it's also quite special. Facing the church's pursuit, we basically just run away or hide. But even so, many of our clansmen still died. That's why I don't know what other people think. It's just me and my sisters. We're quite grateful to Game. If it weren't for him establishing a new order and resolving the conflicts between the gods through the game, the all-out war between the old and new gods would have broken out long ago. No matter what, we've been living a peaceful life. However, his disappearance at this critical moment is equivalent to removing the last layer of insurance before the war begins. If this continues, an all-out war will be inevitable, and the order he personally built will collapse. To be honest, I have no idea what he's thinking right now. Jong Hung's expression changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. As for Miss Succubus, she was just lamenting the current situation. After all, with her strength, she still needed Jong Hung to protect her. There was nothing she could do about the war between the new god and the old god. An hour and a half later, the two of them took a plane to Psyche's city. However, just as Jong Hung was about to take a taxi to the address that Miss Succubus had given him, he was stopped by the latter. "Have you ever dealt with a girl before?" "Why?" "We can't go to visit her empty-handed, right?" Jong Hung raised his eyebrows. "We didn't bring any gifts when we went to look for Isis, did we?" "It's different," Miss Succubus explained patiently. Psyche and Isis are two different types of people. Isis was once the queen, but after her husband was killed, she took her children everywhere to hide from her brother. After entering Kingdom of God, she immediately seized the power of Ra and became the most powerful goddess. This kind of woman has a strong heart and is full of ambition. She doesn't care if you go to her with a gift or not. She cares more about what kind of return you can give her after helping you. But Sage is completely different. She was originally a princess, and she was very beautiful. Since she was young, she had been doted on by thousands of people. She lived in the palace for a long time and was ignorant of the affairs of the world. Even after she was captured by Cupid, Cupid had always doted on her. The only trouble she encountered came from Venus, but to be honest, it was nothing much. Moreover, because of that, she successfully climbed Mount Olympus and became a god. To her, a gift could make things much easier. Moreover, it's different from Isis's time. This time, you don't ask her to do anything troublesome. You just ask her for advice. This kind of thing completely depends on her mood. "I've learned my lesson," Jong Hung said. Chapter 1336. Gifts. To Jong Hung's surprise, the task of preparing a gift for Psyche was unprecedentedly simple. He had thought that even if it wasn't as troublesome as finding the golden fleece, it would still take some effort. In the end, all he had to do was pay for it. Miss Succubus brought him to the largest department store in the city. She bought a pair of shoes, 2 bags, and 3 lipsticks. She also bought herself a bottle of perfume. In total, she spent about 50,000 yuan. Jong Hung suspected that this guy was just here to shop. Don't be so surprised. Bags and shoes have a universal effect on women, regardless of whether she's a mortal or a god, Miss Succubus said with a chuckle. Furthermore, Sage is a beauty lover. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken a fancy to Cupid. Seeing that Jong Hung didn't say anything, Miss Succubus continued, "I don't know what kind of trouble you're in, but I can sense that you're in a hurry. Otherwise, you wouldn't have hesitated when I suggested preparing the present." "I'm indeed in some trouble," Jong Hung admitted. "Is it from the organizing committee?" Miss Succubus asked. "Because you seem to be paying special attention to the news from the organizing committee." "Yes, but it's not just the organizing committee. However, at this stage, it's possible that the organizing committee made the first move because I met an earlier and had a small conflict with him," Jong Hung said. "An? The main god of Sumerian mythology, the chief judge of the organizing committee?" Miss Succubus frowned, but then she immediately let go. "Forget it, you don't have to explain it to me. I'm just a little succubus. Other than providing you with all kinds of information as promised, I can't help you with anything else even if I wanted to." I don't want to get into too much trouble because of this. Don't worry, if big trouble really comes knocking on my door, I'll also break the oath with you in advance, Jong-hung said. It's not that easy to cancel a succubus promise. Miss Succubus sighed. Forget it, let's not raise a flag. Let's go meet Sage first. Jong-heng nodded. The shopping mall was not far from their destination. Jong-heng took a taxi and arrived at their destination in no time. It was an office building located in the prime location of the development zone. The surrounding facilities were complete. It was a total of 32 floors high, and it was sublet to different companies for office space. Jong-heng and Miss Succubus were going to the 15th floor of this office building. This was a young internet company called Danping. It had just been established less than half a year ago, and its main focus was online dating. Danping's playstyle was a bit like a combination of the popular QQ floating bottle and probing. The website's customers would first answer 12 questions, and then shoot a video to introduce themselves. This video would be placed in the floating bottle. However, unlike the casual floating of the QQ floating bottle, the app created a powerful algorithm that would help you find the right person to exchange bottles with based on your previous answers. Jong-hung also looked at the app's official website. From the description, it didn't seem like anything new, but recently, there had been an upsurge in downloads because of the feedback from the first batch of registered users. This app was exceptionally useful. Many people even felt like they had finally met their long-awaited soulmate the moment they opened the bottle. On the first day, they rushed out, and on the second day, they couldn't help but ask for a marriage certificate together. Even those who had been through dozens of failed blind dates, those who had grown older and were scolded by their parents for being unfilial, or those who had stayed pure for 40 years just to marry into a rich family and fulfill their dreams of a small age. Even those accountants who had fallen in love with a certain female streamer and had given up all their money and even helped their own company give up all their money were all happy to mention their life partners with the help of Dan. It was rather strange that the app wasn't downloaded. Miss Succubus scoffed at this. What kind of **T algorithm is this? It's obvious that this thing was created by Cupid. It would be a miracle if the success rate is low. Anyway, as long as you're hit by his arrow, you and B** will be able to see eye to eye. Jong-hung did not comment on this. The elevator soon reached the 16th floor. Originally, the DSD bottle shared this floor with 5 small startup companies. However, after it became popular, it rented the entire floor. Furthermore, the corridor was still under renovation. Miss Succubus walked past a scaffolding and went to the front desk. She registered a visitor with an administrative girl there. Jong-hung took this opportunity to take a look at the DSD bottle lobby. On the right-hand side of the front desk, a large screen was scrolling through an advertisement for unattached bottles. The female lead of the advertisement was a beautiful girl who looked a little dazed. She was using her phone to take pictures of her own day. Jong-hung glanced at the screen and shifted his gaze to the left. There was an error bow. The photo on the screen was also of the girl in the advertisement. There were also some materials placed on the shelves for the visitors to use. The covers were all the same person. Obviously, the woman in the advertisement was the spokesperson of the company. Seeing Jong-hung sizing up the photo, the other administrative girl who was in charge of organizing the documents also raised her head and said, "This is President Gu's new advertisement. President Gu is really too beautiful. With her advertisement, our app's download rate will definitely go up another level." Jong-hung could tell that she was sincere when she said that. It wasn't just her subordinates fawning over their superiors, but a male employee who passed by also nodded in agreement. Jong-hung and Miss Succubus looked at each other and knew that this must be the real deal. After all, Sage in the story was famous for her beauty that even Venus was jealous of. However, even though the girls in the advertisement were also very beautiful, even more so than most A-list female celebrities, they were not as beautiful as the rumors said. Before Sage came to China, she must have made some adjustments to her appearance so that it would not be too shocking. At this time, the administrative girl had already put down the phone in her hand and said to Jong-hung and Miss Succubus, "President Gu is in his office and has already postponed the morning meeting. I'll take you there." Thank you for your hard work, Jong-hang said. The two followed the administrative girl to an office on the right. The administrative girl knocked on the door. President Gu, the guests have arrived. Then, a gentle voice came from inside. Okay, invite them in. To be honest, this voice sounded more like a kindergarten teacher than a female white-collar worker in an office building, especially a company executive. After all, it was difficult to control subordinates if they were too gentle. Chapter 1337. Wardrobe. Sage's office was very special. Other than the 3-meter-long CEO desk in the middle, which seemed like something that would appear in an office, it also looked more like a princess-style small apartment. There were 24 wardrobes by the wall forming a circle. Almost the entire office was surrounded. A large round bed with a curtain was located in the northeast corner of the room. On the right side of Miss Succubus, there was a small castle for fans with 2 Persian cats lying on it. Psyche was holding a British Shorthair in her arms. She was stroking the cat with one hand and reading a fashion magazine with the other. She was looking through the new clothes that were coming out next season. However, when she saw Jong-hang and Miss Succubus, she did not show any arrogance. She put down the book in her hands and placed the British Shorthair on the CEO's desk. Then, she reached out her hand and smiled. Emilia told me about your arrival. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. You must be Trista. Psyche shook hands with Miss Succubus. Then, she looked at Jong-hang. Oh. Ma Wei, Jong-hang introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Ma Wei. Psyche also reached out her hand to Jong-hang. She didn't treat him differently just because he was a human. After both parties shook hands, they took their seats. Even Miss Succubus, who was sitting on Hello Kitty's couch, could not help but have a strange look in her eyes. On the other hand, Jong-hang, as if he did not feel the girl's presence, placed the gift in his hand in front of Psyche. Psyche seemed a little surprised, but she was still very happy when she saw the things in the bag. Then, she pressed the button on the table, and the doors to the wardrobe in the room slowly opened. Even Miss Succubus was stunned by the scene before her. She almost thought that she was on the set of some overbearing CEO drama. There was nothing she could do. Hundreds of clothes and all kinds of shoes and bags suddenly appeared before her eyes. The visual impact was definitely extraordinary. Even Jong-hang, who was standing at the side, was temporarily speechless. The two of them watched as Psyche placed the newly received bags into a cabinet. After that, she didn't avoid Jong-hang and Miss Succubus and tried on the pair of shoes. She even turned to the two of them and asked, "How is it? Does it look good?" "Yes." Miss Succubus was sincere in her praise this time. Even though Shaggy had come to China to make it easier for her to move around without causing any trouble, and she didn't use her stunning beauty from before, even so, her beauty couldn't be hidden. She was like an innocent flower, and even when placed in a dark room, there was still a faint fragrance floating around. No wonder Cupid was attracted to her at first glance, and Venus could not help but feel jealous. Psyche wore her new shoes and spun around in front of the mirror twice. Then, she returned to her original seat with satisfaction. She pressed the button again, closed the cabinet door, and picked up the British Shorthair again. "Thank you for the gift. I like it very much, but you came to see me for business, right?" "That's right." Jong-hang saw that the gift was indeed effective. Psyche seemed to be in a good mood, so he took the opportunity to get down to business. "You're the god of souls, so you should know a lot about souls." "Oh, that's right. I'm good at very few things. More than 1,000 years have passed, and I haven't learned much. I only know a little about souls," Psyche said gently while stroking the British Shorthair. "Then I have a few questions for you, Miss Psyche," said Jong-hang. "You're welcome, Mr. Ma. As long as it's a question that I know, I'll try my best to answer it. First of all, I want to know if one soul can take over another soul's body." "Yes, although it's not impossible, the probability of it happening is very small. In theory, unless the body dies, the soul will not leave the body. I know that there are many time travel novels on the market now, but the body to the soul is not as simple as a container. The two sides are more like a symbiotic relationship. A soul corresponds to a body. Even if the original soul disappears, it's almost impossible for other souls to take over this body. Speaking of her field of expertise, Sage's expression turned serious. She paused for a moment before adding, however, as far as I know, there are indeed some gods who can use the method of descending to seize another soul's body. This is also the origin of the Saints. However, Saints is basically something that cannot last for long. After all, the body is not yours, and the original soul is still there. Rather than seizing it, it is better to say that it is better to temporarily control it. There is a high probability that the original soul will return the body after a few words of oracle. In fact, Saint requires the cooperation of the original soul. Usually, the most devout believer will be chosen because if the original soul has the intention to resist, it will be difficult for the Saints to continue. What if you consume the original soul during the scenes? Zhongheng asked. Sage looked at Zhongheng in confusion before continuing, what's the point of doing that? I don't mean to offend you, but I used to be a mortal. I know that a mortal's body is too weak for a god. It's like a cat entering a matchbox. Even if you can forcefully possess it, it's meaningless. On the contrary, your soul will be trapped inside it. Furthermore, the descent of a god is one thing, but completely possessing the body is another. There will be many variables in the process. For example, if the wrath of the 7 deadly sins chooses to take over a mortal's body, the mortal might not be able to withstand his wrath before he succeeds. He might kill the person next to him in a fit of rage and be killed by the police. In other words, it is indeed possible to succeed. That is the theory. CG nodded. Zhongheng was silent for a moment before asking, actually, I've always been curious. After a person dies, their soul will be taken away by the Grim Reaper. What about after the soul dies? Will it disappear completely? You can put it that way, but strictly speaking, the soul will not disappear. It will only return to its purest state. This state is also very difficult for me to explain. For example, if your soul was originally a house, then after you die, your soul will return to the state of reinforced concrete. Then can the reinforced concrete still be used to build the original house? Impossible, Sage said firmly, just like how there are no 2 identical leaves in this world, and there are no 2 identical souls. Let me be frank. Even if there is something powerful enough to pinch a dead soul back into its original form, it will no longer be your original soul, but a completely unfamiliar thing. Understood. Zhongheng heard the facial expression does not change. On the contrary, the facial expression of Miss Succubus beside appears to be a little surprised and doubtful, seems to not understand why Zhongheng would ask such a question. Chapter 1338. Sage's answer. Zhongheng ignored Lady Succubus' confused gaze and continued to ask, I want to know, if a person is faced with another soul occupying their body, is there any way to fight back? You've said it before, right? If the target of God's descent must be the most devout believer, because if the original soul has the heart to resist, then God's descent will be very difficult to carry on. That's right, a God's descent is easily interrupted, because most of the gods who choose to descend do not want to harm their own representatives in the human world. In itself, they are only borrowing the other's body for a temporary use. However, if it really is like what you've said, one soul devouring another, then the gods will no longer have any scruples. Sage could feel that the topic was moving in an unsettling direction. However, since she had promised Zhongheng that she would answer all his questions, the God of Souls was still doing her best to answer a certain someone's question. She thought for a moment and continued, under normal circumstances, the souls of mortals are weaker than that of gods. If the gods are really up to no good during the gods' descent, it will be very dangerous for them to invite the gods. However, they won't necessarily lose. As a player, you probably know about the game props. Although there weren't many of them, there were indeed some game props that could help defend against soul attacks. Other than that, it has a lot to do with your own mental strength. There are many humans whose souls are as tough as a god's. In those heroic poems, there are many humans who have completed tasks that a god couldn't. The last and most crucial point is still what I said before. Your body is your greatest reliance because it isn't just a container. There is an inextricable connection between it and your soul. However, an external soul doesn't have such a connection. Psyche's voice was as gentle as ever, and her words were equally comforting. At least, Lady Succubus's expression had calmed down considerably. She could already guess the danger Jonghung might be facing from his question. However, Jonghung's expression didn't change at all. This time, after hearing Psyche's answer, Jonghung remained silent for an exceptionally long time. Finally, he asked, "What if the body belongs to the other side?" Sage was truly stunned this time. Her mouth was wide open, and she wanted to say something several times, but she didn't know where to begin. After a while, even with her good temper, she started to get a little angry. "This question of yours, is it deliberately made up to make things difficult for me? How can a mortal possess the body of a god? If that's the case, then if the soul of a god descends, no, I should say returns to the body, then there's no way a mortal can stop it, and there's no reason to stop it. I'm sorry, perhaps I didn't make myself clear." "Strictly speaking, I don't know who the body belongs to," Jonghung said. "Do you know about the blood exchange?" Psyche's expression changed slightly when she heard those two words. "Who told you that?" "A friend I just met." Let's assume that in such a situation, an ordinary person's blood has been exchanged by a god. If that god wants to possess the body again, then is there any way to stop it? Psyche calmed herself down and looked at Jonghung with a complicated gaze. "I don't know why you're assuming this, but a blood exchange requires the consent of both sides, and it's a very dangerous thing. This is the case for both sides because during the blood exchange, the blood of ordinary people will flow into the god's body and taint the god's original pure blood. Furthermore, once the blood exchange is completed, the god side will lose a portion of their power. But if that's the case, wouldn't it be easier for the gods to take over the mortal body?" Sage nodded. "That's right. Once the blood exchange is completed, the mortal body will, in a sense, become a god's body. Even if it's not as strong as the god's original body, it will still inherit a portion of the power that came from the god. If the god wants to take over this body, it will be easier because this body has a connection with his soul. Is there a way to cut off the connection?" Jonghung asked. "No way. I heard that the Tuli tree can isolate supernatural powers." "That's right, but even the Tuli tree cannot isolate the connection naturally formed by the blood. Just like how if you put your hand into the Tuli tree's box, it will still be your hand. Then, is it still possible for the original body's soul to defeat the god soul?" "It's impossible," said Psyche without hesitation. "Stop joking. I've said before that the biggest advantage of the original soul over the foreign soul is its connection to the body. If there's no such advantage, how can we compete? So, there's only one way left, and that's to change the blood, right?" Jonghung said calmly. Of the questions he had asked Psyche today, some of them had already been answered by Norototip, and the other part had also been answered by Isis. He was only here to verify Psyche's answer, so Jonghung wasn't too surprised to hear her answer. On the other hand, Lady Succubus seemed to have thought of something, and she couldn't help but look at Jonghung. Psyche's hand that was stroking the cat also stopped in midair. "Like I said, changing the blood is too dangerous. No god would be willing to do that just to save a mortal, and the success rate isn't high. Unless it's a baby under the age of 3, even if everything goes incredibly smoothly, a 30% success rate is the highest. If it doesn't succeed, the god side will be severely injured, and the mortal will die without a doubt. But the blood exchange is effective, isn't it?" Jonghung ignored the threat and continued to ask. "Yes." Even though Psyche was reluctant, she had no choice but to insist. "Thank you, my questions are over," Jonghung suddenly said, but he didn't press her any further. Psyche seemed to heave a sigh of relief when she heard this, and a smile returned to her face. Even though she was the god of souls, she preferred to talk about clothes, shoes, and bags rather than the priesthood she held, or perhaps she could just sit in her office and play with her cat. Especially since the man before her, Ma Wei, was asking questions that she felt were unrealistic. In fact, Sage couldn't think of any god in the world who would be willing to exchange blood with a mortal. This kind of thing only existed in theory, and not many people had practiced it before. Even if she knew the answer, it would be meaningless. Even though the previous question and answer session had been rather unpleasant, Sage still politely invited Jonghang and the succubus for lunch out of politeness and courtesy. However, Jonghang didn't decline politely. The next moment, a series of frantic footsteps suddenly came from outside the office. Chapter 1339. Oil Painting. Jonghang heard footsteps outside and knew that Sage probably had something important to attend to. He stood up from the sofa with Miss Succubus to bid her farewell. Sage had wanted to persuade her to stay, but, however, the next moment, there was a knock on the door. Sage could only smile apologetically at the two of them and said to the person outside, "Come in." Before she could finish her sentence, a woman in a yaksha t-shirt rushed in from outside and whispered something into Sage's ear. Sage's expression changed slightly, and she asked subconsciously, "Have you told Chairman Chiu?" "Yes, Chairman Chiu has already booked a flight, but it'll be late at the earliest." Sage nodded and then said to Jonghang and Miss Succubus, "Well, there's an emergency at the company, so I won't be keeping you guys for dinner. You've already helped me a lot by taking the time to answer my questions. We won't keep you from your work anymore." Jonghang and Sage shook hands again before leaving the office together with Miss Succubus. The two of them walked down the corridor and noticed that many of the people who were originally at their workstations had disappeared. Only a few people were gathered at a spot closest to the right wall. It seemed like they had encountered some technical difficulties. The bespectacled man who was surrounded seemed to be one of the company's most skilled technicians. Previously, when Jonghang and Miss Succubus had passed by, everyone had been working hard. He was the only one who had been eating potato chips while watching a drama. If this person who had openly violated the rules wasn't the boss's relative, then it had to be someone who had the ability to be part of the company. Other people might not know this, but how could Jonghang and Miss Succubus not know that the boss relatives wouldn't work here? Therefore, the latter was the only possibility. In reality, Sage and the Inuyasha t-shirt girl, who were following behind him, were also heading for that seat. However, this time, this god was obviously caught in a tough battle, and his brows were furrowed. The people beside him did not even dare to take a deep breath as they were afraid of interrupting his train of thought. However, the bespectacled man was a tough character after all. After thinking for a moment, he saw Sage appear from the corner of his eye. His entire person seemed to have been buffed and his spirit was greatly boosted as he ended the precasting wave. His fingers flew like the wind as lines of code poured out. However, just as he finished typing the code confidently and knocked on the enter key, the computer in front of him suddenly turned black. Then, a sentence that had no beginning or end popped up on the screen. "Don't waste your energy. No one in this world can beat me in terms of code." The bespectacled man was shocked when he saw this. The computer has been hacked. When? And this guy is too arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, another oil painting popped up on the screen. At the same time, it was written in large red words, "Found you." In fact, it wasn't just the computer. This painting had popped up on all the computers in the company that had internet access. When everyone saw this oil painting and the line of words that had no beginning or end, they were all baffled. They thought that this was a prank by someone. Only Sejel, who was standing beside them, had a drastic change in expression. She was even a little frightened. This was because the oil painting was Gerard's Cupid and Sage. This meant that someone had already seen through her true identity. In other words, the other party knew that she was here. Sage herself was only a small transparent figure in Greek mythology. She had never made any enemies with anyone other than Venus. Moreover, the grudge between her and Venus had disappeared along with her marriage to Cupid. After being accepted by the gods on Mount Olympus, it had long disappeared. But because of this, she was now even more terrified. Because of Cupid, she had always lived her life as a princess. Although she was the manager of this department, she usually bought clothes and tried on lipstick. She did not care about anything else. However, she was aware of the recent series of conflicts between the new and old gods. The relationship between the two sides was getting more and more tense, and the only person who could possibly reconcile the conflict between the two sides, Game, had disappeared. Seeing that an all-out war was inevitable, it was almost obvious who was targeting her, who had no enemies. This was also the real reason why Sage was so frightened. Especially since her husband, Cupid, wasn't around, she was completely flustered. Jonghang and Miss Succubus had already reached the door, but they stopped in their tracks. They also saw the oil painting and the line of words on the screen where the advertisement was originally playing. Miss Succubus was shocked, and her expression turned serious. Is new God really going to start an all-out war, and they're not even going to let Sage off? However, Jonghang wasn't in a hurry to answer this question. He averted his gaze from the painting and asked, "How strong is Sage?" She's weaker than me." If that new god really wanted to kill her, he wouldn't have gone to so much trouble. He even attacked their company's app first, and now he's making such a declaration. Since he knows where she is, he should just send someone to deal with her quietly. What do you mean? Are you trying to say that the target of his superfluous actions isn't her? Miss Succubus suddenly thought of something and widened her eyes. Someone is trying to deal with Cupid? That's right. Psyche also said that she had already told Cupid to book the earliest flight back. Now that she's in danger, she'll definitely urge Cupid further. This means that someone is trying to ambush him midway. Miss Succubus also came to her senses. Cupid is an important figure in the old gods camp. If he's killed, it'll be bad news for the old gods. I'll go remind Psyche now. No matter what, we're all old gods. Even if we're not familiar with each other, we have to help each other at a time like this. But in that case, there shouldn't be any danger here. Jonghang didn't say anything, but Miss Succubus had already turned around to look for Sage. She pulled her aside and told Sage about her analyses. Sage was so shocked that she broke out in a cold sweat. When she realized that she was in danger, it was very likely that when she was attacked by the new god, her first reaction was to contact her husband for protection. However, after hearing Sage's words, she gritted her teeth and put down her phone. Not only that, she also sent a message to remind Cupid to pay attention to the dangers on the road. On the other side, the succubus had already returned to Jonghang's side. She shook her head at him. "Let's go. I've already done what I can. The rest is beyond our control." Chapter 1340. Phoenix Butterfly. Jonghang wasn't in a hurry to leave. Actually, there's another possibility. What possibility? The oil painting and the attack were done too deliberately. It's almost as if they were trying to make people think of the new god, Jonghang said. If it's not the new god, who else would target Sage? Miss Succubus was halfway through her sentence when she realized something, the mysterious organization that attacked me earlier. Could it be them again? Does that mean they really want to harm Sage? There's a way to find out soon. Jonghang took one last look at the oil painting on the screen. Let's leave this place first. Even though she was confused, Miss Succubus still followed Jonghang out of the door of the company. They took the elevator downstairs. Jonghang started the car and circled the street. They went back to a shopping mall not far from their original location. From there, they could see the main and side doors of the office building where Miss Succubus was. Sitting in the car, the two finally had time to return to the previous question. Jonghang asked Miss Succubus, "Do you know why Thor suddenly attacked the organizing committee's prison and rescued Seth?" "I've heard a lot of rumors about this." Jonghang didn't ask Miss Succubus what the rumors were, but he directly revealed the answer. His wife is missing, and Seth seems to know her whereabouts. So Thor rescued Seth because he wanted Seth to bring him to his wife? That's why there was a series of conflicts between the new god and the old god. That's right, Jonghang said. I smell a familiar scent from this incident. Cupid and Saifu, like Thor and Saifu, are both powerful husbands, paired with a wife who doesn't have much of a presence. Are you saying that someone is trying to kidnap Saifu to blackmail Cupid? Yes, and their plan is obviously more complete this time. From the start, they've already planned to draw Cupid's anger toward the new god. This is also the reason why I brought you here to keep an eye on him. According to you, Sage is very timid. She was frightened and realized that the other party already knows where her office is. They definitely want to find a safer place to wait for their husband to return. Miss Succubus's face didn't look too good. Jong-hung's words reminded her of the danger she had encountered previously, as well as the missing member of her race. By the way, what are these guys trying to do? What good does it do them to stir up the enmity between the old god and the new god? Miss Succubus was confused by this question, but Jong-hung remained silent even though he had guessed something. At that moment, a figure wearing a cap and a mask walked out from the side door of the office building with his head lowered. It's Sage. She really came out just like you said. Miss Succubus, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, put the other thoughts to the back of her mind. Sage, who had disguised herself, obviously didn't know that she had been discovered the moment she showed up. She even pretended to be a white-collar worker in the office building and wore a tourist company badge around her neck. After that, she pretended to walk out of the street calmly before reaching out to hail a taxi. Seeing Psyche get into the taxi, Miss Succubus became nervous and asked, "Aren't we going to follow her?" "There's no rush. We'll be discovered if we follow her too closely." Jong-hang didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Given Psyche's alertness, even if we follow her closely, she won't be able to notice us. Miss Succubus couldn't understand a certain someone's caution. "I'm not talking about her." Not long after Jong-hang finished his sentence, a van from a moving company suddenly started moving and caught up with the taxi in front. Jong-hang became calmer when he saw this. He waited until the taxi had completely disappeared from his sight. The van also drove for about 400 meters before starting up again. However, it caught up with the van directly. With Jong-hang's driving skills, it was almost impossible for the van in front to realize that he was being followed. Furthermore, their attention was completely focused on the taxi in front of them. They were afraid that they would lose him, so they had no idea what was going on behind them. Even though Sage appeared to be somewhat ignorant, she wasn't stupid enough to take a taxi home. After all, her office had already been exposed, so it was only natural that her apartment would be in danger. Therefore, after Sage left the company, she went to a park in the western suburbs. Probably because it was quite far from the city, and it was a weekday, there weren't many people in the park. Sage took out a 100 yuan note from her wallet and handed it to the driver. "Keep the change." After saying that, she hurriedly opened the door and got out of the car. After buying the ticket, she walked into the park. At first, she just walked quickly, but later, she simply trotted along the rocky ground of the park all the way to the rose garden. At this time, the roses were in full bloom. It attracted a lot of bees and butterflies to dance around the flowers. Sage looked around and saw that there was no one nearby, so she took off her shoes and wanted to walk into the flowers. However, after thinking for a while, she threw her shoes into the trash can beside her. In addition, there were her clothes and her bag. She threw them in as well. After doing all this, she lifted her feet and walked into the flowers. After a moment, there was only a ring and 2 earrings left in the flowers. At the same time, a beautiful butterfly landed on a rose. However, before the butterfly could have a good rest, in the next moment, an insect net suddenly fell from above its head and covered it. Then, a man put the butterfly that was covered in the net into a glass bottle that he had prepared beforehand. When his companion saw this scene, he couldn't help but laugh. "What is this, walking into a trap?" Although we knew that this mission was simple before we left, we didn't expect it to be so simple that we didn't even need to do anything. "All right, don't be careless," the man holding the bottle said with a frown. "We've already lost a lot of people. It's one thing to deal with Thor's 2 teams, but even the one we sent to deal with a succubus has gone missing. We still need to be on high alert against these supernatural creatures, or we'll be the ones to fail next time." His words were quite useful. The other 3 people gradually put away the smiles on their faces. However, the next moment, they were stunned because they didn't know when a figure blocked the path in front of them. Just like the group of people that Jong-hang had met before, the 4 people in front of them were all foreigners. There were 3 Europeans and 1 Asian. The 4 of them were surprised to see Jong-hang. One of them reacted quickly and pretended to be dumb in English. He asked Jong-hang how to get to the west gate of Jong-hang Park. Jong-hang ignored the person and only looked at the bottle in their hands. Then, he said calmly, "Don't you know that you can't randomly catch butterflies in the park?" Chapter 1341. Swing the Baton and Surprise Attack. Seeing that his identity as an international friend was useless, the leading foreigner could only turn his head and whisper to one of his companions, "Toby, go and stall him. The rest of you, follow me and leave this place first. Remember, if you can resolve this peacefully, then do it peacefully. Even if you have to fight, try not to make things too big. Our identities cannot be exposed. Unless it's absolutely necessary, do not attract the attention of the police." "Okay." The man named Toby nodded. He walked up to Jongheng and used his tall body to block Jongheng's line of sight. Then, he asked in broken Chinese, "Where is this butterfly? Where is it? We haven't seen any warning signs on the way here. Furthermore, this butterfly was captured and brought back for my daughter to raise. It's her birthday today." As he spoke, the other three retreated tacitly. They wanted to pass through the flowers and arrive at the other road on the right. However, the next moment, one of them turned around. He just happened to see his companion, who had stayed behind to delay, fall to the ground without saying a word. He was shocked and immediately shouted to the person at the front, "Tom, there's a situation." The other two also stopped in their tracks. The person who had opened his mouth to warn him had already pulled out a folding knife from his pocket. However, he did not expect the person to be even faster. He was only about 10 meters away from him a second ago, but in the next second, he had already appeared in front of him. At this time, before he could even fully open the folding knife, he had already been punched in the stomach. Jongheng ignored the man who had collapsed with his stomach in his arms and quickly lunged at the Asian in front of him. However, with his companion's warning, he was already prepared. He took out a pair of finger tigers and held them in his hands. Unlike in the movies, finger tigers were not as flashy as they looked. In fact, the ferocious-looking finger tigers were more likely to cause damage to the attacker because the finger bones were a very fragile part. It was possible that the opponent might not have sustained any injuries, but his own finger might have already been fractured. The Asian was currently wearing the most common four-finger finger tiger. If worn correctly, it would be more powerful than beating someone up with bare hands, but under normal circumstances, it would not be fatal. This was also to carry out the order given by the foreign leader. Furthermore, Jongheng could clearly feel that the other party had received professional training the moment they exchanged blows. At the very least, in terms of boxing, he was already comparable to some amateur boxers. His punches were swift and full of strength. At the same time, his body was agile like a cheetah. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged several punches. Even though Jongheng had the upper hand, he was not able to take down the other party immediately. However, this was enough to shock the two of them. They could not help but think of the legendary Chinese kung fu. However, the fight had come out of nowhere. Up until now, the foreigners still did not know why the young man had suddenly attacked them. It could not really be because they could not randomly catch butterflies in the park, right? But at this time, there was no point in thinking about these things. The foreigner named Tom was only stunned for a moment, and immediately joined the battle. He first put the glass bottle in his hand to the side, and then his right hand subconsciously touched a bulge at his waist, but after a moment of hesitation, he moved up again and grabbed a black swinging rod. After taking off the swinging stick, he first shook it up, then swung it down again. After that, he finished swinging the stick, and a section of alloy head came out from the front of the stick. Holding the swinging stick, Tom rushed at Jongheng. He had stood still for half a minute before, and he felt that he had already seen the situation clearly. Although this guy who appeared out of nowhere was very fast and very skilled, he had taken the opportunity to catch the two of them off guard. Furthermore, he had managed to suppress his other companion. However, since he was unable to end the battle quickly, it meant that the difference in strength between the two sides was not too great. If he joined the battle, then the outcome of the battle would change accordingly. It was because of this judgment that he had made his choice. However, to his surprise, just as he put down the glass bottle in his hand and tried to get close to Jongheng, the situation before him changed again. Jongheng did not compete with the opponent in front of him in fist techniques. Instead, he held the folding knife that he had obtained from killing the second foreigner. The Asian man, who had gradually gotten used to this fighting style, only saw a cold glint flash before his eyes. Before he could react, all 4 of his fingers were cut off, and the finger tiger that had been held in his hand fell to the ground. As the knife landed on Tom's body, a chill rose in his heart. He realized that he had unknowingly fallen into the opponent's trap. The opponent had been hiding his strength earlier. Of course, it wasn't to create a dramatic effect, but to lure him to put down the glass bottle in his hand and approach him at the same time. After realizing this, Tom stopped in his tracks. Even though he was the best among the 4, he knew that he was no match for Jong-hang. In the next moment, he threw away the stick in his hand without hesitation. At the same time, he reached for his waist again. The risk of this mission was not high, so he was the only one among the 4 with a gun. If he could pull out the gun before Jong-hang reached him, he would be able to regain control of the situation. However, just as Tom was about to grab the handle of the gun, he felt a sudden pain in his right hand. The folding knife had already stabbed into the back of his hand, and Jong-hang had also arrived in front of him. At this point, Tom was finally able to relax. He knew that he had lost his last chance to fight back, so he raised his head to look into Jong-hang's eyes. Enduring the pain, he asked in fluent Chinese, "Who are you? Who are you? Why are you interfering in today's matter? I'm a completely unrelated person." "Don't be nervous," Jong-hang said. "I'm just passing by." Tom shook his head. "Then you should mind your own business. What we're doing is not a bad thing. On the contrary, if we succeed, it will be more beneficial to you, me, and the entire human race. The last person who gave me such a beautiful vision is already dead. Of course you can kill me, or even all of us, but that won't stop what is destined to happen. I didn't intend to stop it." Jong-hang walked up to Tom and pulled out the pistol at his waist. He opened the magazine and looked at the bullets inside. "I only have a few questions for you. Save your energy." "I won't answer anything," Tom said straightforwardly. Jong-hang nodded. "Then I have no more questions." Chapter 1342. Sage's Decision. When Tom heard this, a look of shock appeared on his face. Especially when he saw Jong-hang search their bodies and confirm that they only had this long-range weapon on them. He walked straight to the side of the road, picking up the glass bottle. Tom finally could not help but ask, "How do you plan to deal with us?" "I don't plan to deal with you, or else I would have killed you," Jong-hang said. "I told you I'm just an irrelevant passerby." Tom hesitated. "The people here helped me just now, so I can't let you take her away." Jong-hang shook the bottle in his hand. The phoenix butterfly inside had been lying at the bottom of the bottle, looking very scared. It wasn't until it returned to Jong-hang's hand that it spread its wings and started to fly again. It looked quite excited. Seeing this, Jong-hang opened the cap of the bottle and let the butterfly fly out. However, for some reason, the butterfly didn't immediately return to human form. Instead, it continued to lie on Jong-hang's shoulder in its butterfly form. Jong-hang took a few steps forward, but he stopped after a few steps. Other than the person who had been knocked out by him in the beginning, the other 3 became nervous when they saw this. Tom said nervously, "What's wrong? Have you changed your mind again?" "No, I just have a message for your leader. No matter what you want to do, there's no need to drag someone like Sage down with you." Jong-hang did not turn back after he finished speaking and continued to walk toward the door. When he was about 20 meters away, he heard Tom's voice behind him again. "This is war. In order to win the final victory, we will do whatever is necessary." Jong-hang was non-committal, but he had already walked away, leaving Tom and the other 2 to look at each other in dismay. Half an hour later, in the hotel's executive suite, Psyche had already put on her clothes and expressed her gratitude to Jong-hang and Miss Succubus. However, her face was red and she wanted to say something, but she hesitated. Jong-hang guessed what she wanted to say, so he agreed in advance. "We don't have anything else to do for the time being. We can wait for your husband to come back." "Really? Thank you so much." Psyche finally heaved a sigh of relief. She had always been timid, so she had been shocked by the oil painting and what had happened in the park. She was afraid that if Jonghung and Miss Succubus left, she would be captured by someone else. The three of them played a few rounds of landlord fighting in the house. After that, CG and Miss Succubus started chatting about the new clothes and foundation while Jonghung, who had nothing better to do, went to the bedroom next door. For the past 2 days, he had been running around 24 hours a day, busy solving various problems. Now that he had some time to relax, he took a nap. When Jonghung opened his eyes again, it was already dark outside. He realized that there was an extra person beside his bed. Psyche was wearing a white dress. She sat on the edge of the bed to his left and held his palm. Moonlight shone through the window, enveloping her whole body. She looked like a beautiful oil painting. Jonghung couldn't help but take another look. It was only then that he noticed a pair of transparent wings behind Psyche's back. The moonlight rippled on the wings. However, Psyche's brows were tightly furrowed. She seemed to have encountered a difficult problem, and she looked exhausted. When she realized that Jonghung had woken up, she was startled and subconsciously pulled her hand back. However, her expression quickly turned serious. "You have an amulet on you. It was created by a very powerful person to protect your soul. It was placed in your body when you were very young." "That's right. Is there a problem?" Jonghung realized that Psyche was trying to help him solve the problem with his soul. "It failed," Sage said. "I know. No, I mean it has completely failed. Just now, even the last trace of its power disappeared," Sage said. "This means that your soul is now completely unprotected." "And then?" Jonghung's expression didn't change much after hearing the news. "And then I could sense that some evil and powerful being had its eyes on you." At this point, a hint of fear appeared in Sage's eyes. "No, it should be said that a part of its soul has been sleeping in your body. Previously, because of the amulet, it couldn't find any chance, but now that it has woken up, I only exchanged a glance with it, and it almost lost its mind. No one can resist that kind of madness. Can you help me repair the amulet?" Jonghung asked calmly. "Unfortunately, I can't." Sage shook her head and explained, "It's not difficult to create a soul amulet, but the problem is that a person can only have one soul amulet in their entire life. Once it's destroyed, there's no way to replace it. Then it looks like I'll have to think of another way before I can control my body." It was clearly a matter of life and death, but Jonghung's tone was unusually calm. "How much time do I have?" "About a week, but with your mental strength and willpower, you might be able to last 2 weeks." Sage sighed. "Just now, I helped you block a soul attack and used up almost all of my divine power. The attacks that follow will only get fiercer, so there's nothing I can do to help." Sage's words also explained why she looked so tired. "It's okay. I'm already very grateful that you let me have one last good night's sleep," Jonghung said as he put on his clothes. However, Psyche did not leave immediately. Instead, she gritted her teeth and said, "You asked me about the blood exchange earlier." Jonghung's hand stopped moving. "If it's possible, that might be your only hope," Psyche continued. "Unfortunately, my strength is too weak. I can't withstand the madness and destruction in your blood. Of course, neither can Trista. It doesn't matter. There's still time. I can find someone else. It's too late. In such a short period of time, it's very difficult for you to find a god who is willing to exchange blood with you and is strong enough." Sage seemed to have finally made up her mind. "My husband, Cupid, should be able to contain your blood. When he returns, I'll help you beg him. Although this will severely weaken his strength, with his love for me, there's a high chance that he'll agree. The war between the new gods and the old gods has already begun. Won't this put you in danger? After we help you change your blood, we can temporarily hide like those succubus," said Sage. "As long as we don't directly participate in the war, with our strength, it shouldn't be too dangerous for us to protect ourselves." Chapter 1343. Cupid. Seeing Jonghang and Soji walk out of the bedroom one after the other, Miss Succubus had a strange expression on her face, but she didn't say anything in the end. Soji, on the other hand, quickly explained with a red face, "I helped him with a mental treatment inside." "Yes, you told me. He had a nightmare earlier, and we all heard his sleep talk," Miss Succubus said. "It seems like the treatment was quite effective." "No, I didn't help much." Sage waved her hand. "Well, no matter what, let's eat first." Miss Succubus took the initiative to change the somewhat awkward topic. "I'm hungry. Your husband should be arriving soon. We can go to the restaurant and order food first. That way, we can eat when he arrives." Psyche looked at the clock in the room. The time was now 9:12 p.m. Previously, she had contacted Cupid. The latter's flight would arrive at 8:35 p.m. Taking into account the time of the flight and the arrival from the airport, indeed, Cupid should be arriving in about 10 to 20 minutes. Therefore, the three of them left the room and went to the restaurant on the second floor. They didn't ask for a private room. Instead, they found a small table in the corner of the hall. Then, Jonghang observed the diners in the hall while Miss Succubus picked up the menu. She ordered 7 dishes in one go. However, other than the longer one, which required the chef to cook first, the rest of the dishes were served after the chef and the others arrived. During this time, Sage checked the time several times, but she didn't see Cupid appear until 9:30. Under Jonghang's suggestion, she had already thrown away her phone. She even informed her husband that he had also thrown away his phone. Therefore, in this situation, they couldn't contact each other, so they could only wait anxiously. Another 20 minutes passed. The dish that took the longest time was served, but none of the three people at the table were in the mood to eat. Psyche's expression became more and more flustered. Another 10 minutes passed, and after ruling out the possibility of traffic jams or other emergencies, Psyche finally couldn't sit still anymore. I want to go to the airport to check if his flight has arrived." Even though she said that, her gaze was fixed on Jonghang. Obviously, Seji knew that she was too weak. Even if something happened to her husband, she probably wouldn't be of much help. "Okay." Jonghang didn't hesitate. He knew that Seji had helped him block a soul attack from the master of Under Ice City not long ago, so there was no reason for him not to go with her. Then, Jonghang turned to Miss Succubus. Before he could ask, she sighed. "I'll go with you." "Thank you," Soji thanked him again. Seeing this, Miss Succubus felt a little embarrassed. No, I'm doing this for my own safety. It's safer for me to stay with you guys than to stay by myself." Seeing that they had reached an agreement, the three of them didn't waste any more time. After paying the bill, they left the untouched dish to the stunned waiter and hurried downstairs. When they arrived at the hotel lobby, Jonghang noticed a Meituan delivery man looking around the room. He was sizing up the people leaving the hotel, and his eyes lit up when he saw Sage. However, he pretended not to care. It wasn't until the three of them reached the entrance that he pulled out his phone. Pretending to be taking orders, he swayed his body as he approached the three of them. However, the next moment, his left hand, which was reaching for Sage, was grabbed by the other hand. Then, a voice came into his ears. "Who told you to come?" Jonghang saw clearly that this Meituan delivery man wasn't just borrowing clothes. He was really in the business. The color of his skin, his hair that was messed up by the helmet, and the smell of sweat all proved this. Meituan Bro was obviously shocked as well, but he also understood that his actions just now were indeed suggestive. He could only point at Sage and say, "Someone gave me 500 yuan and asked me to bring something to this lady. His request was a bit strange, and he told me to avoid other people as much as possible." "Who is it?" "I don't know," Meituan Bro said. "I just went to the designated place, took the thing, and came over. I didn't see anyone." Seeing that little brother Meituan wasn't lying, Jonghang knew that he couldn't get anything out of him, so he let go of his hand and let him leave. Psyche had already bent down to pick up the paper ball. She unfolded the paper ball and took a look. Her expression changed. "It's my husband's handwriting." He wants me to go to the cafe where we had coffee last week. Jong-hang also glanced at the paper ball. Probably to prevent the errand boy from peeking, the sentence on the paper was written in ancient Greek. Looks like Cupid is indeed in some trouble. Miss Succubus's expression tensed up. Could this be a trap? Sage had already taken a step forward, but when she heard this, she looked at Jong-hang with a pleading gaze. The latter thought for a moment, let's go take a look. We don't have any other clues at the moment. The other side has already made a move against Psyche once, and it didn't work. There's no reason for them to make a comeback so soon. Besides, if something really happened to Cupid, those people wouldn't need to deal with Psyche anymore. The three of them arrived at the location on the paper ball 20 minutes later. The coffee shop was about to close, and there weren't many people inside. After entering the shop, Sage didn't delay and immediately walked to the table she had sat at last week. There was indeed a figure there, wearing a suit and a pair of shiny leather shoes, lying on the table. Sage walked quickly to the person, but she stopped and showed a hint of panic on her face. The next moment, she heard a voice from the bar counter. I'm here. The person who spoke was a waiter. He had been tidying up the coffee cans on the shelves with his back to Jong-hang and the others when they entered the room. When he turned around, he realized that Jong-hang was already sizing him up. This was a very handsome man. He had the body of a model and the face of a celebrity. At the same time, he had a frivolous and lascivious air about him. He could be considered the killer of all young girls. However, Jong-hang's gaze only lingered on him for about half a second before it moved down to his lower abdomen. There was an obvious pool of blood there that had already seeped into his work uniform. It was obvious that he had chosen to turn his back to the door to hide his face from the public and to cover the wound. When Sage saw this scene, she let out a cry of surprise and turned from joy to sorrow. What's going on? Did you also encounter the attack of those humans? Humans? Cupid was stunned when he heard this. He immediately said, What humans? The ones who attacked me were a group of new gods. I even killed one of them. Chapter 1344. A strange hijacking. Cupid paid the waiter who was pretending to be him 800 yuan. Then, he was helped to sit down by Sage. After listening to Sage's story of the whole afternoon, he began to tell his story. It turned out that after Cupid received the news that his company had been invaded, he immediately booked a plane ticket back. Then, he received a message from Sage, warning him that someone might attack him on the way. At this sensitive juncture, Cupid naturally wouldn't be careless. He immediately became vigilant and bought all the seats in the first-class cabin. As soon as he got on the plane, he told the stewardess that he needed to rest. He didn't want to be disturbed by anyone, and he didn't need any service. As a result, there was no one else by Cupid's side the entire way. Just when he thought that he could ensure his safety by doing so, and the plane was about to reach its destination, a sudden change occurred. Cupid saw an oval-shaped flying object fly out from behind a cloud through the porthole of the plane. It first traveled with the plane for a short period of time, and then flew up to the top of the plane. It caused some passengers to cry out in surprise. It couldn't be helped. The appearance of this thing was too classic. The only thing missing was the word UFO carved on its face. Some people even saw two short and ugly little green men in the opposite cockpit. Cupid suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He immediately pulled down the sunshade. He was even prepared to change positions. However, just as he stood up, a white light suddenly appeared above his head and enveloped him. Cupid could not help but swear. Before he could finish his words, his body disappeared from the cabin. When he reappeared, he was already in the cage on the UFO. The two little green men outside the cage each held a spear with a defibrillator on the front and stabbed at Cupid's body. However, Cupid's actions were even faster. In the next moment, a golden longbow appeared in his hand. Before the long spear reached into the cage, he had already shot down the two little green men. However, before he could find a way to break out of the cage, then, his body was shrouded in white light again. This time, he was teleported from the UFO to a warehouse. It was also there that Cupid encountered an ambush specifically targeted at him by the new gods. Although in the end, Cupid successfully killed one of them. However, he was also injured. Seeing that the remaining 3 had escaped, he was worried that there would be more ambushes, so he did not chase after them. Cupid left the warehouse in a hurry. After that, he did not even dare to go directly to the hotel. Instead, he called Baton to run errands and sent a letter to his wife, Sage, asking her to come to this cafe. After Cupid finished telling his story, Sage also carefully opened his shirt. When she saw the wound on Cupid's lower abdomen, she could not help but cry. It didn't seem like any real weapon could do that. The wound was neat and round, about the size of a fist. The internal organs and flesh inside were gone. If Cupid wasn't a god, he would have died long ago. And he was still able to fight his way out of the siege of the new gods with such a wound. He was indeed strong. However, this was also his limit. Cupid gestured for Sage to put down his clothes before he spoke. The war between the new gods and the old gods has already begun. As a member of the old gods, I should have gone to help. However, neither of us are like Thor or Ars who enjoy fighting. Furthermore, with the injuries on my body, even if I wanted to fight, I wouldn't be able to. At this point, he patted Sage on the shoulder. Don't worry, I won't die yet. However, it won't be easy to cure me. Therefore, I plan to find a place that no one knows about and live in seclusion for a period of time. I will first heal my injuries. When the time comes, I will see how far the war has progressed before I make any plans. Sage wiped away the tears on her face and sobbed, "All right, I will go home and pack my things now." Cupid shook his head. "No need, let's just leave. I'm about to disband the company as well. I've already told Little He to inform the personnel about the severance payment." "All right, I'll do as you say." Cupid looked at Jonghang again. "You saved my wife, so I can't be ungrateful to you. Give me your hand." Hearing that, Jonghang extended his left hand. Cupid then used one of his fingers to dip his own blood on Jonghang's wrist to draw 2 small arrows. After that, he gasped, "I don't have anything else to give you, so I'll give you this pair of arrows. If you meet a girl you like, you can shoot her with a golden arrow. If you meet someone you want to break up with, you can use a lead arrow. Remember, this effect only works on the first person who sees the arrow after the target is hit. Each arrow can be used 3 times. Jonghang had heard a lot about Cupid's arrow. The golden arrow and the lead arrow were the same as the legendary ones. After Cupid delivered the arrows, Sage thanked Jonghang again for saving her life. Then, the couple asked the waiter at the coffee shop to call a taxi for them. They helped each other out of the door. Jonghang saw Cupid's body shrink bit by bit after leaving the house. Eventually, he turned into a 3-year-old baby. Sage hugged him in her arms and fell asleep in front of his wife. Jonghang and the other 2's car disappeared from their sight. They were about to leave, but then they saw Miss Succubus, who had been silent the whole time, still sitting in her seat. The latter looked at him. She changed her cool and indifferent look from before and said with a serious expression, "We need to talk." "Okay." Jonghang nodded. He stopped walking and sat down at the table again. "I know who you are now." Miss Succubus's first sentence was earth-shattering. Jonghang's expression did not change. "Yes, didn't you already know my real name and address when we first met?" "That's not what I'm talking about. Recently, there have been rumors that Lalaya is about to wake up from his city. Using a player as a container, he will return to land. And the player chosen to be the container is you, right?" "Why do you say that?" "The questions you asked CG before were all related to how to resist the descent. Not long ago, CG helped you resist a soul attack. She's more simple-minded and may not think that much, but I'm not her. I know that this will prove that you asked those questions on your behalf." "That's right." Jonghang did not deny it anymore. "I brought you along because I wanted to find a way to resist the descent. Not only that, you brought me along because you want to know how the organizing committee and the other gods treat you." "Indeed, this is also part of my consideration," Jonghang admitted. Saige's expression became complicated as she looked at Jonghang. Chapter 1345. A pity. Are you going to tell the organizing committee about me? Jong Hung asked. Miss Succubus didn't answer the question. Instead, she asked, have you found a solution? Not yet. Then how much time do you have left? About a week or two. Of course, if you're willing to help me, I might be able to last a little longer, Jong Hung said. Miss Succubus frowned. You asked me before if I could give you a sex dream. Are you trying to use it to block Master Laria's mental attack? That's right. To be honest, I don't think it'll have much of an effect. The difference in power between us is simply too great. It's fine. I'm just trying it out anyway. Jong Heng remained calm. However, Miss Succubus looked a little annoyed. She took out her cigarette case and lit one. The waiter at the side seemed to want to remind her that there was no smoking in this place, but after she glanced at him, he pulled back. Sage said that you only have one option left. Fortunately, a small fry like me isn't qualified to trade with you. Otherwise, I would have been afraid that you would have tied me up. Miss Succubus took a puff of her cigarette and smiled self-deprecatingly. Didn't Sage also say that you can only trade blood if both parties are willing? Then, do you have a goal? To be honest, even Miss Succubus felt ridiculous after asking this question. How could there be a god in this world willing to sacrifice his own power to save an unrelated mortal? Furthermore, it was at this crucial moment when the new god and the old god were at war. Didn't you see how strong Thor and Cupid were? The latter had no choice but to find a place to live in seclusion. Every bit of power was extremely precious at a time like this. However, to her surprise, Jong Hang said, I know someone who might be willing to exchange blood with me. Who? An old friend who has known me since a very young age. He always prided himself as my guardian angel and has been silently protecting me from behind, Jong Hung said. So, do you want me to help you find him? Miss Succubus perked up. There's no need. He'll come to me when I need him. Then we'll just have to wait for him. Miss Succubus heaved a sigh of relief before asking again, he won't encounter any trouble along the way like Cupid did, right? By the way, the war between the old and new gods has already begun. It's not safe anywhere. With his strength and intelligence, I don't think anyone can threaten him, Jong Hang said. Then, he looked into Miss Succubus' eyes. You haven't answered my question. What question? Are you going to report me to the organizing committee? If Game were still around, I'd most likely do that. Miss Succubus took a deep drag on her cigarette. You don't understand the organizing committee. Although there are many departments in the organizing committee, and even many new and old gods are working there, the only one who can put them together and work well is Game. Don't look at him as someone who rarely shows up to take care of things. It seems like the organizing committee can continue to operate without him. However, this is just an illusion. Once the news of his disappearance is known by all the gods, it's only a matter of time before the organizing committee splits up. Who knows what big things might happen in the future? Miss Succubus sighed, I'll stay with you for the time being. No matter what, it's safer than being alone with me. But if you really can't take it anymore, remember to let me know in advance so that I can run away. I don't want to be the first person to witness the Lord of Lalia's return to the light of day. I really can't enjoy such an honor. Don't worry, I've said it before. I won't implicate you, Jong Hang said calmly. Sex and the city bar. In the lounge on the second floor, the bartender was wearing a chippa for the first time today. She wasn't hiding behind the bar counter, flipping through her comics or catching up on her drama. Instead, she was wiping every single glass seriously for the first time ever. After putting away the tools she used to make drinks, she turned back to look at the place where she had been working for almost a year and threw a key on the bar counter. At this moment, the door of the lounge was pushed open from the outside and a figure walked in. The bartender did not turn back, but as if she knew who the person was, she said calmly, "You came later than I expected. But no matter what, I finally made it in time to send you off, didn't I?" The person said, "After today, you can be free. From now on, you don't have to be a receptionist here anymore." To be honest, with your temper, I didn't think that you could really stay here for such a long time. It's worth it, the bartender said solemnly. I've finally gotten what I've always dreamed of. This day is coming, and it will return to this land. At that time, both the new and old gods will be shrouded in fear of it. That's right, it sounds very exciting, the person agreed. I can't wait to see this scene too. However, upon hearing his words, the bartender merely sneered. Forget it, Kronos. Do you really think that I will accept all your nonsense? I knew that you didn't have any good intentions from the first day you came to find me. The reason why I didn't expose your lie is because at least until today, we all want the same thing. The mighty Hydra, the overlord of the deep sea, has also learned those dirty political tricks and started to play coy with others. Kronos smiled. You suddenly don't trust me. Is it because Nyarlathotep found you and said something bad about me? Nyarlathotep did come to find me, but it has nothing to do with her. That guy is as annoying as you. He always thought that he was the smartest person in the room. That's hard to argue with. Kronos sighed. So, does this mean that our cooperation is over? That's right, Hydra said straightforwardly. I was happy to delay it for a few more days if you didn't come to find me, but since Game has gone missing, our cooperation has lost its last reason. You're going to find him. Yes, there are only a few days left. I don't want any more accidents to happen. I'll take him to a safe place and let him finish reading this book. Hydra waved the Smith of Chulhu in his hand. It's a pity. Kronos shook his head. What's a pity? I thought that after spending so much time with him, you had some feelings for him. In the end, you just watched as his body was taken by the master of Lalai, and you didn't forget to push him again. Hydra was silent for a rare moment, and then she spoke again. Each of us has a reason to exist. The reason for his existence is to become a vessel for my master, and the reason for my existence is to ensure that this matter can be carried out smoothly. The rest of the matters are based on this. Chapter 1346. The Rampaging Hydra. Well said. Kronos nodded. Even we can't resist the coming fate. No, to be more precise, it's because we are gods that we understand the meaning of fate. You still have a lot of nonsense to say, Hydra said coldly. Even if you're here to fight me, you still have to talk about your daily life. You don't feel good at all. Kronos smiled when he heard that, but he was not in a hurry to answer. He first glanced at the clock hanging on the wall of the lounge. There were less than 3 minutes left until midnight, and then he spoke again. Interesting. Back then, Game invited everyone to create such an unprecedented game to resolve the conflict between the gods. Although most people, including me, did not oppose it, they actually did not think much of it in their hearts. But now, seeing that it was about to close, they actually felt some regret emotionally. It doesn't matter. I can cut off your head and leave it here to reminisce. Kronos shook his head. Although I also want to experience your legendary head, your opponent tonight is not me. He looked at the clock again. There's 1 more minute and this place will no longer be protected. Since the wine you left here will be destroyed in the end, why don't you take a bottle and let this old friend of mine feast on it? Hydra was too lazy to answer, so she raised her middle finger. Just as the second hand was half a turn away from matching with the hour and minute hands at the top of the dial, all the players' phones started to vibrate. Even Jongheng, who had already thrown away his phone, received the notification of a new email. Jongheng happened to be browsing the players' forum at the moment, so he opened his email. The sender of the new email was the game organizing committee. Jongheng's mouse paused for half a second on the title's player's personal opening. Then he clicked on it. Dear player 07958, you have been in the game for more than 10 months. You have cleared 10 rounds of dungeons and joined the proxy war. Your heroism in the game is unforgettable. We believe that you must have left behind many unforgettable experiences here. However, as the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. We regret to inform you that some of the online games will be temporarily closed at this point. After tonight, all players will no longer be able to enter the game world, the game points in the cities will be closed one after another, and the staff in them can evacuate themselves. Please note that after midnight tonight, the game points will no longer be protected by the power of oaths. They will no longer be able to resist and block supernatural forces. The players that were still inside the game points were requested to leave as soon as possible. After Zhonghang finished reading the email, the starfish in his hand arrived at midnight. At the same time, Kronos and Hydra, who had received the news earlier, also turned to look at the clock in the lounge. Hydra retracted her gaze and looked at Kronos. Those ancient oaths are no longer valid. So, I'll only say this once. Anyone who dares to stand in my way tonight, I'll swallow them whole. Kronos, on the other hand, acted as if he did not see the fierce light in the bartender's eyes. He could not help but laugh. I've said it before. Your opponent tonight is not me. Although you no longer treat me as an ally, I still remember the good times when we worked together before. So, unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't attack you. This is the first time I've heard someone say something so refreshing and refined about being a coward. Hydra did not want to play any more games with Kronos, so, after saying this last sentence, she pounced on the man in front of her. However, almost at the same time, the iron wall behind Kronos suddenly fell off, revealing a well-equipped armed squad. As the leader of the team gave the order, bullets rained down on the bartenders as if they were free. Kronos' voice sounded again, mixed with the sound of bullets, and it seemed to be a little intermittent. A while ago, I went to Ireland to visit another old friend. He's not as old as you, but he met me a little earlier. I liked him from the first moment I saw him, but even I didn't expect him to do so many big things without making a sound. It can only be said that the human race can never be underestimated, especially a man who has become a father. You can slowly play with his people here. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, Kronos looked at the broken wine rack and sighed. Look, what did I say before? You might as well give me a bottle. At this moment, Hydra no longer had the time to answer, because everywhere she looked was filled with bullets, locking up the space in front, back, left, and right where she could move. Not only that, those bullets were completely different from the ones she had encountered before. Recently, she had heard similar rumors that another mortal had developed a type of bullet that specifically targeted the gods. Thor had once suffered a loss on this. She did not expect that just a day later, Hydra had personally experienced the power of this type of bullet. Without knowing when, the originally full bar of the Sex and the City bar had disappeared. Now, there was only Hydra and the enemy in front of her in the entire bar. Although there were not many people on the opposite side, only 11 people, there were actually 2 heavy machine guns. This was also the reason why Hydra was in a sorry state. One of the heavy machine guns was aimed at Hydra's head. After a while, the bullet swarmed over and tore the bartender's face into pieces. Even half of her head was blown off. However, Hydra, who only had half of her head left, was completely enraged. She no longer dodged the bullets and simply stood where she was. Then, she tore off her own head, and fresh blood sprayed out from her neck. It was as if she was filming an R-rank horror movie. And what was even more terrifying was that from the gaping wound, 9 more heads poked out. And this time, the 9 heads were clearly snake heads. Each snake head had a diameter of more than 3 meters, and with the addition of the necks, the restroom was almost filled to the brim. The 9 pairs of watermelon-like eyes stared fixedly at the 11 humans in front of them. In their bloody mouths, black poisonous fog was constantly rolling. However, the 11 humans seemed to have expected this to happen. When they saw this terrifying scene, they actually remained unmoved. Only the leader of the team said indifferently, "Put on your gas masks." Following that, the firepower of the heavy machine guns became even more intense. The bullet casings fell to the ground with a clanging sound, as if they were trying to bury the shooter's feet. Chapter 1347. The Head of a Snake. Of course, Hydra did not reveal the head of a snake just to scare people. Instead, she planned to use her huge head as a shield against the incoming fatal bullets. It was said that out of Hydra's 9 heads, 8 would grow back after being cut off, while the golden head in the middle could not be killed at all. Therefore, the bartender was prepared to use her head as a consumable. Of course, being reborn did not mean that it would not hurt. In fact, the 9 heads added another 9 targets to the group of humans in front of them. The pain was 9 times more. This time, the armed squad did not even need to aim. As long as they poured out their bullets, they would be able to accurately hit the snake head. Previously, Hydra had been somewhat disapproving of the so-called god-slaying bullets, but after personally experiencing it this time, she had completely stopped looking down on the group of humans in front of her. Based on her temper, originally, she should have left Kronos behind as well, but this time, for the first time, she ignored the god of time and allowed the latter to leave calmly. This was because Hydra knew that it would not be easy to deal with this group of humans. In the blink of an eye, 2 of her snake heads were smashed by bullets. Hydra did not hesitate. Immediately, she controlled her other 7 heads and bit off the 2 heads that were already riddled with holes. 2 new heads quickly grew out from the broken parts. Seeing that all the previous attacks were now in vain, the leader of the armed squad did not show any signs of annoyance or frustration. His mental fortitude was terrifying. He only asked his other teammate beside him with a straight face, "Is the test result out?" The latter nodded. "It's out. Skin hardness A-, single head regeneration time 15 seconds, body recovery A+, hematopoietic ability B+, comprehensive anti-strike ability A." After saying that, he praised, "Should I say that it's worthy of being a famous monster? In terms of anti-strike ability, it's even better than Thor." Hydra has always been a monster famous for its unparalleled vitality, the captain said calmly. Before coming here, Rox made it very clear in the pre-battle meeting. "Alright, let's stop the probing and enter the second phase of the battle." "Roger that." Other than the 2 gunmen who were still controlling the heavy machine guns to kill Hydra on a large scale, 8 of the remaining 9 people suddenly changed the muzzle of their guns and stopped attacking freely. Instead, they focused their fire on one of Hydra's heads. In less than 6 seconds, the head was blown apart again. The only one who did not make a move was the leader of the armed squad. He put the gun in his hand aside and carried a small round torpedo-shaped jar on his back. At this time, Hydra used the same trick again and bit off the head that was being focused on. The captain set a 15-second countdown timer on his electronic watch and rushed towards Hydra's neck that had just lost its head without hesitation. Hydra was furious when it saw this and immediately controlled the remaining 8 heads to attack the human in front of it. An ordinary person would have been too weak to walk when they saw this scene. After all, if 8 huge snake heads were to bite at the same time, no matter how one looked at it, it would be a dead end. However, at this moment, the captain continued to charge forward. He waited for the first snake head to attack before rolling to the right and dodging it at the critical moment. However, this was only the beginning. Before anyone could let out a sigh of relief for him, the second snake head fell from the sky. However, at this moment, the firepower support from the other side also arrived. It could be seen that this team had been training together a lot. The 2 heavy machine gunners had a tacit understanding with each other. The 2 heavy machine gunners changed their suppressive fire posture from before and used the heavy machine guns in their hands to protect the team leader. They allowed the latter to run to about 10 meters in front of Hydra. This was also the limit. This time, Hydra simply used 3 heads to block all of the team leader's paths. Therefore, the team leader did not continue forward. He directly took out a spray gun from the side of the small round can. Upon seeing this spray gun, the huge pupils on the snake's head suddenly shrank. Hydra had already guessed what the group of humans in front of him wanted to do. In the next moment, a cluster of flames shot out from the spray gun. The target was the neck where Hydra's head had just fallen off. According to Greek mythology, Hercules, the son of Zeus and Alcmene, was hated by Hera. Hera forced him to complete 12 impossible missions, one of which was to defeat Hydra. In order to deal with the heads that Hydra could not cut off, Heracles thought of a way. With a torch in his hand, every time he cut off a snake's head, he would burn the wound with the torch so that the snake's head could not grow. He used this method to cut off 8 of Hydra's heads. And the group of humans in front of Hydra now clearly intended to replicate the legendary solution of Heracles. Although the captain did not have Heracles' innate divine strength, he had 10 teammates. Their guns were all loaded with god-slaying bullets that had recently terrified the gods. The captain also held a flamethrower in his hand. No matter what, it was better than the torch in Hercules' hand. A distance of 10 meters could not stop the flame of the flamethrower. The neck of Hydra that had lost its head was quickly swallowed by the raging flames. A strange burnt smell even came from the air. Although she had controlled the other snakeheads to force the captain who was holding the flamethrower back at the first moment, when 15 seconds had passed, the broken neck that had been burned by the flames did not grow any new snakeheads. It's working! The team members who were shooting while welcoming the captain looked excited when they saw this, because this meant that the second phase of the battle had finally played its role. As long as they kept up their efforts and burned another 7 heads, only the golden head in the middle was left to deal with. This was also the most troublesome head. Unlike the other 8, this golden head was completely unkillable. Even Hercules had only buried this head and pressed it against a rock, of course. Since this team dared to come here tonight, they had already prepared for such a situation. However, the captain frowned when he saw the joy on the faces of the other team members. At the same time, he reminded them, the battle has just begun. Don't be careless. His caution was reasonable. Hydra was one of the most famous monsters in the world. Its strength was unquestionable. Even if they had made a perfect plan, this battle would not be easy. And his worries were quickly confirmed. After Hydra lost a head, not only was she not afraid of the battle, she became even fiercer. She actually withstood the rain of bullets and wanted to rush out of the house to stop her from leaving the room. The 2 heavy machine guns were almost roaring, and the barrel of the guns became hotter and hotter, like 2 pieces of iron. Chapter 1348. Secret Base. While the bartender was fighting with the 11 uninvited guests in the sex and the city bar. On the other side of the city, a group of people were busy looking for the whereabouts of another uninvited guest in a plastic mold processing factory. Why? Is it Hydra? A woman who looked like a secretary looked at the name on the whiteboard and thought hard. This plastic mold processing factory had been operating for 3 years. The business was not particularly prosperous, but it had been making a small profit. However, for months ago, in the face of an irresistible offer, the boss endured the pain and sold the factory. Then, the new owner kept the appearance of the factory unchanged and only made some secret modifications to the workshop. The previous machines and equipment were gone, replaced by rows of file cabinets and weapon racks. It looked like a secret military base, and this military base did not have any electronic equipment connected to the internet. It was rather similar to the Cold War style of the 1960s and 1970s. As soon as the secretary-like woman finished her sentence, another voice interjected, "It's so lively now. The legendary Rox who never showed up, previously, he only gave us technical support through email, but now he suddenly showed up and forcefully pulled 3 elite squads away from us. TSK, that guy is really cunning. This is my fault." Another gentle-looking man in his 30s took the initiative to take the blame. "I was the one who convinced Roger to continue using Rox's reputation to recruit new members. I also deliberately promoted Rox and made him the guardian spirit totem. I didn't expect that he would be the one who shot himself in the foot." "This is not your fault," the secretary-like woman quickly shook her head and said, "Everyone knows what happened back then. We thought that Rox was just a simple researcher who didn't have any desire or ambition for power. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to explain why he didn't try to take control of the Guardian organization even once in such a long time. In addition, he was the founder of the Guardian organization. He has indeed helped us a lot over the years. It was thanks to his research that we were able to produce things like god-slaying bullets, allowing ordinary people to grasp the ability to fight against the gods. Even if we don't publicize such a person, there will definitely be people who are willing to follow him. There's no point in talking about this now. Since he's here, let's find him first. If we wait any longer, someone might be dragged away by him again," said a 23-year-old youth. It was the same person who had spoken earlier. He threw the baseball in his hand at the opposite wall and caught it. He kept repeating this little game, seemingly enjoying it endlessly. "The possibility of that is not high," the gentle-looking man said again. "After all, we have been managing the organization for the past few years. We have provided the funds, training, and even weapons. It is precisely because of our existence that the Guardian was able to grow to this point. Everyone in the organization is aware of this. No one can challenge Roger's authority in the organization. Otherwise, Rox would not have simply pulled away 3 teams of people. That being said, he's still an unstable factor, the secretary-like woman said. We used to think that he was on the same side as us, but if that's really the case, there's no reason for him not to look for us after he showed up. Instead, he directly pulled people out from under our noses. This means that he didn't pull people out for official business. In that case, we're back to the original question. Why Hydra? Hydra, no matter what myth or legend it is an evil monster. The young man shrugged. Maybe Rox just wants to get rid of the evil for the people first. He did not expect that the woman who looked like a secretary would be shocked and blurted out, "What did you say?" I just guessed." The young man looked a little embarrassed and did not throw the tennis ball that he caught. "No, say it again," the woman who looked like a secretary said seriously. "I said that Rox went to find Hydra first just to get rid of the evil for the people." "No, the first sentence. No matter what myth Hydra is in." "Oh, right." The woman who looked like a secretary finally caught the flash of inspiration in her mind. In the new and popular myth, Hydra is the follower of Master Laria. So? The young man raised his eyebrows. "Do you still remember the recent rumor among the gods that the Master of Lariev will wake up from his slumber and return to this world with a player as a vessel, bringing destruction, fear, and endless madness?" "Oh, are you trying to say that Rox suddenly appeared to stop this?" The young man suddenly realized he wants to kill its follower, Hydra, before the Master of Laria descends. Wait. If that's the case, why didn't he tell us directly and let us take action? We should be able to come to an agreement on this issue. There's no reason for him to pull a few teams to do it alone. You're right. So he must have some ulterior motive to kill Hydra, the gentle-looking man said at this time. Also, Rox knows that we won't help him on this point. We might even stop him. Has there been any news about the player who was chosen by Lali's master as a vessel? While everyone was discussing this matter, a scallop on the table suddenly opened its mouth and a man's voice came from inside. When they heard this voice, the small meeting room instantly fell silent. Then, the secretary-like woman spoke. "The new god and the old god have entered a state of war. Everyone's attention is focused on the organizing committee stopping operations and the game shutting down. For the time being, there's no time to care about other things. However, I've heard some vague rumors that the player chosen to be the vessel is outstanding and has a very strong willpower. In addition, he has gradually lost all human emotions." The scallop shell's voice was silent for a moment, then it spoke again. "That player is in our city, or to be more precise, at least once in our city. Hydra is hiding in that game point for a reason. It's most likely to protect that container. Didn't the player information already leak out? Find out who's nearby." "Yes." The few people in the meeting room replied solemnly. The purpose of the Guardians is to solve the problems brought by the gods. Logically speaking, our target should only be the gods. However, the situation this time is rather special. If we really let that fellow who is sleeping in the underwater palace of Lalai escape, even if it is only for a day, it will be a huge disaster. If killing one person can save the entire world, there is no reason for us not to do this. At this point, the voice in the shell also slowed down a little. Everyone's early work is going well. Although there are some unsatisfactory areas during this period, the basic strategic goals have been completed as scheduled. Now that the war between the new and old gods is unavoidable, we can also shift the focus of our work and quickly resolve the current problem. Chapter 1349. Male. Miss Succubus woke up early for once in her life. She looked at the time and realized that it wasn't even 7 a.m. yet. She didn't even bother to change into her pajamas and leaned over the peephole. Seeing that there was no one in the corridor, she opened the door. Then, she tiptoed over to Jonghung's room next door and placed her ear against the door to listen carefully. Of course, she didn't hear anything. When she was about to sneak back into her room, she saw Jonghung, who had just brought breakfast downstairs. Miss Succubus looked embarrassed. "Ah, I dropped my earring. Look for it on the floor." "Did you find it?" Jonghang handed one of the breakfasts to Miss Succubus. The latter sighed. She knew that her lie wasn't convincing, so she didn't insist. "I didn't mean to pry into your privacy." "I know. You want to make sure that the next night is over and that my body still belongs to me." "It's okay, I understand," Jonghang said. "That would be great." Miss Succubus heaved a sigh of relief. "Have your breakfast first." Miss Succubus had already stepped into her room, but she stopped in her tracks. "Where are we going after breakfast?" "Nowhere. Just stay at the hotel." "I have something to pack," Jonghang said. "Of course, if you're bored, you can go out for a walk. I won't restrict your movements." Miss Succubus shook her head. "Forget it. I'm not going to wander around at this juncture. It'll be troublesome if I run into those guys who kidnapped Sage again." "Actually, it's very unlikely that those guys will make a move on you again," Jonghang said. "The things they've done previously were basically to intensify the conflict between the new gods and the old gods and to start a war. Now that the war has come, their mission at this stage can be considered completed. There's no reason for them to still focus on you guys." "What will they do next?" "I don't know. I'm not one of them," Jonghang said. However, after he said that, Miss Succubus still didn't return to her room. Instead, he sighed again. "You're a good person. When I first met you, you saved that little girl who had nothing to do with you. I knew it. You're not as cold as you look. A person like you shouldn't have ended up like this." "Does a succubus have a concept of justice and evil?" Jonghang asked curiously. "I thought you guys didn't care about such things." "I know what you're trying to say. We seduce men and suck their essence to survive. This is our way of making a living. Just like how wolves and lions hunt their prey, can you say that they're evil? And strictly speaking, we are also different from wolves and lions. Wolves and lions only bring death to their prey, and between us and the target, it's more like an equivalent exchange relationship. We give the target the pleasure that no one can give them, and in return, they will give us a part of their essence." Miss Succubus paused and continued, "All these years, the church has been slandering us in public opinion, as if meeting our men didn't end well. I don't deny that some of us have indeed gone a little overboard. However, under normal circumstances, a wet dream will not cause you to lose more energy than masturbating. Unless you do it continuously every day, there won't be any health problems." "I understand. Of course we have our own opinions. Otherwise, why do you think I didn't report you to the organizing committee?" Miss Succubus rolled her eyes. Then, a worried look appeared on her face. "Are you sure the person you're talking about will come looking for you?" "Yes," Jonghang said with certainty. "He has waited for so many years. There's no reason for him to give up at the last moment." "What do you mean he has waited for so many years?" Miss Succubus was confused. However, Jonghang did not explain further. He only said to her, "Hurry up and eat. The tofu pudding is getting cold. I almost forgot what I was going to say after being interrupted by you. In short, if you want to find another way or anyone else, I can accompany you. Don't you still have 2 weeks left? It's not like we can't look for Hermes." "Thank you," Jonghang said politely. "If I need anything, I'll come to you." Miss Succubus did not expect Jonghang to stay in his room for the whole day. It was not until dinner time that she knocked on the door and saw a certain someone. Jonghang had probably just taken a shower, and his hair was still wet. It was only then that Miss Succubus noticed the unnoticeable tiredness in Jonghang's eyes. As the saying goes, staying up late was the most important nightlife for young people in modern times. It would be abnormal if a person in his early 20s did not stay up late. Previously, Jonghang had also worked through the night to fulfill his promise to Isis. However, the succubus did not see any tiredness in his eyes. On the other hand, Jonghang looked a little tired after staying in the hotel for the whole day. Furthermore, the tiredness was not physical, but more like mental. The succubus thought of a possibility. For the first time, she did not ask, and Jongheng did not explain. The two of them tacitly skipped over the matter. After they finished their dinner in the restaurant, they returned to their respective rooms. Jongheng received a new email a little later. The new email came from Fu Lu. Since ISIS had already cured Fan Mainan, Jongheng naturally told Fourth Ding about closing the reward card. However, he was still holding a considerable amount of points. Han Lu had helped him raise the funds in the early stages, so it was useless to keep it in his hands. Furthermore, the value of the points was still declining, so Jongheng asked for Lu to help him look for suitable items. However, Jongheng did not expect the organizing committee to close the game. As the game points closed one after another, the value of the points had fallen to the bottom. It was less than 1/10 of what it used to be. This was because the players knew very well that unless game came back, the points would not be any different from scrap paper. However, when Jongheng's gaze swept across the email from Fu Lu, he was slightly surprised. Because Fu Lu had told him in the email that he had actually found a soul-type item for him. He had asked Jongheng if he was still interested in buying it. Due to the drop in the value of the points, the buyer no longer accepted the payment. He hoped that he could use the item as an exchange. At the end of the email, there was a detailed description of the item. Chapter 1350. Immune Crystal. Name: Immune Crystal. Rarity: D. Effect: a strange crystal that can grant the wearer immunity to 3 soul attacks. Fu Lu also commented below. Although it was only D grade, it was a very rare soul-type item. Considering the recent rumors, the value of soul-type items also rose along with the tide. The buyer clearly stated that the buyer needed to provide 1 C-rank item or at least 3 D-rank items in exchange. Jongheng found Daisy on the forum and opened a chat room, pulling the latter in. This was the situation. The background of the seller had been investigated. However, according to the rules of the Chamber of Commerce, I could only reveal what he was willing to reveal. He was a member of one of the 3 major guilds. However, this sale is his private act. However, he didn't just find one of our chambers of commerce. As far as I know, there are at least 4 other chambers of commerce that are interested in this item. For typed. Moreover, there aren't only 4 buyers behind these 4 chambers of commerce. Take our Fook house for example. If you are also interested, then we have 6 buyers on our side alone. Are so many people interested? Soul-related items had always been rare. Normally, it was fine, but now, things were different. There was a rumor that the owner of LaRue was going to return to the human world. The players had to be prepared, so the price of soul-related items had been raised. You asked me to keep an eye on these items for you, but most of them were bought by the big guilds as soon as they were released. Then why hadn't this item been bought by the big guilds? Jongheng asked. Because the new god and the old god had already started a war, everyone couldn't care less about this matter for the time being. Many gods had summoned their own agents. Oh right, you're also an agent, right? You were once the number 1 on the list of agents in the war. Did your god not summon you? Not yet. Then he was lucky. It seemed like he wasn't involved in the war yet. Jongheng thought about it and typed again. Do you have any physical photos? Yes, there are videos too. I'll send them to you. After saying that, Daisy sent a file over. After Jongheng unzipped it, there were 2 videos and 12 photos. He showed the item called Immune Crystal from various angles. Whether it was a video or a photo, it seemed like there was no problem at all. Our building has contacted several other chambers of commerce. We've gathered together and discussed it. Since there are so many buyers, we might as well hold a small-scale auction. The date is set for tomorrow night. The venue is the Vice Building's headquarters. If Mr. Simon is interested, I can help you register your name first. Don't use the code name Simon. Just call me Mr. G. No problem. It is our responsibility to keep our clients' secrets. You can also wear a mask to the auction tomorrow night. I will send you a password to verify your identity. Thank you. Jong-hung typed the last line and exited the chat room. Then, he stared at the photo and fell into deep thought. Even though he didn't notice anything wrong during his conversation with D4, the auction still raised a hint of wariness in Jong-hung's heart. The reason was simple. The timing was just too coincidental. Someone happened to pass him a pillow when he was dozing off. Jong-hung had to consider the possibility that there was a trap behind this. Even though he had yet to completely reveal the fact that he was the master of Lalaya, Jong-hung did not expect this secret to remain hidden forever. After all, the few people who knew his identity, other than the little succubus beside him, whether it was Isis, Nyarlathotep, Kronos, or even the bartender, all of them were filled with uncertainty. Each of them had their own plans and goals. Even if they were still happy with each other, it was very likely that they would turn against each other. However, Jong-hung did not plan to give up on this item because of the possible danger. This was because he realized that he had underestimated the influence and control that the thing in the city under the ice had on him. Before Psyche left, she had warned him that the amulet in his body had completely lost its effect. Furthermore, she had helped him block the first wave of mental attacks, so naturally, Jong-hung had to be extra careful after that. Unlike what Miss Succubus had imagined, Jong-hung didn't go to bed last night. He had set aside an extra 24 hours to rest and relax. However, just like what happened at the hotel last time, his ability to time freeze couldn't stop the soul attack from the other side. After meeting Sage, Jong-hung could more or less guess the reason. The blood of that thing flowed through his body, just like how Jong-hung could control a portion of the other party's supernatural power, and the thing in Sub-Zero City could also share his power. Furthermore, Jong-hung could feel that as time passed, the thing's adaptation to time freeze was getting better and better. Last time, it only allowed him to stay for 30 minutes, but this time, he could almost enter and exit time freeze freely. That's right, the weariness in Jong-hung's eyes was due to the nightmare of time freeze. This time, he dreamed of myself being imprisoned in a dark hall, waiting for the day when the stars returned to their rightful places. What accompanied him was only a long time and endless nightmares. Only on certain days could his soul temporarily break out of the cage and come into contact with the souls outside. However, those souls were too weak, like ants, unable to withstand his gaze. They all fell into a state of madness. Jong-hung didn't know how long it took him to break free from the nightmare. When he opened his eyes, his clothes were already soaked through. He had slept for 9 hours, but he didn't feel any recovery at all. Fortunately, Jong-hung ate something and tried to sleep again. This time, he finally fell asleep normally. Even so, his mental state only recovered about 80% after he woke up. This was also the reason why Jong-hung wanted to get the immune crystal. Therefore, he didn't plan to miss the auction. However, considering the danger he might face, he had to make preparations in advance. Jong-hung first knocked on the door of Miss Succubus' room and told her that he would be leaving for a period of time. Miss Succubus wasn't surprised, because in her impression, Jong-hung wasn't a person who would sit around and wait for death. In fact, she wasn't used to the latter staying in the hotel all day. So she asked Jong-hung what she could do. It's simple. You just need to keep an eye on the situation with the gods for me, Jong-hung said. Let me know if there's any new developments. Not only that, but also Game's whereabouts.